was doing some research into gyros again. Seems to be the topic of the year here. And so I subscribed to Google Gemini's Ultra, and I used its agentic research capability this morning. And I prompted it. I said, hey, can you find me cases where gyros were tested with and without Schuler tuning implementation, and the corresponding transport rate that's supposedly physically torquing the gyros to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. And then I went on to say something like, seeing this difference would allow us to measure the curvature of the Earth in both instances, with and without. And this thing just kind of went on this wild goose chase and kept pulling back claim after claim after claim without showing me data, without showing me actual evidence. And I further prompted it. I'm like, you're giving me claims. I want to evaluate the data. I want to see the measured angular rates. I want to see the measured errors. I want to see where this is measured. Like, why can't somebody show me a freaking video of the flywheel of a gyro remaining fixed as the housing turns when the object is rotating around the curvature of the Earth? So what I get, I can tell you what I do get. At best, I get a comparison of map coordinates. Well, you see, without Schuler tuning, we ended up over here using the globe coordinates, and we turn it on, we actually end up here using the globe coordinates. And because Earth is a globe, then then we can back calculate the rotation by this amount. And another instance, oh, there's so much noise. Okay, we've got all these gyroscope errors. So, like, to borrow what Alpha said the other day, like looking at alphabet soup, we pick out the words from the alphabet soup, because that's how much Earth curvature rotation was expected according to WGS84. That's what I get. I don't get actual physical measurements. I don't get controls for all these variables, for all the excess noise. There's none of that. And the R value that is used in Schuler tuning systems is derived from a reference ellipsoid. The old ones were from the Bessel. Before Apollo, when they were first experimenting with INS systems. The R value they got was from the Bessel ellipsoid. Isn't that crazy? New ones use WGS84 and then add all the undulations from the geoid into the software. So it goes back to what I've been saying, guys, is the INS has one job to do, and that is to put your airplane, your boat, whatever, to put that somewhere on a spherical coordinate reference system at all costs. And however they have to get to that, they'll get to that.
So you're saying that it references the Bessel model?
Yeah, the first inertial navigation systems using gyros. The story goes is that V2 rockets had a problem because of the curvature of the Earth and reaching their target accurately. And as soon as they started pre-programming the curvature of the Earth into their ballistic trajectories, they were able to reach their targets more accurately. That's the lore. That is the lore. I'm still trying to find the actual test data of this. Can't find it anywhere. And somewhere along the line, post-World War II, before the Apollo missions, I forgot the guy's name. It's a famous engineer, invented a gyro-based inertial navigation system. And it was so full of errors that in order for him to calibrate it while it's being used, he actually incorporated a star tracker. So they basically They basically took early computers and packed them into an airplane to control the gyro. And then they used a star tracker to track where the sun was in order to provide a known reference point. And they also packed in accelerometers, which are basically pendulous vanes, so that they'd have a down vector. But the thing was notoriously noisy. And over time, they started to get this thing programmed such that it could put the airplane onto a coordinate reference system using all the sensors. Eventually, these things got smaller. And the Apollo program, I think, was the first to use optical gyros for the moon mission. And then after that, all hell broke loose, and the whole aerospace and defense field went into a frenzy. But going back a bit, one of the first projects by NASA was Project Spire, SPIRE, where they were testing these inertial navigation gyros, these systems. And it was like a top secret project back in the day. And this is the origin of the opacity in avionics. Because hey, if bad guys could get their hands on really good gyros, they might be able to produce accurate ballistics tables to improve their accuracy of long-range intercontinental ballistic missile launches, or even shorter medium range. What the hell? Throw it all in there. Or any kind of long-range or at-range weapons system they can improve the accuracy of. But fast forward to today, and I'm pulling up reports, pulling up papers from like the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School, where they're like, yeah, so we're actually using local tangent planes now to improve accuracy. we use global coordinates to kind of get A to B in a general location, but when we need precision, we actually need to switch to local tangent plane coordinates using DGPS. Totally serious. It's kind of funny how we've come full circle so many ways.
I remember this was a long time ago. I don't know if it was a documentary or where I saw this. It could have been television. They were giving an award to some guy for inventing the mathematics on which a inertial guidance system relies. And they're basically crediting them with a guidance system for intercontinental ballistic missiles, to make a long story short. And he had invented the formulas in order to make that possible, and that they were super classified. So he was an old guy, obviously. And they were giving him some plaque or something, and what he did for, it could have been like the Presidential Medal of Honor or something like that. Because I guess it was like a hard problem to solve back in the day or something. I mean, with side rolls, freaking every problem's hard to solve. But Yoder, I don't know if you guys heard me talking about, I don't know if you guys are listening last night to me and Dre's talking about sunsets.
Briefly, yeah, I couldn't tune in.
3,959 mile mirror ball, right? So
Yeah.
the difference in the sunset, the difference in the size of the sun when the sun is touching the horizon would be about, I think it said 12%, but that was at 6 feet. If you're at 69 meters, which is about 220 feet, when you saw the sun touch the horizon, you wouldn't be able to see its reflection. There'd be no reflecting surface. So it's basically you'd have a path, you'd have an optical path to the sun, but the point that would have to be the angle that would reflect to your eye, that place, which is 30 miles away or whatever, that does not have an optical path to the sun.
Yeah, that's right. Because it's on the backside of the curve from the sun.
Yes, exactly. So this is actually a test that could, if I spoke Spanish, we do got someone that speaks Spanish. Hola, Amy. Because they give tours, and part of some of the people that do the tours down there, they do, like, drone shit. We just get down we
Hmm.
just like, "Hey, bro, find a 37-mile stretch. We need a water horizon. We need you to pick the drone up 69 meters at sunset and just film, like, the last 5 minutes of sunset till the sun is
That's brilliant.
completely gone."
That's brilliant. That's the kind of proposal that Dr. Shiva needed to hear a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
Not
no doubt.
this INS, complicated mousetrap, or ILS rather. The ILS, great idea. Okay, yeah, you got narrow beam radars. You got narrow radar beams over like 80 miles. Cool, but something tangible and something explainable and understandable by the common man is what's needed here.
I think it's understandable, but I don't think it's, like, doable. I mean, you
The
can
drone
do it,
thing?
yeah, but I just think that it's too convoluted for, like, what the purpose I guess my envision of what the purpose would be is to something simple, you know what nothing like, we need to go get an airplane, we need to get a freaking electronic distance measurement system, and you know what I mean? It's like fucking it's too
Yeah.
technology laden, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the ILS is, yeah. But the drone thing I think is great. Particularly if you can
You
see
don't
the
even technically need a
distant
drone
marker.
because there's mountains outside of the salt flats themselves. So
Oh,
you could just go to the far eastern side of the salt flats, climb some of the hills over there, and just look west and wait. It's 86 miles across that way. It's an 86-mile
wow.
stretch. So from 800 feet, the horizon's 37 miles away on the globe. So
Wow.
that's an 87-mile stretch. You'll say, well, it's mountains in the way or any other thing.
Bonus if you could have an observer on the ground 37 miles away from the mountains with like a infrared camera and zoom in on the base of the mountain at the same
They'd be
time.
like, so I came with a different answer than ChatGPT or not or Gemini. I used the Gemini 3.0. Seems like I've only did it for this, so I don't know if you got a chance to fiddle with it.
A bit.
People on the internet are hyping it. Well, people on YouTube are hyping it, but they're the channels that hype any freaking thing that comes around because they're trying to
Yeah.
get
I'm
clicks.
not convinced it's that great right now.
So, so Indio, if 24/7 is going to be branded, wouldn't it be good to start like putting together like an interview crew, like to actually start doing what I was saying, like envisioning, getting a few people that are elected to go interview some folks and to have this discussion kind of more openly, like with I don't know, top officials of whoever that we choose, and
um,
then yeah, you got that, and then you got like the observation crew that goes out and does tests. Like, you know what I mean? I think if we start doing those kinds of things, it's a signal that the 24/7 is not just a brand, but it's a movement. It's a like people are gonna want to join in and take part of it. So I don't know, man. I think that it can be a lot bigger than what we imagine it being, but we do have to come together and like start formalizing in some way.
yeah, yeah.
Because I think we're
I
better. We're
agree.
better than we're better than what we've like, dude. I'm telling you, like Glowbusters and all that. Like we're way past those guys.
Oh, they were left in the dust a long time ago. I mean, we're
I don't know.
horrible self promoters. That's our problem.
Yeah, that's what it is, dude.
We need a
It's
fucking
it's
marketing team.
yeah. Yeah, because if you're opening up the server that way, that's just a signal of like, okay, now it's go time. We're gonna have to start getting out on social media. Like it's a different take.
Well,
We're
here
doing
it
it
is.
we're doing it our way. Not like
As far as
yeah.
as far as like the discoverable server thing, so I looked yesterday and type in flat Earth, you get 3 servers. one is feminist flat Earth server. You don't have to take that seriously. Then there's the something flat Earth Discord, maybe, and there's like 3,000 people. But there's one called the official flat Earth server. That's got like 13,000 people, which is like 2,000 more people than when we talked about it. Like those motherfuckers are not overtaking us, dude. Hell no. Because people are getting those I'm banned from that one of those servers because they're bullshit servers. They're Glober servers. The flat Earth. Come chill
Yeah,
with like-minded conspiracy nuts without fear of being silenced.
yeah. We need better marketing though to actually start putting the voice out, the word out.
Feminist
I
Flat
think that's
Earth
all we
Center.
need.
Feminist Discord. No ban, mute community. Debate channels. They got 3,000 members. Now, the official Flat Earth Discord. Join the Flat Earth Discord. Discuss, debate, explore the mysteries of our world, shape all viewpoints. Welcome. And of course, what's their icon, right? Disc in space with the fucking moon above it, right? All of them space this shit, except for the flat Earth one. But that gives it away in the goddamn title. That I can't let that shit stand. I'm sorry. So Friday. I'll make our server discoverable just to make sure there's no objections. I don't think there's gonna be, but I like being cautious about shit like that because I can't predict the consequences. I mean, the consequence could be nothing. I'm just saying all the traffic that they get in all those other discords, because you know what people do. They click on, oh, here's a bunch of discords on the same topic. I'm going to click on the biggest one, right?
Yep.
And it's partial test. I want to know if we're being throttled. So now our level of people that like join every day is probably around 25 to 50. So now if that doubles, triples, goes up by a factor of 10, even if they're trolls, I'll be able to tell if people are joining and leaving at the same time in the same number. Because that's pretty much what happens is whatever amount of people join, same amount of people leave. And then when I look at what accounts leave, I can't actually look at those accounts and see like when they joined the server, how long they've been on. But it's just really weird that, you know, some days are like 150 people. Like 150 people join, 150 people to leave. That makes no fucking sense. Day after day after day. That like
Yeah.
how are like the number like it's real like a bit like fluctuated. Like one day it's like 25 join and then 100 leave and then 100 join and 25 leave. But it's almost exactly an even number. I've been tracking this for quite a while now, a couple of years. We ain't that lucky. We ain't flipping heads every day for fucking goddamn 2 years.
Yeah, like these servers that we join, they should be only like good for a little bit of foot traffic, but the home server should be the main event. Like we should actually be focusing on growing that and then being there instead of like having to be in these away servers that we've been on.
Yeah,
It's
these away
good.
servers just be to get people on the main server, but we're like chilling here, which is cool to a degree.
Yeah.
But we need to be like fucking Starship Troopers. Do you want to know more? And fucking drag them to the home server.
A good bug is a dead bug.
You
Yeah,
can also be more provocative, right? Like, are there aliens on a flat Earth? Fucking do bullshit
yeah,
they're interested in, right?
yeah. Dude. I'm saying like it's gonna be awesome once we reignite the fires in there.
Ghosts can't exist on a globe.
So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna probably have to go through all the mod list and the gold list and the silver list and see like who's who and who's doing what. Once everything gets back up again.
Yeah. How the fuck? If you're a ghost, dude, How do you not just go up into space? You don't have gravity making you follow the curve of the Earth. You're a fucking ghost. How do ghosts work on a globe?
Yep. And the merch possibility, because I made a T-shirt with a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the back, and it had hoax in the front. But doing live streams with like merch, to like symbolize the brand, kind of put the brand out there. I wouldn't mind doing streams for 24/7
Now, how
like
are we
that.
going to distribute the funds, though? That's fucking. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah, but I mean,
I actually. This is very weird.
bro.
You're talking about this because I was thinking about this morning, like about this exactly what you're talking about, and like,
Yeah.
I'm like fucking money, dude. Money just changes motherfuckers, bro.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah,
not
I
even talking
know.
about like getting money. Just like as soon as money is involved, people become fucking suspicious and like you're fucking stealing the money, you're taking the money, you're after the money. Like,
Yeah.
just
Well,
fucking hate that shit, man.
but here's the thing, though, man. It could still be a movement, and any organization, anything, doesn't matter what it is. It takes money. Like, it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah,
No, you
I
can't
know.
go from zero to like hero and not have any money involved. Like, just everything free. It's not the way the world works, bro. It doesn't work that way. And it's an ideal, it's a dream. If somebody thinks, oh, it doesn't have to be about money. Like, dude, how are you going to get like a production crew? How are you going if you're serious about doing this, it's going to cost money. Like, that's
I
a,
think we've proved our integrity at this point after freaking
yeah,
this long.
like, there doesn't need to be like, oh, is Indio going to be just grifting? Like, dude, that's bullshit, dude. Like, just people want to do that to keep you down, bro. That's the kind of shit people say. And then
Only
meanwhile,
I'm gonna steal the money is you. You'll never see me again when I steal the money.
no,
It's a big fucking
meanwhile, dude,
pile.
all these other companies are like growing really quickly because they know how to like adapt to a business model. And meanwhile, we're not be able to move because we're not about the money, So it's like, it's stupid, dude. I think at some point, people have to grow up, dude.
He's a flat.
Sorry, I get upset about that because like all that talk about, well, we're not doing money. Well, dude, if you want to have really nice like videos and things to put out, it's gonna cost some money, dude, somewhere.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it takes
First,
time,
he's
bro. Like
flat.
you can't. Huh? Say that again.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, he's flat.
Okay, thanks, Captain Obvious. Yeah, we know. How do
Are
you
you
know?
whispering or ASMR or what's one of them?
After he's freaking jacking off his mic.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, the thing is, yeah, if you want good production quality, man, that's the thing. Like time is money. There's no doubt about
yeah.
that.
But everybody's gonna be sitting back and like, yeah, I don't know how you're gonna get the money, but maybe you can do a GoFundMe or something. And it's like, I don't know, man.
Look at what we're against, dude. Like fucking, I don't know.
That's
gotta
why I
think
feel
like
some
that.
kind of
Some
way
of the
about that,
videos,
man.
if you type flat Earth on YouTube or whatever, you get so you get like Jake Paul. They got like fucking. They probably had like $100,000 production budget for their
Yeah,
fucking goddamn videos.
we could be good like that good if people weren't just like so worried about that. You know, they're like, oh well, we got away from the globalist economy, so we don't want to be like those guys.
No, well, that's not my
Like,
attitude. I just don't. I know internet communities, and they tend to rot from the inside. You know what I mean? They cannibalize themselves, and when you involve money, that's just like gasoline on the flame.
well,
That's
I
just
think
been my
about it like this,
attitude
man.
because I don't. It's more personal. It has nothing to do with the money itself. It has to do with like human nature. You know, it's not like it's not about the money. Me being against money. Me being it's nothing like that. It's just that. I mean, at this point, I'm not worried about it. I know all you guys. I know you guys. Like, I mean, I don't know you guys. There's like $10 million in the fucking account somewhere. I know I could trust you. I know I could trust you. You know, there's certain people I'd have no problem with trusting. Give them the keys to that shit. Uh, I'm just saying is that just money. I've seen a lot of internet. I've been on the internet a long time and watched a lot of communities just fucking implode on bullshit that had nothing even to do with money. And I can only imagine adding money to it.
Yeah, there needs to be a way that it gets kind of regulated by a council or something. You know what I mean? So it's not just like
Yeah.
one guy one guy's just hoarding it all somewhere and like he's got the say so for it all. You know, it needs to be kind of like, I mean, for lack of better words, democratized. You know, like you gotta.
I was I was part of a 9/11 community, and it was like an internet forum. I can't remember what the fucking name was now. I'm fucking senile as fuck, bro.
India, what's the crypto word for it? Like when you have a bunch of people together and you want to like vote on something. Right?
Consensus?
Yeah, it's consensus, right? But it's like there's a specific token like you're a part of, and then you that token being a part of that, like or owning that token, gives you a say
Like a
so, like a portion.
like a voting right? Like a voting right or
Yeah,
something?
like a voting right. Yeah,
They got tokens
that's
that
a
do that shit?
yeah. There is. It's like having skin in the game. You know, people aren't just talking shit; they're actually invested in this. Like it's an investment, like a stock. You know, you buy the stock
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah. That's actually probably a pretty good idea. I mean, you could probably, if it's not already been done, which it probably has.
yeah. There's a crypto version of that though.
All payments go into this fucking pool that's in this crypto.
Yeah,
And just you have a bunch of beneficiaries pay dividends, whatever. Well, obviously, some subset of that's going to be dedicated to actual productive
yeah.
enterprise instead of paying people out.
That's why I'm telling you, dude. Crypto has the way to do this. Like, it would be the best way to forward. Like, you could get like some sort of cryptocurrency and have that be the way that people contribute to this, and then it gives them
Anyway,
the voting right and a say so. And you know what?
let me tell you about this 9/11 forum. Like, it was never talked about money, nothing like that. Okay, so it was an internet forum. It was on a fucking, I think, I can't remember the name. I can't remember any. This is way back in like 2003, 2004. Anyway, it's a very popular 9/11 forum as far as like traffic. Even when all the other 9/11 shit, picked up and died, this shit was still fucking going. Something happened where the database got corrupted. And so that's how like it was partially corrupted or something happened and dude look for someone to fix it. So I'm like, I'll fix it. And like I got fucking put in this like email chain, and these motherfuckers were making bank off this forum, and they were all, and I got like saw all these emails of like they're all bullshit over it's down because they're making like mad fucking revenue off this website. And I had no idea that this was driving the shit. And it wasn't that they were shills or they were working for the government. It was just like their their priority switched, right? They went from fucking I got a 9 to 5 to fucking I'm making, 10,000 a month off a fucking website, fucking throwing ads at people. This website got a lot of traffic, and then, like, it just, like, kinda, like, opened my eyes to shit on the internet, like, kinda never know what's going on behind the scenes. Now, this is a little different, I guess. I'm just saying that was just a, like, fucking eye-opening experience.
Yeah, but if you involve a consensus mechanism, then that it
Yeah,
hits like
yeah.
its own. It's self regulates. You don't need to have like bodies of people trying to investigate or like a
I didn't
type of
expose
quality
them, which
control.
I could've. I didn't expose them because I just, like, walked away. I was just like I got some pretty goddamn good posts in that shit too. But I just walked away from it. The place that eventually died, I think it was called 911truth.org or something maybe. I don't think that was the name of it. Look at my old email. It was called No Planes or something.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. Web3 is the best place for this idea to actually blossom. That somebody has a better idea.
I think we need to consider hitting up other platforms, streaming to Instagram, TikTok, whatever.
%. I'd back that play all day long. Majority or the bulk of the normies are on TikTok, and I think YouTube has a lot of them, but I think X is a good way to like draw them in. TikTok.
Yeah, I'm not. My objection is not principle. It's just more practical. But you said you got a way to fucking, or you're aware of you can use in crypto to stop the fucking grift. That's perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, there's a
I mean, I thought about it many times.
ah,
Like, dude, we could do some. So one test I want to do. I want to do a high altitude fucking balloon with basically a 3D camera, right? But fucking
yeah,
with the cameras far apart, right? So you remember that Chinese freaking spy balloon a few years ago that they supposedly shot down with an F-35?
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so I had a giant gondola on it. So what you do is you take a camera on each end of the gondola and make a stereoscopic freaking image of the Earth. So the Earth would end up looking. So basically, what you're doing the same way a VR headset works, right? You make a giant what they call an interocular distance. It's a distance between each eye. So if you take this giant if you do a high altitude balloon and you separate them, the cameras, right, the left eye and the right eye far, it would be like having a large head, right? Basically, as if you were a giant looking at the Earth. If you put on 3D glasses or did it in the VR, like there's all sorts of ways to transform this. So This is one test that you'd be able to tell instantly if the surface of the Earth was curved if you could increase your eye separation, right? You know how they always say you're an ant on the beach ball. Okay, we're gonna make what it looks like to be not an ant, right? we're gonna we're gonna uh we're gonna increase the stereoscopic fucking range so that like you have um better ability to perceive depth because our depth perception is based upon how far our eyes are apart. The farther eyes are apart, you get better depth perception. So this is like just a trick you could do. Just it's not even a trick. It's a test, dude. Like they say, hey, you can see curvature there from high altitude. Okay, we're gonna take 120. We're gonna take a balloon. It's gonna go up to fucking 60,000 feet, and we're gonna create a fucking stereoscopic fucking image of the Earth. And you'll say, I'll take 3D glasses, and you could actually sell this, dude. You could sell 3D prints. You could sell the 3D environment. You could just run it in one of these ready-made freaking programs like in Unity or one of the other ones, even Unreal, I think they have these micro games, right? The games are only
Yeah,
like, a few megabytes.
Unreal Engine.
Yeah. But they're self-contained, right? Like you don't have to download a giant freaking program because it would only be just the viewport. All you're just doing is the 3D render viewport. Stereoscopically. Like I said, you could use 3D glasses. You could use a VR headset. You'd even be able to make if you had a whole bunch of data points, you could actually make the entire 3D environment. Now that's a whole nother way you can add cameras, right? So we can add cameras and actually make by combining, if you know the angles and all the directions the cameras are pointing, you can reconstruct the 3D image by just making an array of cameras. So there's a whole bunch of shit you can do. Like, and it's like it's silly. There's technologically driven shit. There's non-technologically driven shit that you can do. It's like, but yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, AB. It's like, where's the funding for this?
Exactly that. The type of mechanism, I think it's called delegated proof of stake. I was looking it up. I'm not sure if that's the exact mechanism that I was talking about, but it's similar to that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
But I'm saying though, because people are mainly concerned about the whole idea that it becomes a grift. That if you need money for things like production value, you're gonna have to get it from a pool somewhere. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, like this
just
balloon
how things
project
is, man.
it wouldn't even cost like my understanding is when Mr. Drive and Survive did the balloon thing. It cost them $900 to do a single balloon. The helium, the cost of the balloon, everything together was $900. Now, mind you, this is 5 years ago, so it probably, I guess, with inflation, maybe like $1,300, $1,400. But we're gonna need
Yeah.
like a couple balloons. We're gonna need something to stabilize it with. It's gonna have to be thought out. So I would say the price would probably be like 10 G's, and this is probably an overestimate. 10 G's in cost, the material cost, and then the labor. It's probably fucking 150 hours of labor between the design and the construction and all that stuff, troubleshooting, setting it up, all that stuff. No, it might be over $10,000 because I'm gonna want to use good fucking cameras. I could just use 45 millimeters. Those are fucking good cameras. How am I getting 45 millimeter? They make any autofocus film cameras? Well, I mean, like I said, like, dude, like this is just one idea. That's just one idea. I mean, anybody else? I said this shit 5 years ago. I was talking about this in the live stream with Riggs and other people years ago. That look, There's a lot of people because this is back when like Ranty and all these people, hey, give me freaking money. I'm gonna go buy, a computer to stream on the internet. And people are giving them money, and that's fine. They can do what they want. But I was like, dude, we should just like do GoFundMe's for specific projects. Like, hey,
Yeah.
this is the task we want to do. I'm not saying
Well,
necessarily use GoFundMe, but that's the idea, right?
yeah. Well, I
Funds
was
for
gonna say,
specific projects.
Andy, I was gonna say that with crypto, you don't need to worry about banks and limits and all that. Crypto is whatever you like have in there. So crypto can move at like essentially you have like a Swiss bank in your pocket. You can have any amount of crypto in your pocket right now, and that can be transferred. So it doesn't need to. You don't need to, call Bank of America and tell them to up your limit, or wait for banks to kind of give you the okay. You can just donate. Like there's no, you get me? There's no red tape.
Is
So
there any
it's
way we can like make a list of like say 5 tests, and then when people donate, right? Say like whatever you donate,
yeah,
like say 70% is going to go to the test of your choice, and you can just check a box
yeah.
and like this is where I want my money, or 30% to this one, 20% to this one, 10% to that one. You know what I'm saying?
You can build a contract that actually has all the stipulations that you'd like to see within the currency. So when
Well, just
things
give the
get
people
done, like
choice, dude, because like people might have confidence in one experiment, and some of these tests might be like Hail Marys, basically, as in the odds of it going bad are high, whereas others are more solid as in for the execution of it. Because you could do the hot air balloon test and you fly it up and the fucking gondola breaks or the balloon pops, or you know what I mean? Like so something can go wrong and they'll have invested a bunch of money in a test that fails. Like I'd like people to be able to like you assess the risk of each task, right? And then give it like a score and then let people be able to choose where their money goes. Maybe they're high risk people, maybe they're low risk people. You know, I would like to go, that would be badass, dude. I think.
That's why you want to include those probabilities in your tests. Like you
yeah,
said, the balloon pops. You want to protect your materials, your cameras, and those things, and have multiple balloons because you want to expect that the first and second balloon will just pop middle way.
yeah.
Yeah,
We need
there's a
somebody. We need.
possibility I want to use hydrogen instead of helium, then the cost of that and the danger associated with that. But you get like something like 12% more lift with hydrogen than helium,
Yeah, you'd have to
and
ensure
it's
that there's a
cheaper.
committee. You'd have to ensure there's a committee with an oversight for all this. These type of arrangements, man. Like
Oh, like
obviously,
a committee with like 10 flat earthers and 10 MIT scientists that are all going to collaborate together like that.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, that would be
Yeah.
the way.
That's what
That would
Shiva
be
said he was going to do. That being sarcastic too, being facetious, because
well.
Shiva said that's what he was doing, that he was going to get 10 flat earthers and 10 MIT Harvard physicists and engineers, and they're all going to agree on one test. And then they were going to pair up, and the flat earther and the physicist were going to do their own version of that test. And that's what everybody was going to do. And then they were all going to take all the data they all collected from that one test and then figure it out, right? But now instead we got Shiva, McToon, some other guy. Fuck, dude.
Of the firm. So
Yep.
we
So yeah,
Just
man. That's
fucking
what I've
aggravating.
been thinking about, like moving forward. Because yeah, it's time, dude. It is time.
Well, dude, New Year's coming up, 2026. Dude, we laid the groundwork. All the foundations were laid. All the brick is there. It's fucking earthquake proof. It's hurricane proof. Well, it's time to build a fucking skyscraper.
I'm thinking we need to get our heads together about like talking about making a contract. Get that contract solid so that you have everything in it what you want, what you want to see, like especially if you're going to plan for things like what you just mentioned, like high risk projects and that sort of thing. And then people will be able to like know what they're putting into. There'd be like a roadmap, white paper, everything.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like an actual. I mean, that gets people to donate when you got your shit together. When you actually have a place
Yep,
to go. Some people want to get in the car with you. You know what I'm saying? But
exactly
when you're
that.
like, I'm gonna just willy like Ranty and Jaron and all these guys, right? They like I shouldn't single out Ranty. I was just thinking of him because he was always grifting for money, saying he was doing this, that, and the other thing, and never did it. Right? They had no direction with their tests. There was no like end goal on what they were doing. Same with FB Core, to be honest, is that yeah, they put in a lot of work. I'm not going to take that away from 'em, but there was really no direction on where they were trying to get to. Like, yeah, you do all these tests and what? I shouldn't say that. I actually take it back. Their goal was to get something published in the field. They were trying to get something published within the field of geomatic information services, like surveying and geodesy and all that crap. They're trying to get something published in that field. That was their end goal. Because I actually, it started saying at the end that we're not talking to any more freaking Cobras. We're not debating this anymore. We're just gonna try and we're only gonna deal with people that that are in the field, that are like in the so-called scientific field of geodesy and geographic information services. We're not going to deal with, because you remember what they said. We're testing the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid, and they did all that
Yep.
shit right. Then you have some fucking bonehead coming in here. They didn't use the right model of refraction. Shut up, bro. You're
Yeah,
fucking punching way out of your weight class, dude. You're fucking flyweight
yeah.
trying to punch the super heavyweights.
We already talked about that a long time ago. It's time to
And
yeah.
like you're punching into the dude's belt buckle. Like what the fuck? I gotta step away for a
Uh,
second. I'll be back.
India. I'm sorry.
Oh, if it's quick, I can deal with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what about tests with a long tube, with a matte material or absorbing light material, like that paint that absorbs light, black paint, and a long straight tube? We make sure that it is a straight tube, and you make an observation, a long distance observation. There will be no way they will claim refraction, that the image was refracted up and it's straightened inside the tube. Because if it is light bending, it will bend inside the tube and it won't reach the lens of the camera at
Yeah, I
the end
agree.
of the tube.
Yeah, I agree. And
That would be that
I
would
might be
be
able to do this test myself. I know where to do it. So
that would be cheaper, in my opinion. Just a long tube, you paint it with that light absorbing paint, that black
yeah,
paint. So you
we can
make
just
sure
buy
that
black.
the
You
light,
can buy black PVC. So like, take like a black plastic tube. You can just buy black, um, like plumbing tube instead of
yeah,
white. You just buy black. But you would want to be matte. It might be shiny a little bit inside. But if you're zoomed
no,
all the way, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
it doesn't need to be shiny, because you just want to
No,
take
you don't
away
want it to be
that.
shiny. I'm just saying it might be
Exactly.
too shiny on the inside.
Exactly, because you want to take away that ability of bouncing light from that from the inside surface of that tube.
You could
So
use
you
carbon
don't.
black, right? You could just fucking
Yeah,
pour charcoal through it, right? And fucking just
yeah,
coat the inside. Then they can't
yeah,
say nothing about frickin' reflecting light.
at all. And the refraction will be dismissed also, because you want to be able to say that the light is bending inside the tube. So is it spiraling inside the tube, like making a spiral to hit the camera at the end of the tube? Let's say that the tube is what, 10 meters would be enough.
The tube, you got to get it so that the end, when you're all the way zoomed out, that it takes up the whole the hole that you're gonna see all the way at the end. You gotta be able to zoom in so that's even with the camera frame,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
I actually have a place to do this. It's gonna sound crazy, but there's a place on Revere Beach. Like so you come out of the train station and you have to go upstairs. It like goes over. They built this so it goes over the railroad tracks. So you go up, and at the top there's a bar, but it's an outdoor bar. And during the winter, obviously they don't use the outdoor bar, but you can set that up on their outdoor bar. It's like fucking. It's probably like. Let me think for a second. It's at least 15 feet long. So it's probably like 3-4 meters long that you can just set it up. And obviously it's level, right? You can just set this up on the bar and you got a view of the ocean from about 100 feet above sea level.
yeah. That
That would
would
be
be nice.
perfect. Plus you could go
Yeah,
down. You can go down to 15 feet above sea level, and they got pavilions where you could rest this like 10 feet, like it'd be like 15 feet above sea level. And then you could go right down to this because it's the ocean, right? You're gonna have waves and shit. So if you're right at the sea level, the waves are gonna screw everything up.
yeah. If there
You know,
is some waves, they will just create obstruction.
yeah, and then you won't be able to so you're gonna have to be a little bit above sea level. I the reason I like this place is because you can do it at 2 elevations pretty much at the same time that are in a line to each other. You know what I mean? I'll actually show you the spot on Google Maps.
Yeah, I actually found what I was thinking about. It's called a Dow deal.
What? A DAO? What is
Yeah,
that?
decentralized autonomous organization. When you get time, when you're done talking to Necro, that's actually what I was talking about earlier. Delegated proof of stake is another method, but a DAO is what I really meant. It works like in market token. Is using this.
Hold on a second, Necros. I'm just taking a couple screenshots.
Yeah, take your time. I already have a video with one test like that, but
I've
unfortunately,
seen the John D one. The one in Brighton. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't remember if it was by John D. I'll verify that. Let me see. It was a tube, but metallic tube, but unfortunately there was no coating inside, so you can claim the reflection, you can claim anything. So
So the first image I drew an arrow. So that thing, that brown thing, that's a bar. That's a wooden bar, like a wooden surface, a wooden table, basically a giant wooden table. I don't know how long it is.
yeah,
but
I
it's
see it.
fucking long. It's long. It's obviously it's long. It's as long as that little building there. So I could set up the tube right on top of that, and in the second image is my view, like what it would be out to sea. Now, what I can do, so this is probably like 100 feet above sea level at this location. You go downstairs, and then you're at the level of the beach. I can set up in one of these pavilions, or even in this circle, and also see this circle's like a little. It's nothing. It's just like they made like a little circle thing. You could set up there. That would probably be like 20 feet above sea level, and then like it would be on the same line of sight. So if something's out there, ship, whatever, then you can compare both of them. I actually have an infrared P1000. I haven't had a chance to test yet. So I definitely want to do this.
And
Exactly
yeah,
what you said.
I just found the video, and it was John D. It was by John D.
Because the longer the tube is, the more parallel the rays have to be.
Correct.
You're excluding more light.
Yeah.
And he didn't use like a super zoom camera. What does it even say what kind of camera he used? What was his zoom level on his lens?
Mm.
Do you
It
know?
was a Nikon P5 510.
Yeah, but it didn't say like the zoom level of the lens, like how far it is. It like 40 times zoom, 20 times zoom? Because the farther the zoom, the longer you can make the tube.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you got a P1000, I think it's 120 times zoom. So I could probably make the tube almost 2 times longer than what he used. He used probably like a 20-foot pipe. I could probably use a 40-foot pipe. Right? And then you can calculate, right? You
It
can
was
calculate the angle.
The pipe was 2.5 meters.
Yeah, I could probably go 5 meters.
That would be nice. That would be really nice.
Yeah, and like I said, you can
It-
calculate the maximum diverging angle, right? So it's like the size of the opening to the opposite corner in the pipe, right? So both ways. So that would be like the max, and very sparse rays would actually be in that angle. But I'm just saying, most of the light would have to be nearly exactly parallel.
Yeah,
Hey,
correct.
Indio,
It will just debunk their refraction. What did they say about refraction?
Yeah, that's bending
Normal
light.
refraction or normal refraction or standard refraction. Yeah, the standard refraction model that they have.
hey, Indio, I sent it to you in your DM, so when you get a chance.
Okay, I'll be right back though. Freaking, I got to do something.
What's up? Okay. On the road again? $20 cups. What's up, man? Necros, Batman. What's going on, Batman?
Yo, brother.
Over
Good
fences.
morning
What's
to
going
you.
on? Good morning. Stark. Yeah, Indio's thinking about turning that server on discovery mode now. So the server is going to be noticed by people who are looking for flat Earth content on Discord. So when they type into discovery, flat Earth, ours is going to probably be the first one. Well, it will be actually. So that means more traffic for us.
Yeah, because when you research flat Earth Discord, the first one you get is a clickbait, and it turns out that it is a flat Earth server, but it is a anti-flat Earth. There is some globers, and the majority are just kids.
Yeah, so now hopefully doing this is going to actually drive more foot traffic for the home server so that we can now kind of wean off of the away servers like this one in politics. And it will just be in the main server. These are good for like the outlets every now and again, like events. Four more hours, huh? They'll fly by. Welcome to the room.
Thanks, bud.
Hey, you're back.
Yeah. You have tacos yesterday?
Yeah, nah, I didn't have my tacos.
Man, I gotta say if you had any leftovers.
Yo, what are you slinging gas cans over here in Council Bluffs?
Yeah. About 6 miles away.
How many stops you got?
Um, 20. Already
20
done
stops.
5 of them. Mostly like gas stations and grocery stores and mom and pop shops.
Your forearm strength must be like pretty tough by now.
I don't even want never thought I would be. But at this age, stronger than I've ever been. Oh man.
Yeah, we both are, man. Welcome to the room.
Welcome to the room. Welcome to the room. Sup, El Boricua?
One 800 truck record. Visit monsterlaw.com.
So what'd you say?
I said, what's up, baby? Sorry.
Chilling, man. You got something else coming over the top of you when you open up your mic. Welcome. Welcome back.
Too scary, bro.
What's that, lads?
You're too scary.
I know. What are you up to, lads?
I'm just chilling on break at work. I'm outside right now, so sorry if it's a little noisy. You doing all right, bro?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, man, getting over this like nasal sickness that I've been on. Upper respiratory type of stuff. Just lingering now.
You need some sopa de fideo.
Damn, dude. Are you Latino?
No, my girl is though.
No.
Yeah. Tell them Spanish for the folks, you know?
Word. Sopa de fideo. Man, that hits hard.
Oh, yeah, that stuff is good, man. It'll clear out anything that's stuck in your nose.
Yeah, it does do that. You probably have access to it if you're in like the southern states.
Are you not in the southern states or west side?
No. I'm up here
Oh,
in the
man.
Midwest, dude. I'm out of place, bro.
Oh,
I'm up here in Iowa.
I'm chilling over here in Vegas, so.
Oh, you're in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Everybody wants to be in Vegas, bro. Or not Vegas, California.
I was gonna say it's nothing special over here.
You're kind of safeguarded away from like cold weather though, where you're at.
I think the lowest, oh, so sorry about that. I think the lowest it gets is probably like 40s, it's like high 40s, maybe low 50s.
Vegas would be the spot to be if you're trying to like go chill like during the wintertime.
I mean, it still gets a little chilly, but yeah, not too crazy. Yeah, I was sharing this with the folks last night. I'm gonna post something up in the side chat. This is my favorite side chat clip I've ever gotten ever. If you want to take a look at it.
Okay. Earth is a cloud. Okay. I blame it all on Daisy Perry.
What?
Yeah, I kind of figured it'd be a man's voice.
Yo, what the
What did I do?
the most
What did I do?
unexpected? Bro.
No, it's common.
Why'd you say you blame it all on me? What did I do?
Yeah, you're the guy that says that the Earth is a globe.
You remember me?
Yeah, I do. From last time.
Yeah, you remember
You
me.
know, maybe the picture does match. No, no, no.
My mic, like low key, it looks a little loud.
Nah, it's all right.
Anyway, continue.
You know, we were just looking at this guy, and I had said stuff in the side chat. I said, if every time you looked up and you saw a cloud, does that make the Earth a cloud? He said yes. Look at the people championing the globe right now.
Alaskan Malamute, welcome.
Oh, that's T. What's up, dude?
You are AV?
Yeah, you know, just checking the pulse, checking the vibe.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I'm working at the moment. Just jumping in to listen.
Working? No, we can't have that, bro. This is a no work environment. I'm just kidding.
You have a job? Ew. Fuck off.
What's wrong with having a job? It's good. It keeps
It's
you
fucking
occupied.
disgusting, bro.
Yeah. Daisy Perry's generation makes money online, social media, and
I
that.
know, right, bro?
They
I
basically
make
kind of.
OnlyFans.
I don't know about all that.
But anyways, having a job. Oh my god, just hearing that word makes me want to.
Yeah,
I
he
bet.
likes mooching off the government. You know,
Like, bro, like, keep your jobs away.
Yeah.
Earth is too flat for the jobs, okay?
We got Abanob. Join us. Abanob, welcome.
Hello, hi, good morning. How's everyone doing?
Are there any round earthers here?
Mano, yeah, Mano y Mano, and
Yes,
let's see.
Can y'all like argue or something? I really want to hear an argument right now.
Okay, you wanna hear argument about what?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah,
an
he wants.
argument about
Yeah,
No, I just
if
want
you
to hear
can.
two people argue.
Well, hold on. Let me
Huh?
tell him.
You
If
want
you can,
people
if
to
you can,
argue? Is that a
listen, bro.
fetish?
Yeah, hold on, dude. If you're able to tell us that the Earth is a globe and provide evidence verbally, then yeah, go for it.
Who, me?
No, your friend.
Oh, my bad. That was a little bit egotistical of me.
Oh, never mind. He just left.
Hey, Master Yoder, you should look. Oh, wait, can you even hear us?
He's deafened.
Oh, well. What about F.E. Batman?
He's here, but he's not usually at his mic most times.
What about Stark?
Stark is here, but often at times doesn't get on the mic. I don't know. You might want to. He might. I don't know.
Man, I cannot troll this this little community right here. I love the Flat Earth community. You guys are just so chill. I can't do anything here.
Yeah, if there was a lot of stuff going on, probably it'd make more sense.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear an argument. I cannot troll on this, bruh. I'll just do this. There we go.
Jesus. Welcome to the room, Astral.
Welcome.
Hola, buenos dias.
Damn, buenos dias, man. How you been?
I've been doing well.
That's good. Is that car?
It was. It is.
Hopefully you're having a good day at work, sir.
Yeah, so far. Yeah. Actually, I'm just getting here, so, and it's a muddy mess. Yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, it's rainy over here too.
Hello.
Welcome. Do you have any questions about the topic of the room?
Another aspect of autonomy, when you have a small group going off into the frontier, and this has to do with the skill set that you have. You can't train the crew for every little nitnoid thing you could possibly think of. What you need are basic skills, basic mechanical, electrical, uh, operational skills, using scientific apparatus, using machinery. And you have these basic skills, and then you apply those to the situation or the job that is presented before you. And an example of this might be you understand how to use an optical microscope. And somewhere along the mission, you might be presented with a contrast interference microscope. Principles are basically the same. It's got to have a few more knobs on it. But if you know how to use a standard light microscope, you can rapidly figure out how to use this contrast interference microscope. And with the help of a little just-in-time training, and these are short video clips that we're currently using on Space Station, where 3 to 5 minute video clip will show you the equipment, show you the essential knobs and what they do, with the understanding that you already know how to set up, say, critical sample illumination on the substage condenser of a microscope. If you already know how to do that, then all you need to do is point out a few extra knobs and maybe an extra iris diaphragm to get everything adjusted correctly. And it might only take a 3-minute video to point out the differences between this unique microscope that you happen to have versus the ones that you are used to using. And this is referred to as just-in-time training. Another example would be understanding different types of fasteners and how to torque them and what the driving head is for the fastener. And you may be used to an Allen head fastener or a Torx fastener or a torque-headed fastener, and maybe there's some absolute new fastener that you've never seen before, and it shows up on your spaceflight hardware. It doesn't take much additional training, having the skill of dealing with those other fasteners to figure out how to use the new fastener. So having a broad skill base for these essential tasks that are going to be done on this mission in the frontier is essential, and detailed training for every little nitnoid thing you could possibly think of is not going to be the way to design robust missions. With crew autonomy and the skill set required to do long duration missions into the frontier, we don't know exactly what every single little detail is going to be for the crews to work, but we know what the fundamental skill sets are going to be. And this is something that we need to work on in crew training to make sure that everybody has these skill sets that can be applied to specific circumstances as needed, with possibly just a little bit of additional training that you could get, you can garner from one of these just-in-time videos. And this is something that, with good managerial practice, you can warp the astronaut corps into a highly honed skill set group of folks, roaring and ready to charge out into the universe.
Stop. Different one. Okay, all the way there. That's spot.
I was just looking out the window. And our atmosphere on edge, it's this thin blue line. And that's all that separates us from the vacuum of space. Selfie, selfie. I couldn't help but wonder, how did our atmosphere get here?
Huh?
How did it
Good.
evolve through geologic time?
Yeah, they
And
just
here
need this rate. I don't
is
even
what
know
is
what they
known.
need it for this
Now,
section.
one of the
but
things
they
that's
need
known is I'm using the latest NASA graphics here. These graphics are so good they make things look like they're handwritten. And this is a plot of geologic time from then until now. And here's Earth. And this is pressure, atmospheric pressure. And Earth has one atmosphere. By definition, it's kind of like measuring the length of a foot based on whoever happens to be king for the moment, right? So Earth, by definition, has one atmosphere. But Venus, our nearest neighbor, 100 atmospheres pressure. And Mars, 1/100th of an atmosphere pressure. So we know in the here, in the now, for rocky Earth-like planets, you can have atmospheric pressures much greater than what we have and much less than what we have. And for the case of Mars, we know there are mechanisms to lose atmospheric pressure. What about back then? There's not a whole lot in the geologic record dealing with atmosphere. Geologic record preserves all kinds of other fascinating things about Earth and its evolution, but atmosphere seems to be missing. So what is done is they assume the Earth started off day one with a Venus-like atmosphere. And this is actually a decent assumption based on the fact that we don't know what the atmosphere really was. And what about in between then and now? And again, there's almost nothing in the geologic record, scant evidence for our atmospheric pressure. So you could draw almost any line you wanted. Now there is evidence, proxy evidence in the geologic record for atmospheric composition, but pressure is different from the composition. And if you're interested in the pressure, there's not much evidence. So what is done? You use sound principles of chemistry and principles of geophysics, and you come up with the following curve. You find that with a Venus-like atmosphere, the pressure will rapidly decrease over geologic time, maybe 100 million years. And then it levels off, and by the time there were wide-scale, large creatures walking around, it's taken that Earth's total atmospheric pressure is essentially unchanged from today. So what about other clues to the past? Is there something else that you might be able to use as a proxy? Not to actually tell you what the number was, but something that you could infer what our atmosphere might have done as a function of time. And this took me to prehistoric creatures that might infer something about our prehistoric atmosphere. And the creatures are pterosaurs, giant pterosaurs. These were humongous. Some of them had wingspans half that of a 737. Giant flying creatures. And there's many varieties. These are pterodons, drawn to scale using exact NASA measurements. And you can see the pterodons were human size. But look at the Quetzalcoatlus. This is a large creature, 50-foot wingspans, 250 up to 300 pounds. These were creatures, flying creatures larger than human beings. So what is known about these? Well, in the literature, there's all kinds of scientific papers published specifically about pterosaurs, their biomechanics, their metabolics, their aerodynamic parameters, how they could possibly fly, or maybe their flightlessness. Then, if you look in the here and now, we've got birds, and birds are fascinating to study, and there's literally dozens of books written about bird flight, and then hundreds and hundreds of papers, scientific papers, engineering papers, talking about bird flight. And a common thread in all this literature is that these huge pterosaurs were too big to fly. Too big to fly. And what is assumed is that these were opportunistic flyers, that they were soaring creatures. They would sit on top of a cliff, and they'd wait till thermals were to develop. They'd wait for winds to blow, and then they could jump off and fly. And this is a perfectly sound assumption if you can't figure out how they could have flown in the first place. Now, this cartoon shows the crux of why they're too big to fly. You have power plotted against body mass. And there's two important curves. One is the power for flight. And this is taken from the literature from these things called great flight diagrams, where people have measured powers and stall speeds and all these things from the tiniest of bird to the largest of bird. And then when you add human-made machines, airplanes and things, these curves are extensible all the way up to 747 jumbo jets. So we know what it takes from the power to fly. And then there's a metabolic power. And these come from mouse to elephant curves. These are metabolic power curves for warm-blooded vertebrates, from the tiniest of shrew to the largest of elephant. And given the mass of a creature, we know within a range what its metabolic power could be. And notice there's a crossover point beyond which a creature has insufficient metabolic power in order to fly. Now, this may be wrong, but my next slide is going to be filled with numbers, actual numbers from the literature. And for this venue, you know, we're all relaxed here on a Saturday afternoon, and showing a slide with all of these numbers, that may be wrong. But here's a tip. Don't think about the numbers. Just feel the numbers. Just let the numbers talk to you. And maybe it'll be like one of those neuro things that we saw here earlier. You just feel the numbers. So, and it'll only take 30 seconds. Ready? Here goes. Here's the power for flight in watts versus body mass in kilograms, going up to 20 kilograms. There's two important curves. There's the power for flight taken from the great flight diagrams in the literature. Here is the metabolic power taken from the mouse to elephant curves. There is the crossover point at 13 kilograms. And you take all our known flyers, they land here. Cormorants, bald eagles, vultures, albatross, condors, Cory bustards. You got to say that word carefully. You got to enunciate that one. And notice, 36 seconds. 36 seconds, that's not too bad. Notice, we have no creatures alive today that can fly beyond the crossover point. And I'm thinking maybe this had something to do with Darwin, but who knows? Now I'm going to show one more slide, like this, but it's extended into the mass range that covers the Quetzalcoatlus. So here we go. We've seen this. Power in watts, mass in kilograms, going upwards to 120 kilograms. There's the power for flight line. There's the metabolic power line. And here's the crossover point at the Cory Bustard at 13 kilograms. You take pterodons all the way up to Quetzalcoatlus, and they go here. So these large flying creatures not only lack the power to fly by a little bit, they lack the power to fly by a whole lot. So we have these creatures that in every possible way, they look like they should be able to fly. But we as human beings aren't smart enough to figure out how they could fly. So I thought, let's make some assumptions. And my first assumption is that they were true flyers. They had the ability for true flight. That even though they existed before Darwin, the same principles of Darwin applied back then as they do now. I'm going to assume they have similar metabolics to today's warm-blooded creatures. We have no information on what their cell physiology was like. Maybe they ran off of kryptonite, but I'm going to assume that their cell physiology is the same as warm-blooded creatures of today. And then I'm going to assume that we understand something about aerodynamics. Of these three assumptions, the understanding aerodynamics is probably the weakest of all of these assumptions, particularly my understanding of aerodynamics. But entertain me for right now. Let's see where we could go with this. So here's my artistic ability to draw a pterodactyl. And if you look at the power for flight equations, there is a pressure term. As the pressure goes up, the power for flight goes down. So what happens maybe if our early atmosphere at the time of the dinosaurs had more pressure than what we have today? Let's see how much it would have to be. So here's our plot. We've seen this before. Power versus mass, the power for flight, metabolic power, Cory Bustard, crossover point, 13 kilograms, pterodons all the way up to Quetzalcoatli. I'm thinking it's Quetzalcoatli in plural form. And the power for flight, that black line, it's assumed it's always done at 1 atmosphere because that's what we have here on Earth right now. But if you use the equations and you just start to crank up the atmospheric pressure, you find that that power for flight line will hinge down to lower powers. And so I'm going to do this mathematically until that line hinges down to the crossover point in the mass range of the Quetzalcoatlus. And here's what the result is. So the blue line hinged down, changing the crossover point from 13 kilograms at the Cory Bustard all the way up to the mass range of the Quetzalcoatlus at 3.2 atmospheres pressure. 3.2. Now, if you look at these equations, there's always air bands within all the parameters and such. And if you stack and dice all these things up and redo it for a range, you find that the blue line, the power for flight line, would cross at the mass range of Quetzalcoatlus for somewhere around 2.5 to 4 atmospheres pressure. Let's relook at our evolution plot for Earth's atmosphere. And here we are in the here and now with Earth at 1, Venus at 100, Mars at 1/100th. And here's what's assumed, taken in the literature for the evolution of our atmosphere. And perhaps using the aerodynamics of pterosaurs, You could postulate that during the time of the dinosaurs, you might have 3 times more atmosphere than what we currently have. And of course, with this inference, you can't assume or figure out anything that happened before the age of these large flying creatures. That's unknown. So, a proxy for the past. And a proxy, if you want to make a measurement, but for some reason the data is obscured or the conditions are such so that you cannot make that measurement directly, you might be able to infer something else as a proxy to hypothesize a range for the parameter that you really want. So using proxy measurements for the past with pterosaurs and aerodynamics, you could infer that perhaps Earth's atmosphere in the time of the dinosaurs was 3 times greater pressure than what we find today. Now, the follow-on question is, what happened to this extra atmosphere since then and now? And that will be the subject for another talk. Thank you.
Are there any people who are like flat earthers in here?
Yes. If you have a question, proceed with your question for the panel.
For the panel? Wait, who's on the panel first?
Everybody that is in here.
Okay. How do we know that the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured flat.
But how do you measure something so big? You know?
You just measure the, you go outside in reality and you just measure the surface over distance. That's it. According to the globe claim radius.
But does it like scale up the same? Because Earth's big, I heard.
You just need to measure the surface against the globe claim radius. The size and the dimensions that they tell you what the globe is.
And what kind of measuring devices do you use?
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
What kind of measuring devices do you use usually?
You can use a laser beam, or you can find a 10-mile lake and give your friend a mirror. Yeah, and tell your friend to go to the other side of the 10-mile lake. And if you can see your friend with a mirror flash, then you already debunk the globe claim radius, because the globe claim radius says that over 10 miles, your friend should be below your line of sight 66 feet, which is about a 6-story building.
Yeah. What about the diffraction, like through the air? You feel?
Yeah, can somebody take over, because I've got to get back to work. I can't talk for long.
Yeah.
I'll take over. Yes, the Earth is a globe.
But you're saying it isn't flat?
No, it's not flat. It's a globe.
That's what I'm saying too. I just need to figure out.
Yeah. You're right. In ancient times, we used to believe Earth is flat, but now we believe that Earth is globe. All the experiments done by us, the laser test is like not kind of supported by academia. So yeah, the Earth is a globe.
So I'm thinking, because there's just been so many tests and that.
Yeah. Actually, if one wants to deny, they can simply deny, but it's a fact that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
Elbow TV has the flat tag. but he's
Hmm?
in his. Like,
Yeah, you'll
I
find a bunch of stupid all around the world.
just want to hear the other side of the argument, you know. But there's no one here. They're all like too scared to argue about their theories or something.
Where's Jedi when you need him?
Yeah. Why is it so like dead in here?
I guess they are away from Kivo. AFK.
Yeah.
By the way, how stupid this argument is. Earth is flat.
It's so
Yeah.
stupid.
As if we are living in ancient times.
It's like we don't have any technology.
Yeah. And we deny all the proofs that NASA and all this other academia gives us.
Just because we want to.
Yeah. We live in
Just 'cause
denial.
Yes.
Plain and truth, do you want to say anything?
No,
You
I
are
was
no.
I was
There's
waiting
another
for.
guy. There's another guy ranting in the chat,
What's your
supporting
claim?
his flat Earth by a Pooh experiment, laser experiment that no academia supports it.
Support your ball.
I don't want to support my ball.
Do
Support
it.
your flat Earth.
You can't do it.
I can, bro. I
No,
just
you're
don't.
making
You can
ridiculous
never win
claims.
an
Science
argument from a
this, science
fool,
that.
actually.
Support it.
Okay, tell me, how does Earth look like, Mister?
It has a flat surface.
Nice one. Anything else? Okay, so how many continents do we have?
Why does that matter?
I'm just asking you. Where do you put Antarctica in your flat Earth?
I don't care. Doesn't matter. We're talking about the Earth's surface here, not the continents.
Okay, bro. Yeah.
I
Just
feel like
keep
it's
living.
kind of important to have that knowledge, though. Like,
why?
Because it's just like it's knowledge also just about the Earth. You know,
It's just stupid. Listen, look, if you think you live on a ball, do you understand that it has to curve?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind of the
it has to
premise.
curve, right? Have you ever seen a curve calculator?
A curved calculator.
Yeah.
No.
How much does
do
it
you
have to curve over 10 miles? Go Google it. Yeah, let's settle this right now. Go Google it. How much does it have to curve over 10 miles?
Maybe 60
That
feet.
laser
Maybe.
experiment is not supported by the world academia. Okay, if that's your proof of
Nobody
flat Earth.
cares. I don't care about your, stupid fallacies about the credentials and so forth. How much does the Earth have to curve over 10 miles?
Okay, so it has to go around 66 feet.
That's right. So, do you have any evidence or any measurement where you go to a lake that's 10 miles wide, you shoot the laser from source to destination, and it ends up 66 foot in the air? Do you have that?
That experiment is not supported by anyone, bro. We don't
What are
know
you
that's
talking about,
edited
not
or what.
supported? This is
Yeah,
pure logic. If you are on a
it could
ball
be a fake.
and the ball curves and the laser has to end up 66 foot in the air on the other side of the lake.
Earth is not a perfect sphere, bro. What are you saying? Like, Earth is not a perfect globe. There
That's
are
what they show us,
deviations.
don't they? They show us a perfect
Yeah.
ball from space, don't they, NASA?
It's not a perfect ball.
No,
Okay.
what is it then? Is it a disco ball Earth? Is that it?
No, I'm not that stupid to consider it as a disk. It's not a perfect globe, so we do have deviations. We have mountains, we have terrain, we have crevices. So yeah.
Yeah, it's called topography. We're not talking about that
Mhm.
now. We kind of exclude that by just doing the observation over water, remember?
And how are you sure that water was not, like, waves were not affecting, or there was not inferior mirage effect?
If I hit a target 10 miles out with my laser, that's 1 foot over water on the source side. How is that possible if Earth is a ball? It means that water
Yeah.
doesn't curve.
Who sports that experiment, bro? Nobody sports
I'll
that.
post it. All right, I'll post it.
Yeah, you will post it, but nobody actually believes that experiment. So it's just a bunch of shitty experiment done by some stupid.
By the way, it doesn't matter who's done the experiment. You can criticize the person all you want. Just criticize the information instead. Here's the. So there's a full list from some experiments that Dr. John D has done. You can go watch that, and you don't have to criticize the person. Just look at the experiments, the observations, and then you can criticize that. Come back when you know
Yeah,
more.
I watched those videos.
Yeah, you're not
Okay,
equipped to talk about this even.
and
Ridiculous.
the YouTube has put a disclaimer on those videos, by the way. Do you know what's that disclaimer?
I didn't get that. Repeat.
YouTube has put a disclaimer on your videos.
What's the
And
disclaimer?
It says that flat Earth theory is not, like, you can see on yourself upon those videos, and you'll see
Yeah,
a disclaimer.
YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. YouTube put that up on request by the government. You have to censor the flat earthers.
Okay,
Yeah, you
bro.
have to censor the
Bye.
flat earthers. It was in Congress. They had a whole big discussion about it. You can Google it.
Okay, bro. I don't believe you.
but if so I'm not in America, so Congress doesn't affect me, so and I'm getting it also. So is this
Yeah,
like a
you
world
it's an American
government?
company. You didn't know that?
Yeah. Why has Dr. John D turned the comments off on his videos? I'm just curious.
Well, he was a glober and he decided to go out and test it, and then he became a flat earther as soon as he realized that he can shoot laser and he can see way too far.
Yeah, but no, why did he turn the comments off? It's like he's scared of what people are going to say in the comments, because it's just factually wrong.
Not all of those videos have the comments turned off, maybe for him, but we have thousands of these. I just pasted a small selection that I think are good.
See.
It doesn't matter. Even if you look at these things and you don't believe these observations, the nice thing is that you can easily find a lake that's 10 mile wide, and you can probably just use binoculars or a telescope or a nice zoom camera to see your friend on the other side.
Did
I
you
mean,
do
you
that
don't.
experiment on your own?
Yeah, I've done it over a 5 mile lake. That's all I needed. I see the beach on the other
Why
side.
didn't you go for 10-mile lake?
I didn't have a laser, so I chose a 5 mile wide. It worked out nicely.
Okay,
You
nice.
shouldn't be able to see that far from a 1 foot observer height. You should be able to see maybe 1.5 mile or something like that. You should not be able to see all 5. The Earth curve needs to, the horizon. For you guys, the globers think that the horizon is Earth curve. So I should only be able to see maybe 1.7, 1.8, or maybe 2. I can't remember the exact number. You can Google it. You can Google it on the calculator. But from 1 foot, whatever it is, it's not 5 miles.
Yeah, I
And
know that calculation. I know it should not be seen from that distance.
yeah. So I mean,
It's
when you
still
see your
like,
friend 5 miles over on the other side, standing
there
on the
could be
other beach,
deviations, and
waving
maybe
at you, you see too
I
far.
know. Yeah,
It's
it should
impossible.
not be seen if the curvature is true, but there are deviations, there are variations on Earth. Okay, so there might be a place where the curvature might be a little more. There might be places where the curvature can be
Yeah,
less.
we're back to disco ball Earth again. Nice.
Hmm? Okay, so how does your
James.
flat Earth
Yeah,
look
James.
like?
Do you have any curvature measurement to post in the side chat for the panel?
You have
Curvature
already sent.
measurement of the
You
Earth.
have sent those.
If
You have
you can
sent those.
find it, can you please post it.
I'll share it. Wait. See,
100.
I've referred to
He's
your
going to
tweet.
point behind the curve now.
You just shared the curvature yourself.
Like when you do the like the thing over water, you know, that's what you're talking about, like the lake. You know, like light's affected also, like by how it travels through a fluid, and that can account for some of the curvature that you see with the
Okay.
laser too.
Here's the important thing when somebody's demonstrating something to you. If you already understood how the Earth curve was measured, you'd be able to present that instead of scrutinizing what the gentleman just told you. So, do you have a way to test for curvature? That would be something that would be up to you to provide, because it seems like you're scrutinizing this method, but you don't really know how to actually get the measurement for curvature. If you do have that, there's a lot of things that are available to you right now. There would be, for me, 1 month of nitro for free if you're able to provide evidence of this. It's a small little challenge for anybody that wants to actually prove this to themselves or to all of us in here. So I want to know if you know if there's a way to test the curvature. Mr. User 1381.
Me.
Is there a way we can
Yeah.
test for the Earth's curvature, sir?
Have you ever looked out over the ocean on a clear day and seen like a boat, right? And you've seen you've seen the sails of the boat, but not like the base of the boat.
Yeah,
Like how would you explain that? With
No, wait. No, I'm looking for a method, just like the gentleman provided, a method to test that the Earth is curving. Now you're asking me a question. It's not a method by which you're producing a method.
Okay, but can you answer my question?
Yeah, it doesn't. Listen, when you propose a method, then we can understand you know how to test for the curvature. But since you can't do so, you have to ask me questions. He didn't ask you any questions. He just basically told you how he did his method, what test he did. I'm
But, like,
asking if
is
you
it
can do the same. Can you reciprocate that very same method or energy? I'd like to hear that. I really would.
I'm just curious, you know, like I just came here to ask some questions.
I know you're curious, but the curiosity should be more that you don't even know how a measurement has been taken to figure out if the Earth is curving. This is the most important thing you should take away from here, is that you're scrutinizing somebody that's showing you how the Earth is flat, yet you don't even know how it's measured to have any curve. That's important.
What about like the photos and that? Yeah, but
Well, you're asking me more questions, and you still haven't thought of what I just told you, which is really, it's kind of like the elephant in the room. If you don't deal with it, it won't go away. It'll just be there. Like after, even if I answer your question, I'm still going to come back to the method that you need to know, or at least one provided by academia that can tell you that they've tested for the curvature of the Earth. Like this is so important, man. So important. Because you're happy to listen and scrutinize what a flat earther is saying, but you're not willing to engage how you can internally critique the Earth being a globe. Do you feel what I'm saying, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, it's no
Um,
slight to you, man. You probably are asking genuine questions. I don't mind. It's just the
and I'm just
fact that
getting
everybody that comes in here, they don't realize that they're taking it for granted that the Earth is a globe. They don't really know. So I'm just kind of pointing that out.
yeah. But for like a theory to be true, it has to have more than like more than one kind of test. You feel like
Yeah, I know what you mean, but there's an issue though. There hasn't been anything done for the Earth being a globe, which is like, I mean, at least flat earthers are making these attempts to show people. The globe has nothing to show for it. I mean, they don't, not unless you can tell me. I'd like to, bro, listen, I'd like to hear a test that has been done to solidify that the Earth is actually curving. That's what I'd like to hear. If you know of anything like that, I mean, put it forward.
But you feel like if I was an expert, I wouldn't come in here. So I'm not an expert.
Right,
I'm just
right.
asking
Well,
questions.
that's great. You're not an expert, yet being not an expert, you can still scrutinize somebody's method. I don't get that part. Like when you're like asking, well, light bends and all this stuff. Well, you said you're not an expert, yet you still want to claim things are happening. You can't. You got to pick a lane, bro. You got to pick a lane. Whether you're going to be able to scrutinize a methodology, you'll be able to do that, or you're not because you're not an expert. Pick a lane. You know what I mean?
I just feel like it's quite like basic like physics knowledge that
Well, right.
light
If
does
it was that
curve.
basic, brother, if it was that basic, you would be able to tell the audience that are listening on YouTube and here that there's a method that you can easily tell that the Earth is a globe. If it was that basic, you make it. You don't. You're teeter-tottering between both of the. It's basic, yet it's complicated. It's basic, and it's like, which is it, bro? Can you show us a method or not?
You both, can't it?
Well, no, it's not a. It's either can be tested or it cannot be tested. You're gonna have to either pick one of those.
But can there be more than one test?
It doesn't listen. It's not regulated to just like one type of test. But if you can produce one out of the many, that would be great. Now, once again, do you know of any tests that have measured the curvature of the Earth? The simple, honest, and intellectually honest answer, man. If you really want to ask or answer it, or you can not answer it.
But I forgot what the question was.
Do you know of any test that has been ever done that has measured the curvature of the Earth?
Wait, can you ask again? Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna be not listening after this. I'm looking for a test that measures the curve, bro. You either got one or you don't. So
But like I didn't I came in here to ask questions, I'm not
I
trying to
know
do
what you
research.
listen. I know what you're coming in here for. I get it. I just want to know if you know. Yeah, you can tell me that, right? You can say, yeah, I know, or yeah, no, I don't know. Hello.
Yeah, wait, I'm just thinking of a response.
You don't want to be held accountable for words that you say about whether or not you know if the Earth is a globe, bro. Like that's weaselly, bro. That's not intellectually honest. Everybody here knows that you're not answering for that specific reason. You don't want to be held accountable to say that you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not, because that makes you look like you can't ask any questions. That's not the case. That is not the case. You can say you don't know if the Earth is a globe. You can still ask your questions.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to learn some things, I'm just here to learn.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Let's hear you honestly say if you know if the Earth is measured curve or not. Let's hear that honesty.
Yeah, I do. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes.
All right. Well, let's see the method by which the curvature has been measured. Go ahead, sir.
So basically, right? Have you ever been to the Himalayas, like Nepal?
Just assume on every answer you're going to ask me is a no. So just proceed with your methodology.
And I went up to Nepal and I asked the monks. I said to the monks, like, do you have ancient scripture that proves that the Earth is a globe to these monks in Nepal? They didn't speak much English, so it was pretty difficult to get everything sorted. But the monks, over a period of a few weeks, I was up there learning their ways. You know, I like speaking to the Lama every now and then, and the monks they came along with this method, and they said that if you shone a laser across a 10-mile lake, that it would go over the other person's head, and you wouldn't actually be able to see the edge of the 10-mile lake. And I've gone out and done that, and I couldn't see the edge of this 16-kilometer lake.
Now, what was the observer height since you've done it?
I was at an inch off the, like I was just lying down.
Okay, what's the predicted distance away that the curvature should be expected?
56 feet. I could see the tops of some trees, some of the Nepalese monk trees.
How much drop was there between the point A and point B?
56 feet. I don't. It was like
What was the distance to the target?
16 kilometers. Like
And you were at the Himalayas?
45,000 burgers. Yeah, I was at the Himalayas with the monks.
You
And
did
the
this
Lama.
over a body of water or land?
A body of water.
Okay.
A body of
You know
water.
the name of the name of the body of water you were near?
No, I couldn't. It was in their language. I can't remember it exactly. And I just kind of did it for gets and shiggles.
And what device did you use to see over that distance?
Like a class 1 laser.
A class 1 laser.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, class 3 maybe. I don't know my
What is
laser
it?
class that well.
What is the maximum effective range of that laser? Before you have beam dispersion that causes problems for the target distance.
What's with the beam dispersion?
Well, because depends on the type of laser that you use would be available to go from point of origin to the target distance. We have to know certain information that we can look into. All this could be understood by anybody that's making a test like this. There should be some information that's relevant to like just pedigree information, you know.
Yeah. It was one of the monks' lasers. It was in Nepalese. It was class 3 or class 4, I think.
You're not really sure? Well, we need to know this
not 100%
information.
sure.
Because if a
Do you want
test
me
is
to-
done with if a test is done with the laser, we need to know the specifics about it. Because if it's going to reach a range of that distance, then we're going to have to be able to test against like what we know from lasers. So, and then we'll be able to review whatever information you give us.
Flying back to Nepal like next week, so I can ask what kind of laser they had. If you'd like that.
Oh, that'd be great.
All right, cool.
Until then, we'll just put this on pause. How about that?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if you had any other methods. Like that one's kind of left a bit open ended, you know. So are there any other ones that?
Not that I know of. The tests that Globers come in here and tell us are probably ridiculous. I mean, they're just, oh, we see curve, therefore it is. Like they don't even know what they're talking about. So if you're attempting to do something, I'd like to know what you did and probably the method in which you used.
Yeah. Have you ever spoken to the Lama before?
I don't know. Is that some monk person or something? I don't know.
Yeah, he's pretty profound. He has a lot of good things to speak on.
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna throw anything out until we get enough information to know if you actually did something or not. We put everything in here to do the test, so it sounds just up from the onset. It sounds a little bit trolly, but if you did something, I would like to see it. Yeah, most people come in here and say things like this, and
It's just rude to troll. I think you guys are
no.
doing good work here.
I guess what I'm saying is, if you did do anything, I mean, it must be because you're motivated to do it. So I would like to give whatever you're doing a fair shake.
It was more, yeah. I just like giving over.
Okay.
Like,
but plain and truth was giving you a method to test, so that way you know.
Yeah, and I did that one, but I wasn't sure about like the monk laser and stuff. But
you're so full of shit, bro.
DJ is calling you out. Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Well, who's that?
Everybody's radar is pinging really high on the troll vibes, but
I just don't understand why someone would troll.
Here's the thing, dude. Because there's a lot at stake, right? There's this whole worldview that they believe in. It's kind of like a religious belief that's getting taken down if they know that the Earth is flat, because it's like involves cosmology, who they are in the world. It's a lot of identity about it. So if we take down the paradigm that the Earth is not a globe, then it affects them internally. If they gotta deal with a lot of emotions, that space isn't real, they're not traveling to other planets. There's a lot of feelings involved. So yeah, one would kind of covet this information if they, knew that it would be taken away from them. So, or act trolly, like maybe some people think you're acting.
Yeah, okay. I don't like that about this community.
Well, it's up to you. Listen, man. At any point in time, you can actually do the right thing and not troll, right? If you are, and if you're not, present the information. But
I just don't really have the means right now to like just go out and test this.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. But that's what
would
we're
you
at.
say to someone that doesn't have the means but still wants to put it to the test?
Well, I mean, what Plain and Truth was telling you was a great example of somebody going through a method, something that you can replicate. You can ask him or anybody else in here. And the method is basically the same. I'll let Plain and Truth, if you're still here, go ahead and maybe let them know what you did.
Yeah, it's super easy. Even without the laser, you can find a 5 mile lake if you like. If that's easier on you. Just take a friend, put him on the other beach on the other side, zoom in. If you see him, but you shouldn't be able to from a foot above the water, then you see too far. You get a
Are you
laser,
lying down or
shoot
like
over.
sitting cross-legged or like?
Yeah, get yourself a beach chair. Put
Oh,
yourself
you're
50
hovering on.
centimeters or whatever over the beach there.
That'd be a pretty low beach chair. I feel like lying down would probably be a bit better now.
Yeah, go for it. Lie down. Take some pictures of the seagulls walking around on the beach 5 miles away. Easy peasy.
Yeah. I'm just circumcised, so I don't want the sand to get on, like in my
You can enjoy your last sentence or two in this channel forever. Go ahead.
Forever.
Yeah, forever.
I just like to say that I'm circumcised and I'm proud, and the monks believe that. You heard? And anyone that's not circumcised, that's on them.
And there he goes.
Man, at this point, man, I'm just like, I'll take the poor, the destitute, the freaking lame.
What else you got to work with? Nothing else.
Jeez Louise.
Man. He went to the Himalayas where the monks taught him how to measure the globe and lent him the laser that they had in the monk village, and he went to the lake and laid down 1 inch. Yeah.
You like that, DJ?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's all they have is stories, the Globers.
I want to
There's
see
no,
if you can lie down and have a 1 inch your eyes above the ground. Try it. Because your eyes are more than 1 inch on your face. Jesus Christ. So you put your chin into the ground and mouth into the ground and nose into the ground.
Is been any good conversations, AV? Besides that one? I know that one was pretty good, but I missed it. Missed most of it.
nah, it's been quiet, man. A few stragglers come in there, but the moment I say, "Hey, welcome," and that's all I say, "Welcome," they just leave.
It scares them
I,
away
bla-
when you welcome them. We need a new
I blame it on the
tactic.
generation.
Yep.
The generation, they're squirrely, man.
I think that a lot of the people in this server, they come in, they hear the native English, and then they get put on the spot. You know, room full of native English speakers, and they freak out because maybe their English isn't, you know, very good.
Yeah. India was talking about making the home server actually discoverable by Friday. He said, we're talking about it this morning.
What, like changing some settings or something to make it like more like a community server people can find, or what's that?
Yeah, exactly that. Yep.
Yeah.
It's what it sounds like. Yep.
Awesome.
So, and it hasn't been that. The only thing that changes is that mods are going to have to be 2-factor authenticated, which I don't have a problem with. But there's been a lot of
Oh, yeah.
mods who are like, "Oh, I don't want to release my 2-factor authentication because it got Big Brother watching me." But that kind of stuff is like, dude, if they really want to spy on you, man, they'll do it. They don't give a shit. They're not gonna
Oh,
need you
yeah.
to. Oh, yeah, we got them on Discord now. Like, let's lock in, boys. Like, they don't. I don't know the mentality behind some of these guys, man. Like you think somewhere we're living in the digital age, man, and you think you're gonna get away from it all, go to the forest, and nobody's gonna find you. Like, come on, bro. Like this.
Yeah, they're probably logging every single person's every single move on the internet and putting it in a big database. Without
Of
anyone's
course.
permission, there's nothing we can do about it.
Course.
The Angex, the
Me.
Anx.
What happened?
Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
What do you have to
Where?
say for
No.
yourself, man?
What are we talking here? Why is nobody talking?
We were talking, yeah. But yeah, we were talking about globe Earth, flat Earth. Which one has
The Earth,
empirical evidence, and yeah, which one doesn't?
the Earth is not flat. I
Because of
know it because
hills,
because the gravity.
gravity. Oh yeah, well that would mean that the water would be curving because of the gravity and the shape of the Earth. But when we go out and test the surface of the water, it's not curving. So how do you explain
Mm.
that?
But if you look to the ocean, you can't see
Mhm.
the other side. Why?
Because the visibility rating is not doesn't allow for that because of the air,
But why?
right?
But
It's not
why? But why? Why we can see the stars, but we cannot see things that are closer to us.
because the atmosphere is very thick when you're lower to the ground and you're
But the
looking through a
atmosphere,
thick
the
yeah
atmosphere is I don't know.
the atmosphere is no sé cómo decirlo. I don't know how to say it.
Transparent, yes.
The atmosphere is not in the
Clear.
earth, like it's outside.
It's you're breathing it right now. It's what you're using to breathe, like gases in the atmosphere.
Yeah, but
That's what the atmosphere is. It's like all around us right now. And when you look through it, right, it's more dense when you're down low. Okay, so when you look through it, there's a visibility rating, so you can only see so far through it.
But if you, if the atmosphere is like not not letting you to see the other side of the ocean, why we can see the stars through the atmosphere?
Because it's not thick when you're looking up like that, right? You're not looking through a thick medium. Okay, think about this. If you go up on a high mountain and you're looking out and you can see other mountains in the distance, each mountain that gets further away becomes less visible, right? Each mountain's more opaque, and then it just fades into nothing, depending on how clear it is on that day. You could even look up like what's the maximum visibility in a particular location, and it will tell you how far the visibility is due to the air, right? Because the air has dust and pollution and gases and water molecules and fog and
Yeah.
mist and all sorts of things in it. So it's you can't see forever through the medium of the air. But when you look up, you're not. It gets thin very quickly as you go up in altitude. So
But
you're not looking
I
through
have
it.
one question. I have one question. If the earth is flat, then if you go with a boat, you will fall.
You will what?
You know,
Fall?
like yeah, if you go with a boat through the ocean.
Okay, so if you go onto a lake with a boat, are you gonna fall off the edge of the lake with the boat?
No, because it's the ocean. But if there's like,
Yeah.
if it's a flat earth that there's no, that there's a final. If you go with a boat through the ocean, there will be a final somewhere.
Yeah, we're not claiming the Earth's a flat disk planet with water falling off the edges. That would be silly.
So
to have a body of water like a lake or an ocean or a sea, you have to have a shoreline. You have to have a container. You can't have a lake without a shoreline and a container. Right? A sea is just a bigger lake, right? An ocean is just a bigger sea.
The heck?
You know what I mean? You got look, there's different size bodies of water on the earth, right? You got a puddle, right? Then you got a pond, then you got a lake, then you've got a sea, then you've got an ocean. All the same thing, just bigger, getting bigger. As far as we can, logically tell, what's going on. It's something that we can test, and then we can do measurements across the surface of the top of the water, and it's not curving.
It's not curving because the earth is so big, so you can see the curve. Like if you try to see the curve in a so big ball, you won't see it because it's so big. So and the curve is like so tiny, but
Well,
How
it's
big?
not very tiny. Like over 10 miles, there's 66 foot of curvature, so there's a lot of curvature, and you can test for it, and
yeah,
it's
but
not there.
it's a lot of curvature. But the earth is so big, so to
Yeah, so
curve
over
all
10
the earth.
miles, okay, based on the size of the Earth, okay, they tell us the size of the Earth. They tell us the radius value, the diameter, the circumference, okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain section of the water. So if you have a 10-mile distance, it's 66 feet of curvature. If you have a 20-mile distance, it's 260 feet of curvature. And then we can test for that because things should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, but it's not. When we go out and test for it, It's just flat.
So if the Earth is flat, there's a
Mhm.
final.
I don't know that.
Did you
If you
listen what
wanted
he
to,
said, Angus? You said Earth is big, and then he told you the size. Did you get that? How big it is?
Yeah, but it
No,
can be
the
so big.
question is, did you get how Earth big it is? He can repeat that to you if you want.
But I have another question.
Yeah, but stay on this. You said there is a curvature, but Earth is a big, and then he told you the size of the Earth and what we observe, but it seems that you didn't listen that.
Eh?
It seems that you didn't listen what he said, and that's very important.
Yeah, I listen, but I'm not a native
Well, okay,
speaker.
what he said, how Earth is big on 20 miles, for sure to be.
He said that the Earth is. You can calculate how the curvature is. No, I don't know how to say it. I'm not a native speaker in English.
Okay, me too. Also, I'm also not an English speaker.
Yeah, but he said that you can calculate the curvature of
Yeah.
the Earth, and when you try to see the curvature, you can the
you're not going to see the curvature.
three
Hold on a
fucking
second.
dudes.
You're not going to see the curvature of the Earth, as in a curving horizon from that height. What you're going to see are byproducts of the curvature. Okay, so you should have a geometric horizon at a certain distance, and then things that are beyond the geometric horizon should become obstructed by a certain amount, depending on how far they are beyond the horizon. That's how we check for it. We check for that horizon distance, and then we check for the obstruction of things beyond that horizon. That's the easiest way to test for the claimed curvature that should be there. Does that make sense? So if you have a 10-mile lake, there's 66 foot of curvature. So you can calculate the distance to the horizon based off the height of the observer. And then you can calculate if you have objects in the distance beyond the horizon at a known distance, right? Like the other side of the lake would have a shoreline. And then the shoreline should be hidden by a certain amount behind the curvature, behind the horizon. If you're
I
6
just
foot
can't think of
tall,
what would be up making it trip.
what's that, truth by proxy?
I don't know.
Is he hot miking?
Okay. But I have another question. If you
Yeah.
say that the Earth is flat, there will be a
No, I don't
final.
say it. I don't say it. I don't have to say it. It just measures that way. When we go out and test it, like the Earth says that.
But if the Earth is flat,
Mhm.
there will be a final.
Yeah, I
So
don't know about that. I'm not making the claim. I don't know the shape of the Earth, right? I don't know the extent of the Earth. But if there's no curvature over these distances, it can't work on a globe. You know what I mean? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe Earthers are claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
So if we were making that claim, like flat's not a shape, right? Like we're not saying like flat is the description. It's a descriptive term. Okay, so like a flat surface or a bumpy surface, smooth surface. You know, it's a descriptive term. It's not a shape, right? If we were saying the Earth is a flat circle or a flat square or something, that would be different. But we're not making that claim. But the globe Earth is like, yeah, it's a globe and it's this exact size. But then when we go and test for that in reality, it doesn't match at all.
Nothing is real. The Earth is not real.
There we go. Oh. The globe Earth is not real.
There you have it.
Nothing is real.
We're gonna keep track of all the flame outs for you, DJ. That's one for today. We'll see how many you get for today. Yeah, it's not. And trust me, it's not a competition or anything. It's just record keeping.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we
Just
got a
keeping
lot of
records.
this stuff. Yeah. Look, we got even worse. This is the arguments by the globe earthers in the side chat. Feet with a drool face, right? Because I said feet, and then they like feet, so they put feet and write a drool face. And then another person says 56 of them, drool emoji. Quality globe earthers in the English hub.
Are feet flat? Too soon?
Feet, it's curved.
Over Fences has got some globalist bingo going on. I love it. That's awesome. That's the funniest globalist bingo ever. So Over Fences has crossed off something stupid Jaren did. Boats over the curve, glucose, water lasers. We live in a simulation.
That's not to be confused with her drinking game as well. Welcome to the room.
Hello. Hello, what's up? Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, why are you guys so silent?
What?
Why guys are you silent?
I still don't understand. Can anybody hear this guy?
Can you hear me?
I think you said, "Why are you guys so silent?"
Thanks, bud. Yeah, we're not silent. We're just waiting for something to speak to. That's all. But we're here. Where'd he go?
I think he wanted you to be silent.
Yeah, we have been for far too long, huh?
Yeah. Launching this time. You like this town?
The town you're in? Yeah.
Way better.
It's all right. It's better than the previous town.
Oh yeah. They don't smell as bad, huh? I guess I could get to like it if I, I don't know where I'm going. Too much curve in the earth. I can't see anything.
It's a nice place, man. I've been, yeah.
Down here on Lake Manawa. Is that where you live?
Nah, I'm by the river. Yeah, I'm on the other side of Council Bluffs.
I was just there. Now I'm on this side. All these restaurants in the Lake Manawa kind of make me hungry.
Yeah, man. I like it because there's a lot of variety of places you can go to. 2 Walmarts, you know? I had 1 Walmart, now I got 2 Walmarts. What do you think about that?
That's huge. That's
That's
big
big
time.
time, baby. You know, when you have 1 Walmart, you can boast about it, but when you got 2, you can brag about it.
Yeah. I'd like to be somebody with 3. You know anybody with 3?
I don't know. But
A lot of Walmarts.
they're living high on a hog if you got 3.
Man.
Yeah, because you think about it, you're like, well, I got 1 Walmart, but if I had 2 Walmarts, then I don't have to shop at that one. I can go shop at the other one.
Yeah, I got to drive 15 miles just to get to a Walmart. So you got it good either way.
I know. And I got 2 high V's. 2 high V's like that.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of them already.
Yeah, I know. I'm living large.
You got it made.
Since we're in the Midwest of the United States, which is like the center point, we can host the first annual 24/7 Flat Earth meetup.
In CB. You can even do it in CB.
Oh yeah.
You could rent out one of those Freemason lodges.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind. They wouldn't mind because they know it's flat too.
Secret.
Yeah, you weren't here yesterday to hear it, but or maybe you were. There was a guy I was speaking to in here that he said his brain was smoking. I found that hilarious, bro.
Because of you? Brain was smoking?
So it was a combination of everybody that was speaking. I think I was one guy that was speaking to him. There was a number of us. His name was Cali Flower or something. So funny, dude.
Yeah, I remember. I think that our argument is fairly simple. But when they hear it, they just whistle right past it or something else.
It sucks too because Plain and Truth, the guy that was in here, I don't know, is he still in here? Yeah, he's still in here. He was giving him a method, the guy earlier, he was giving him a method on how to like realize that the earth isn't curving. And then he was scrutinizing his method, yet he didn't even know if he could find a method to detect curvature. I thought that was kind of funny. It's like, oh, you're scrutinizing this method. And then at the end of it all, he's like, well, you know, I'm not, what did he say? I'm not a scientist. Or he said something like, you're not smart enough or some shit. It's like, well, dudes, why are you saying you're not smart enough to figure it out, yet you're scrutinizing the method that was given to you? That doesn't make any sense, bro. Either you're smart enough to scrutinize and figure it out, or you're not. You're just going to chalk it up to some, well, I don't know, the scientist knows. That old thing. Yeah, are you going to be going in a little bit into like the Big O anytime today? Special K?
Bellevue.
I was gonna tell you to swing if you're hungry, swing by Smoking Oak, Firewood Pizza. Oh, dude,
Oh, yeah.
you gotta try that.
Smoking Oak.
Smoking Oak. Yeah, pick you up a pie.
Get a headset or something so it's not so loud when I'm trying to talk. Like I'm being kind of funny.
What'd you say?
Can you hear me good or no?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Like a headset or something so it's not so loud in here.
Oh, okay.
What's your favorite pie at the Smoking Oak?
Italian sausage and pepperoni. Or wait, Italian sausage and mushrooms. About like, you know, 11 to 12 bucks, something like that. We sell IPAs there, but I'm not interested in those.
Yeah, my boss wouldn't like that probably.
Yeah, it's a little trendy place. That was kind of funny. Amber's husband picked up golfing. He really likes it.
Awesome.
He was trying to invite me. He's like, "Hey, why don't we go hit a few balls?" I was like, "Oh man." I was like, my buddy does though. He can go to a golf course anytime he wants."
That's probably my problem. If golf wasn't free for me, I'd never do it. My rich uncle in Miami bought me a lifetime about 17 years ago. I can go whenever I want. But if I had to pay for that crap,
Are you checking on our channel being the top channel? That's easy to take the top spot, man. I really do hope that opening up discovery mode for Discord really changes the game for the home server. It's my hope.
Good evening, Jedi. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
I see the stage event just ended. If you guys want, I can make an event, try to get some people in. If anyone has a good idea for an event.
Free nitro for a month if you can prove the Earth is curved.
Done.
I don't know. Can you do that? You can do that, right?
Yeah.
Just nitro.
Yeah. Win 1 month nitro for 1 globe proof. Would that do?
Yeah.
Or is there a better way of wording that?
How about proof globe equals 1 month nitro? I'm trying to condense it to where it's just less words
Yeah. Yeah.
or something. I just didn't want to put like Bitcoin or something that's too grandiose and nobody's gonna buy that. I wouldn't.
What about just 1 month nitro giveaway? And they have to come in to find out how.
That's
how to
good.
get
I like that. That's good.
All right.
That's marketing done right.
All right, I'll put a picture of the Tesla in space, the oblong Earth in the background.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because it can cover a multitude of like things that we can ask them, like the triangle test, curvature, like everything. Prove gas pressure without a container. Prove England exists. The Jedi would pipe up on that one. Oh damn!
Yo, my
Did I
niggas.
make him leave? Undie, what's up, man?
Yo.
Do you want to inquire about the giveaway?
No.
Okay. What brings you to the channel?
I clicked.
You're channel hopping?
Yeah. Hanging out. Listening to people.
That's great. That's great. We're asking the new people that join if they know the Earth is a globe or not. What do you think about that?
I
I'm not
always thought
I'm
it
not
was a globe. I always
yeah, I'm
thought
not
the globe.
trolling you. Okay. Can you provide evidence of why you would say it's a globe?
It would be way weirder if it would be flat.
Is that your reasoning, sir? I ask you how it's a globe, and you're like, well, it's not flat.
No, it would be way weirder. Like, I cannot imagine it being flat. Like,
All right. So what evidence do you have that it's a globe?
we have recordings from outside of the planet.
Let me rephrase it. Evidence that we'll be able to test. What can we test that we know it's a globe?
The
Mhm.
the aligning of the planets when you see them, like the moon and the sun. You know, when they move constantly around us. I mean, we move them at the same time.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but how does that show that the Earth is a curve or it's a ball?
I mean,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, then the whole universe would be flat, no? Like, no, like it would be way different.
It is. The universe is flat.
Yeah, the universe has a flatness problem. Hunyadi, Hunyadi, do you agree that everything in the sky can move around a flat Earth as well?
Bro.
Why not?
Bro doesn't even know if the universe is flat. That's so funny.
And careful, he might be thinking you mean revolve around a disc.
That's true.
Hunyadi, you're not him, bro. You're not him. Nah, but for real though, what evidence is there that the Earth is a globe? Come on, man. You can do better than that. I believe in you. I don't know you, but I believe in you.
Like the fact that you can go around it, like, I mean, you can take a fucking tour around, you know, so that's describing the
Hey,
shape.
when you say around, are you actually using your hand, like, going around something when you said that?
Yeah.
Because in my head, I imagine that you're doing that. You're using your hand going around, like you're using your hand.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you could imagine it being like that, but what I'm asking for is a method we can test to see if that's actually true. What can we do?
We had that already.
What do we do?
Well, people did travel around the world, and it does
Okay.
prove that the Earth is actually a globe.
Traveling over the surface proves that the Earth is curving.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this: Can you go around a lake? Can you go around a lake?
Yeah.
Is the lake a ball?
No. But
So you can go. You can go around a flat surface then.
Yeah, but you can go around from all the directions, like.
Yeah, so you can do the same when you're going around a lake, bro. It's the same. It's the same thing. All right, think about it. If you're traveling over the surface, you got to figure out if you're actually going over a curve.
No,
That's
because when
that's the
you
point.
no, because when you like go
So you
to a
don't know?
point to another, you don't end up meeting a point on a lake. You know, it ends.
Dude, he just finished telling you can go around a lake. It's essentially what you're just describing. You can actually start from one point, go around the lake, come back around from the same point you started.
I mean, not necessarily.
Yeah, necessarily, dude. That's what he's saying. It's the same thing you can do. Take a body of water. Doesn't matter which one. There's some that you can go around. Like you've known this. Everybody knows this. It's
Yeah,
not
you
that
can go
hard.
around your house. You can walk around your house, and your house is not a ball.
Going around something doesn't necessitate a curved surface.
How would things work if they would be flat? Like the
What do
universe
you mean,
wouldn't
bro?
work that way.
The universe is flat. That's how
I
they
mean,
tell you the universe
we
is.
live in
It's flat.
spaces, right? We live in spaces, right?
You said we live in spaces?
Yeah, like without space, like it wouldn't
Yeah,
really work. Like,
no, they're telling. Listen, bro, they're telling you what to think about the sky. When you look up at the night sky, they're saying that's a ever expanding universe. They have not proved that to you. You're just imagining a concept. That's all they're giving you something to think about. It's like a concept, and you're thinking about it like that, but you can't prove
wait,
that it is that.
now that's conspiracy. Like,
No, it's not, bro. You can't prove that it's what they're saying it is. They're telling you it's a galaxy, bro. How do you know that? Yeah.
It's a conspiracy that they're telling you that space is real. That's the conspiracy.
Hey, I mean, you'd be able to prove it right now to me that you can know that that's up there what they're saying it is. You know, that's the most important part about this is we're just making you think about it. You know, 'cause you probably never thought about it. You just like heard it from somebody telling you that's a galaxy and you got planets and all that. There's no way you can know that for sure. You're just believing this information. Just like you believe the Earth is a giant ball, it's a big old sphere.
I mean, how do they make those recordings then? I mean, from like to make
All
the
right.
how the Earth looks like on a
Yeah,
on a.
I know. I know that's a fair. Listen, that's a fair question, but I mean, you've never heard of Hollywood, like people making movies. You never heard of that in your life? Come on, brother. Like you gotta.
So you say that people that died in those attempts were fake?
What are you talking about?
There were people that died, as well.
Where? Where?
What the fuck is what? Apollo 1?
Oh,
Challenger.
yeah. I mean, dude. Here's the thing, though. Did you verify that they actually were, gone in that moment?
Are you saying they didn't die?
No. How do you know that they did? That's a question.
Pretty sure they died. Their loved
No,
ones didn't meet them.
yeah, bro. There's the problem
I
we're
saw it on
having though.
TV. That's how I know they.
The problem we're having though is that you imagine that they could be correct or maybe not. You don't really know, but you don't know for sure, and that's the whole point I'm trying to bring to your mind.
There are many things we don't know for sure.
Okay, and so they're telling you a story about the cosmos and the Earth and all that, but you don't know if that's true or not. Yeah. Bro, you can't check any of that stuff
You
out.
believe it's true.
Believe it.
You just don't know it.
You just believe it.
I mean, like when you use what the fuck it's called? Telescope? What the fuck is called? On a larger scale, you can see the sky, the stars.
Observatory.
So, yeah. Like when
Yeah,
you
but
look at
what are you gonna see when you look through it? Like what can you see through that thing, and that's gonna convince you that what? There's a galaxy? Or what are you gonna see?
Well, it does tell already that there are objects around us.
Oh, you don't even know what those things are. Nobody does. They just see lights in the sky. They don't know what they're made of. They don't know hardly anything. They can just tell you what they see. That's the only thing they can do. Document down their movements. That stuff is fine, but they don't know anything much more than that.
Okay,
Everything
but
else
what
on top of that's a story.
about when a meteorite hits? Like that also has a shape,
Have you have you have you, have you ever been to the observatory?
Where?
You're roboting sheepdog.
Sheepdog, you're roboting, bro.
Have you? Yeah, robot.
I think he really wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right, he's back.
No, I'm more surprised that you have to what the fuck reserve to such land to defend your theory. You shouldn't be so
Brother, we're
defend.
not defending. Listen, we're not defending anything. I'm asking you how you know things, and you're coming up with you don't know. I'm not defending anything.
No,
Not
I
yet,
think
anyway.
yeah, it's out of the general knowledge for sure. It's really hard to really
It's
know
out
what
of
it's.
the general. Okay, it's out of the general knowledge. Yet you know something about it. That don't make any sense. Then okay, if it's out of the general knowledge, then why are you saying that this is how it is? And you know.
I mean, it's not for me to really figure it out.
So you trust whoever's telling you? Like you just accept it?
It's not one person, and it's not.
Well, I know. Let's just you trust whoever, like people that they're saying about the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I mean, people been doing this for a long time. I cannot think that like people were lying to us for centuries.
What if it's just misinformation? What if it's just misinformation? It doesn't have to be a lie. It could just be something that they think it is. It's not really that.
Well, it's a bit too complex for me, so I couldn't go into it. But if things would be flat, it would be way more weirder to imagine how things would work.
No, it's just that you imagine it only as the thing that you think it is. That's all. It's not a problem. You just want to believe that it's a globe. That's the only problem we have. But
It's
your
not a problem.
observation. What?
It's not really a problem, honestly.
I just put it to you like this, man. You've been observing the Earth as a horizontal plane your whole life. You've never witnessed the Earth as a globe ever in your life, ever. You never went outside and said, man, this Earth looks like a globe, bro. Never ever said that. Never. Not once.
And how do you like explain the things that like when they make those, let's say, recordings outside of Earth, when they're on a ship?
Well, I told you, like they have the movies. You seen how people make movies, Hollywood and Bollywood and all them guys? They make movies. At least you know there's a way to actually fake something like that. You don't have to be like somebody like, well, how would they do it? Like, dude, just put up some cameras and get some actors, and Bob's your uncle. You know?
Yeah, but when there is something fake, there is something real. You know, like it imitates something. You know.
Yeah, but how do you know that is like, okay? They do live streams or whatever, right? How do you know that's Earth? They're looking at. You've never seen Earth like that in your life. You know, when they show the curve and all that. You've never seen it like that. So how can you say that is or is not Earth, bro?
I mean, when it spins, you know, you can see it
Oh
going
my
in
God.
a.
Bro,
Go.
okay, once again, you've never seen the Earth do anything because you're on it, right? And so if they're up there seeing something move around, how do you know? You can't know that information to say, oh, I know that's true or not. You wouldn't be able to unless you go over there and find out for yourself. Even if that was a possibility for you to do, like you'd have to go on where they're at.
Okay, how does like the flat Earth theory work? Like, how would Earth look like if it's flat? Like, it does have an
Well,
ending,
it's
right?
well. Let's take a look at what your question is, right? I know what you mean. You want to know what the whole Earth looks like, all of it,
Yeah, like
everything. That's
it has to have a
what you're
shape,
asking.
right?
Yeah, listen, it might have a shape but we don't know the shape of it because all we know, the known territories, everywhere we can go, is a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth essentially. Everywhere we go, that we know that it exists, right? All the known territories is a horizontal plane. Everything that we don't know we're on top of a giant rock or whatever. We don't know that, but we're not gonna say that it could be that. Because we're only saying that the thing that we know, right? We know that the Earth is a horizontal plane. So if we're on top of a giant object or whatever, we wouldn't know that until we can verify this. Does that make sense? Do you get it now? Like we're only saying the surface of the Earth that is known, wherever we can travel. Everywhere is a horizontal plane.
Okay, what supports it more that it's flat?
Flat water.
I mean, water runs around, or water runs everywhere when there is not enough
Yeah,
of it, right? Hold it.
but it goes to a lower path. So if you have a higher and a lower path, then the water is going to run downhill. So wherever if there's elevation, water will run down at elevation to the lowest point. That's what water does, man. But once it goes to the lowest point, it starts to, pull up, and it's flat on its surface.
You mean like bigger waves of like a tsunami or something?
No, I mean no. Well, not a tsunami, like a river. At any rate, man, you understand that water is horizontal on its surface. It's flat on its surface. Like large bodies of water, when they're not moving around, when they're at rest, it's flat on its surface. This is an obvious truth. Everybody knows this. Every time you go to the beach, you see a flat, level horizon, man, straight across. Every time, all the time.
I mean, the human eye cannot really perceive too much, so.
Okay, well, then how do we know it's a globe in the first place? Never thought about that, huh? Is your brain smoking right now?
Oh, I'm not. I'm just not that good at like arguing. Like that's all.
Well, it's not really here to argue, man. It's just we're telling you the obvious truth about the world around you. Stuff that you already know. You already know this stuff. Like I'm just, telling you that you've been told that it was a globe. It's just a story. It's not real. there's nothing you can tell me right now that you can know that it's real, unless you're going to talk about your videos and your pictures. But then I'm going to ask you, how can you compare those things to anything you see outside? And you're going to be like, well, it doesn't. So there's no way that anyone can prove it, bro. Like, trust me. If you can sit around here for a little bit, even after I talk to you, when more people come in here, they won't be able to prove it either. You have any more questions?
No, I'm more interested in what you think, how that would work. Or your evidences, because like they have to be just as strong, you know, as like against of what we have today of those theories.
You don't think flat water is good enough?
No, I don't think so. It's not enough. Why don't we have like on both sides, you know, the same thing? You know, like more people
We do.
saying that it's true.
We do. Globers say that there's flat water. Yeah, we do. But the only thing with them is that they say that over large distances, we can't tell that there's curve. Like what you said earlier, we can't tell that there's curve over large distances. And then that's where it curves. But locally, like where, you know, if you go to a beach or whatever, you can see the water's flat and you can agree.
Isn't
they say
that like that's just the gravitational force holding it together? No.
no, it's not gravitational force. The hydrogen bonds of the water molecules are what's keeping the water together. It's not gravity.
I mean,
It is, man. I mean, that's just physics. And then you have, you know, water has adhesion and cohesion, which, you know, forms itself into droplets. And, you know, it can, if you put your finger next to water, like on a glass of water, the water will stick to your finger. And if you raise your finger up just a little bit above the water, it will be kind of stuck to your finger. The molecules of the water bond to the surface, certain surfaces, like your skin.
mm-hmm.
It's not gravity. I wouldn't count that as a flame out, just a fizzle out.
Yeah, he left, did he? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't realize that it's just a belief that they have and nothing more.
Space may be the final frontier, but it is made in a Hollywood basement. But how do they do it? It's called movie magic, man. Ever heard of it?
You just get to work, sheepdog, or what? Roots, what's up, homie? Roots is busier than a one-legged man in the butt-kicking contest. I don't know if you know, you're hot micing right now, Barrington.
You said my name?
Yeah, you're hot micing. I don't know if you know that.
Ah, no, I didn't. Glad I
Yeah.
didn't say anything embarrassing.
That's what I was gonna say. But we have Matador in here. I don't know if anybody talked to Matador.
Matador. El Matador y el Toro. Since it's the day after Taco Tuesday.
Yep. Welcome, Zero, to the channel. Okay. I'm batting 1,000 over here, DJ.
Well, let me tell you something, my friend. So yesterday, that roast, that beef roast I had in there, the beefsteak, however you want to say that, man, it was delicious. And you were exactly right. It was falling apart just like a Globies argument.
Yep. Yeah, these days I'm just wishing that somebody comes up with anything. That I'll take whatever they got now. Sometimes they come up a bit trollish, and I'm like, man, that's as good as we can get it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's I think that we need to get Drace to make us a song instead of where have all the cowboys gone? You know, like where have all the globe proofs gone? Or where have all the globies gone? Because like I feel like since April they've all just kind of jumped ship and got into something more lucrative.
Maybe.
You notice that McToons and a few of the other of the content creators that they all stopped producing in mass in April, and they have one or two things here or there, and so I just kind of wonder what happened in April, and I really feel like it's been 6 months at least since I've had any decent Glober around.
Who was the decent Glober?
Well, I'm just talking about one that at least had a, at least had some shtick to them. That not meaning that I liked them, or not meaning that they were actually with any evidence. Far the opposite, but just like I feel like we've just had lightweights ever since then. I mean, I guess the best that they've had to serve up has been Space Manji.
I don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, Josh.
Yeah, I just call him Space Manji.
Dude, that guy will believe anything. Like he believed that NASA invented Velcro. Like I was posting the most ridiculous looking Apollo footage. He's like, "Yeah, it looks real. It looks real." Like you could post anything, and like that guy's like bought into it, hook, line, and sinker. And then as soon as you talk about the surface of the Earth, he butchers every single argument. Doesn't know anything. Doesn't want to talk about it. He's just useless.
We have him on record saying that he just shoots from the hip. That's all he says he does.
Dude, Cyclone was just destroying him the other day. Like he was trying to deny that there's 66 foot of drop over 10 miles and all this nonsense, and Cyclone was just making a fool of the guy.
Yeah, my favorite part where he's like was saying one day that he sticks up for us. And I'm like, what the hell do we need somebody stick up for us for?
I've never heard him once stick up for us. He doesn't do
No,
that.
of course. He was just
Yeah.
bloviating, but still. He's like, yeah, I stand up for you guys and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, sure you do. If you call that sticking up for us, I don't want to know what being against us is. Has he been around the last few days? Because I don't think I've heard him, but
Yeah, he has.
that doesn't mean that I've been around a lot the last few days either.
You know, he doesn't really add much. I mean, he tells us that he's arriving at the office and he's grabbing something to eat or dropping his kid off at blah blah blah, or you know, that's as far as the conversations really go.
He's
He
on
had
his
a
way
bit
to a
of a
Magic Gathering contest. Could you be a bigger doofus?
Yeah, when Yoder signs up for his Leo service, he's going to call into customer service, or text into their customer service, and he's going to see a message on there that says, "Thank you for reaching out to Project Leo. This is Josh at our Arlington, Virginia call center. How may I be of assistance, sir, ma'am?" And we might have that feeling that we might know who he is. And that's probably about as far as that one goes. So when is Cauliflower supposed to bring his professor by?
Same time as yesterday. But I could actually hear DJ's eyes rolling back when you said that.
Oh, I mean, how could he not be serious? I mean, gosh.
Yeah, he's a man of honor.
What's the name of the professor from Pokemon? The one that's always on the video call? No, maybe that's who. Maybe that's who he's bringing along.
to the top of the mountain in the clouds with the angels looking down at the ground. There are cities all around, and they're playing with the people, with their pieces, mile by mile. There's a game that's being played that's not ever gonna fade. And the earth is so humongous, they are giants there among us, from a town that's made of stone that's about the size of Rome. And the map is so humongous, they are giants with a compass and a pen that's drawing on to chart their way to Babylon. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and full of no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. We stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truth die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void, where questions collide. The tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites. We chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. Through the chaos, we stake our claim, seekers of wonder, forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plane through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world remade, our seeds are sown.
Donald C. is not certain of anything. Enjoy the show and get your ass in the server. Discord.gg/Flat Earth. Thank you.
Gotcha, bitch.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. Hey, you do understand that the success rate for spacewalks like exponentially increased once they started training in the neutral buoyancy pool.
Oh boy, story time.
It's not a story.
Yes.
Story time. How many spacewalks have you been successful?
How many what?
Spacewalks have you successfully completed?
It's irrelevant.
Oh.
They have been done.
Welcome back.
Okay, well, how many have you done?
It's irrelevant. They have been done.
Well, how do you know that? Have you done any?
Well, I've seen video.
Oh, you've seen video.
Would
you say that movies are video?
You've seen videos.
Movies are
Come
fake.
on, man.
But yes, they are
right. Okay, so how do you tell the difference?
Well, when I see something live streamed, then I kind of think it's not fiction.
Okay, so how do you verify that it's actually a live stream?
Oh shucks. Well, because I mean that was the only way to do it back in the 60s.
Okay.
Back in the 60s.
All right, so
Are you sure about that?
Wait. What? In the 60s?
69.
Right.
Yes, that's when we went to the moon. It was in 1962.
Spacewalks.
How sure are you about that?
Wait, well,
pretty fucking sure.
So
100%?
I don't accept certainty.
What? So he's not sure.
Wait. What is? I don't accept certainty. What does that mean?
It means that uncertainty is the thing that has been measured in the universe. Uncertainty is the thing that exists.
Okay, so you just threw everything.
Never been a measure of certainty. There has never been a certain. Hang on.
Yeah, you don't know.
Hang on. There has never.
That's why I said it was story time with Donald.
One sentence. There has never been a measure of certainty.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
Wait a second. Can I ask Donald a question about that? Donald, you said there's never been a measure of certainty, right?
Yeah.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
What's your level of certainty about that?
Uncertainty is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is the thing that describes uncertainty.
Oh my gosh.
How certain are you of that?
Uncertainty is the thing that is measured in the universe.
Uncertainty.
But wait, there's more.
Okay, so we have photos from a Chinese satellite that orbits the moon of the landing sites for all of the Apollo missions. Yes.
Really? Are you certain of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean...
oh, you are? Oh, so there are certainties.
Yeah.
Okay, satellites.
Are you certain
I don't
uncertain about that?
I do not require certainty.
Oh, so you're not certain of that?
Exactly.
Okay.
So okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I personally have spoken to a person that crashed something into the moon.
Wow, that's a crazy story. Are you certain that they did that, Donald?
Oh my God, that's a dumbass question.
Really? That's so dumb.
No, it's
how
not.
dumb is it, Donald?
I don't require certainty. Heisenberg and Schrodinger, those are the two most important equations in physics.
Shut up, bitch.
Facts do not require certainty.
Oh,
Shut the fuck up.
So you're not certain of your facts, quote unquote.
Well, no, facts do not require certainty is the thing.
Okay, so you're not certain of the facts that you're claiming.
Facts do not require certainty.
So you're claiming a bunch of facts that you're not certain of.
Hell no.
Facts do not require certainty.
I know that
Why is that so hard for you to understand? What? Flat Earth is dangerous. Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Name a single certain fact.
That Donald Duck is uncertain of everything that he alleges to be fact.
Fictional.
Because every single time I ask him if he knows that that's true,
Fictional.
Well, I can't be completely.
Fictional! Fictional!
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
So, subjective things have certainty.
Oh,
Are you?
subjective
Are
certainty.
you? Are you? Are you like? Are you like? Are
So
you?
subjects
You know,
can be objects.
like? Are you like? You know, like?
Like we
you
have
know.
subjective objectivity. Are we going there?
No,
that's what you're
subjective
telling us,
and
Donald.
objective are different things.
So you've got subjective, objective, certainty. So you're subjectively
Subjective
objective.
things can have like math. Math is subjective only, so it can have certainty.
So you're certain of
That's
that.
why we have proof.
What? He's
That's not
certain
how it
about the
works.
subjectivity of math.
That's not how it works, bro.
So, are you certain of that, or is this just like a subjective
Is he talking
thing?
about math magic here? I think that's what he's talking about. Math magic.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So subjectively or objectively certain?
There is no such thing as subjective objective. They're very different
well,
things.
So are you?
Okay, then.
Just contradicted yourself, asshole.
You didn't know. Not even a little. It's y'all who are contradicting. Just so you know.
Well, we
Dude,
can
I've
rewind
been
the tape.
listening to you talk the whole fucking time. And yeah, how many times has he contradicted himself? I can't count it on.
Not a single time. Not even a little bit.
We can rewind the tape to where you talked about subjective or subjective certainty, Donald.
Only subjective things can have certainty.
No.
How about you say it again? Say it again.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Say it one more time.
Oh my god. Only subjective things possess certainty.
I got it. So subjectively you're certain.
Well, if it's not subjective only, it cannot
Wait, no,
possess.
just answer the question. Are you subjectively certain?
So only subjective things can possess certainty.
Are you subjectively certain?
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Okay, are you a subjective thing?
No, I'm very objective.
Are you on acid?
Oh, you're objective. Are you certain of that? Or would you be a subject who's just
I don't
thinking
require
that?
certainty.
I ain't judging. I've done acid myself.
Okay.
I'm not on acid. Now, I'm a little drunk, but not bad.
So only subjective things can be
I'm
certain.
super drunk, but I really am following the conversation.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
I want to know if subjectively he's certain of what he just said, or if he's certain of anything subjectively.
Only subjective things have certainty. There is no certainty in objective reality. Uncertainty is the thing that we measure with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Okay, would that be an objective fact?
Yes, because it's math.
Oh.
There is no such thing as not physical.
No, numbers aren't physical, are they?
They are subjective. That doesn't make them not physical.
Yeah, no.
numbers
I promise to God, I'll swear before God, I'll bow before the throne and say numbers are not physical reality. I mean, it's part of
No
our
such thing as non-physical. So numbers,
Dude, letters, notes. I mean,
would it be
numbers
okay
are not
if I
physical.
spoke and I speak? So numbers exist inside your mind. That still means they exist.
Okay, physically. So the abstract thoughts inside your mind are physical entities.
Yes, they are related to brain state.
Okay, so can you give me a thought and paint it yellow?
I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI.
What the fuck does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Well, I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI means that I can understand what a person's thoughts
Well, that's just a stupid non sequitur response, because what I asked you is give me a physical thought in physical
How is it a
reality.
non sequitur?
You know what trips me out
Because
about
what I
Donald?
asked you is if you could give me a physical thought in physical reality.
An
Have me a thought.
fMRI scans physical things.
Yeah, that's a stupid non sequitur. Have me a thought and paint it
You
yellow.
are now insulting me, so guess what? You lose.
Okay, I guess you have to declare that because you can't get a win.
Well, hey, and nobody's trying to win or lose here. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about, Donald. Man, come on, man.
fMRIs can
Hey, are you sure? are you sure that I lost, or would that just be your own subjective thoughts on the matter?
fMRIs can only scan physical things. fMRIs can predict speech up to 17 seconds.
Good job. And then
Okay,
what?
so did you show me a thought yet in physical reality? I'm still waiting for you to hand me a thought. Could you mail me a thought? I'll give you my
Language
mailing address. You can
is
mail me a
thought.
thought.
A sentence is thought.
Hey, usually,
My
like
sentence is a
in
thought.
this,
Can
I
you
mean,
tell me with 100% certainty that you're not a psychopath?
Well, I have a certificate. Does that count?
a certificate that says you're not a psychopath, because that would be a negative certificate, right?
It says I'm sane.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so you went through that process. That's a red flag.
So yeah, but it's just like I went through a program and they certified me not insane.
Yes. And I got a certificate.
I can predict what someone's going to say before they say it. But this dude has come up with some crazy shit that I didn't predict that he would say tonight. That's fucking,
Yeah.
he says some
Look at
crazy
that.
shit.
Yeah. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Anyone here?
Yeah. You got Obvious at B, Cambo Beats, Master Yoder.
What's up, Avery? How you doing, bro?
Not too bad, homie. How about you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. Just here.
Do you have, what are you doing, guys?
What'd you say? Mr. Anderson.
What is going on? Can I say something?
Yep.
Why everybody is just it's just they don't say anything.
Sometimes the conversation's just finished. People think it goes quiet naturally. I mean, it's a 24/7 server, dude. We're it all of the time. So sometimes there are lulls. Just waiting for the next person to come in and spark up a conversation.
All right, you're right, but I think they're probably sleeping.
Maybe it's not uncommon for people to fall asleep.
So why they are here?
Because they fell asleep whilst they were listening to a conversation. Like I said, it's not uncommon for people to fall asleep with background noise. TV's sometimes still on when people fall asleep. People like to fall asleep to radio. Some people like to fall asleep listening to conversations.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now you do. Some people like to sleep with the noise of hair dryers and vacuum cleaners on.
Sounds interesting. I think.
Mm-hmm.
So probably. You should try it.
Okay.
But I can't. Definitely, I can't do that.
I've fallen asleep in Discord many times.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So I really like crazy people. I don't know how they even do that.
All right, so we got Kaka in here. Kaka, can you tell us how the Earth is a globe?
What you said, man? I didn't hear you.
Can you tell us how the Earth is a globe?
A good question. I think I don't know, but I'm still here for some, you know, uh, improving my communication with the people. I think.
Yeah, that's fine. But
yeah. So
you know what I just asked you, though, right?
So I probably I couldn't hear you properly.
Maybe Jedi wants to ask you. Got a bunch of background noise.
My voice is back.
Can you hear me now?
Do you think like that? Why would you say that?
Can you hear me now?
All right. Where you come from? I mean, are you from Europe?
No.
Really?
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. Although I can probably go there for free and stay there, and they'll probably give me money if I go over there.
Yeah, man. For sure. Alpha Veritas is from the United States of America. He has Mexican heritage, I believe. And I am from Great Britain, from England.
Okay, Judy, your accent is clearer. I mean, everybody's know you are from UK. Wow, this group is full of dead people.
People
They're
usually
just dead.
stir up in this room when there's interesting conversations taking place. In this room, we talk about the Earth and what it is and what we can verify about the claims about it being a planet in orbit around the sun. So we talk about that.
Oh, really? So I think it's not our business. I think
Not a business.
you know. I mean, how do you think about it? I mean, I think it's just out of our control. I mean, out of our ability to even talking about. I think. I don't know. I think like that.
Sorry. We're talking about the ground that we live on. You're saying that we can't know anything about the ground upon which we live upon, that we use and measure every day and build upon and fly across and sail across and navigate across. You don't think that we can know about the thing that we're standing on?
All right, you're probably right, but I think it's just kind of, we can't even. I mean, it's is out of our ability, I think, to even think about. Don't you think, Mike?
No. I think that we're told what to think about. We're told that the Earth is a sphere and we should think about it being like that in orbit around the sun. I think that we should be able to test this claim to see if it has any truth attached to it. And when we measure
all
the
right.
Earth for the claim, we don't measure the claim.
All right, let's make that clear. I mean, your vision about this. I mean, what's your point of view?
My
this
point
matter?
of view is the Earth is measured flat, horizontal. So can't be a sphere that curves over distance. There's also no measured motion to the Earth. So the Earth isn't measured to move. So these are contradictory to the story that we're told about the Earth in motion that's a sphere. So my position is that claim is not validated.
I think it's really deep. I
Not
can't
really.
even think about it.
It's actually not.
Yeah.
It's not
No,
deep at all.
really,
It's
I'm
just.
serious. No, I'm not kidding. I'm serious.
Oh yeah, I know. You think it's deep. It's not.
Wow, that's really crazy.
Yeah. All it is the
Never
measurement
think
of
about it.
surface. All it is the measurement of the surface of water and the Earth to see how it lays. That's all it is. It's just a measurement, no more, no less. When we measure the surface of water over distance, it's measured to lay horizontally. So can't be the contradictory a sphere.
My perspective, I think it is, something we can't even understand.
What?
As
we can't understand what horizontal is.
No. But I think, who
we can't
told you
understand
to
water
believe
lays
in that?
horizontally. So I'm trying to figure out the problem. So we can't figure out if water is horizontal on the surface. Of course we can.
All right, we can, but I think no. I'm not with you in here because it's
Okay. Do you want to break it down for you
some.
simply?
No, I can.
We're
But
told that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. When we
all right,
measure and
that's right.
observe water, it is observed and measured to lay horizontal on the surface. Therefore,
That's right.
the Earth lays horizontal on the surface. It's quite simple.
All right. And then what? Hey man, I think you can't understand me, but let me make that clear. All right, we know that. All right. But what's the point of it?
But it's just verifying the claim that the Earth is a sphere. When we go to measure it, it's not. That's the point. Are you asking a deeper question? Like, what's the point of them telling us anything about the Earth, it being a sphere? Is it a deeper question?
Probably not, but
Okay.
Okay, you got me.
So it's just
You got me.
verification of the claim. They say that the surface of the Earth is curved. When we go to measure it, we don't measure the curvature. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Good. Sounds good.
Have you got any other questions?
I don't have any exact. I mean, I don't exactly have any question, but
How long have you been learning English?
I've been in English for maybe 4 years.
And you're doing
5
really
years.
well. Your English is very good.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. So how do you think you think that I'm a native or what?
No.
No, I'm not a native, but my grandpa was English.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think you are not a native. I mean, native. I mean, you are. I mean, I think you're probably from Middle East.
No, I told you where I was from. I'm
I
from
know,
England.
but before, you
I was
born
born
there?
in England. I'm an Anglo-Saxon
Oh,
Jew. I'm English.
oh. And what about your father?
English. As far
And
back as we can
mother?
go, my roots are English, Anglo-Saxon.
Wow, that's. So why you are here? What are you doing here?
Talking to new people with my friends and colleagues about the nature of the reality in which we inhabit. That's why
All
we're
right.
here.
That's really good.
Yep.
Good. I thought that you are here for improve your communication with the people.
No, we got invited here from our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We go around to other servers as well. There's this server, there's another politics server. We've been to a few. We open rooms and people are able to come and discuss with us the hot topic on the internet, the Earth being flat.
Yeah.
So we don't go anywhere unless we're invited.
That's good.
We're the number one
So
channel in
you're
this room, by the way.
yeah. I know. Really great. I'm not really sleepy. Probably I'm about to sleep.
Yo, guys, is it okay if I bring somebody in that has quite a few questions about the platter?
Yeah.
Let me see if he wants to pop in. 1 sec.
Yeah, we got Jedi on the hotline right now, so.
I was talking to him for the last couple of days or so, and talking about a whole bunch of things from esotericism, spirituality, flat Earth, so on and so forth, right? And the flat Earth kind of like intrigued him, and I've had a few conversations with him explicitly on the flat Earth topic, and like he gets my point, right? And he actually agrees with a lot of the things I say. I've shown him a few videos, and he's like, okay, yeah, NASA's full of bullshit, right? This is weird. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, this is sketchy. But he needs like more. I'm gonna say more along your guys' line of work, right? So calculations, measurements, and that kind of stuff. And I just don't have the time nor the nerves for that. So give me a minute.
Awesome. A party guest.
I know.
He's also like very respectful. He's chill. He's not like a douchebag. So you don't guys have to worry about that.
All right, man. You don't need to button me up anymore. I just need to know if I need to put my jacket on and get shaved.
I was gonna say, man, he's gonna light the candles already. Like,
Get the Barry White on. It's gonna be
Oh
fun.
man.
Yeah, man. Invite your friend in. It'd be awesome. Alpha, what are you doing? Are you at work? Are you at home? Are you eating
Yeah, man.
pumpkins?
I'm gonna, dude. That was good. You should. I was saying earlier to India, I was like, dude, we should do like a first annual 24/7 meetup. You know, like somewhere. I was like, I'm in the central of the United States, so everybody can come where I'm at. And then, of course, you across the pond can probably host one over there.
Hey,
Looking at a new
I'm in
property
Europe,
next
so we
week.
can.
Hopefully, going to be moving soon.
Oh, that
Fingers
yeah.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Well, what does it look like? Is it a maybe?
Oh, it's gorgeous, man. Little log cabin out in the countryside, out in an area of outstanding natural beauty, as we like to call them in the UK. So miles away from anywhere. It's gorgeous.
Talking about where you live over there or over here?
Oh no, over where I am.
Oh. You're looking
So
forward
you're
to that,
living
huh?
in London or what?
Yep.
Jerry,
Yo.
you're living in London?
No, at the moment I live in where am I? Where the fuck am I? North Cambridgeshire, in the Fenlands. Interestingly enough, it's the lowest point in the UK, and it's the flattest point in the UK.
Oh, sounds
It's actually
great.
below sea level. So if a
They got
flood comes, I'm fucked.
no, but they have Wi-Fi over there.
Yeah, man. Just about.
All right.
Man, okay, you married? I think you have any girlfriend or something like that because I think you're
Damn,
probably
bro, slow
maybe.
down.
What the fuck?
That's good if he's got girlfriends.
Oh man,
Hold up, man.
all right, it's just a ordinary question. I mean,
I don't know
it's
about
just
ordinary, but
I'm
yeah,
just, but I'm really I'm my type is really curious. Yeah, curiosity.
you know what they say about curiosity.
All right.
I killed a cat. Thankfully, it has 9 lives.
What they say?
It's a turn of phrase. Yeah, Murr kind of completed it. Yeah, curiosity killed the cat.
Okay, but I think it's just your voice is just like 15 years old.
Holy smokes!
The fuck?
Yeah.
You say
You're
15 or
way off
50?
there.
I'll give you a chance. 15 or
You're
50?
You're way off, bro.
50, bro.
50. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like my grandpa. Yeah, his voice is really.
All right, easy, Tiger. Ain't that fucking old.
Yeah. Come on now.
Don't put him in a
I
grave
definitely
already,
have got some
man.
grey in my beard, and I am definitely feeling my age. But yeah, I'm just about 50. Not quite yet.
You?
And we got Arya that just joined the chat, man. He's our man in India. So, what's up, Arya?
Hello, how you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
You're like, I can count all the people that are flat earthers in India on one hand, bro. I'm not kidding you, bro. Like all the people that I've
Bro,
met
you know
over the
what?
years.
Hey, let me something. Let me tell you something. I really do love Indian people, but I don't like their accent because it's really boring. I'm sorry, my bad, but I don't like it because
Nah,
it's
bro,
everywhere.
that is okay.
Any,
That is fine. That is fine.
I don't know. Indian people is everywhere. Everywhere I go, there's an Indian, and there's their
Maybe
accent.
because you're in
It's
India.
really
I don't
boring.
know. That could be a hint. All right.
I
Let's
really
talk.
love it.
Let's talk. Hold on. We want to get to new people that are asking questions about the topic of the room. And currently,
All
right
right,
now,
all right.
we have a giveaway going. 1 month nitro. If somebody can produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, or actually proof that the Earth is a globe. So, can
How
anybody
about
prove
proof?
that the Earth is a globe? We'll give you 1 month nitro.
How about if I prove that the Earth isn't a globe, can I get a month of nitro?
The challenge exists for the globe.
Fine, let me make an alt
That's
account.
too easy, Mo.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna make an alt account and start being aggressive and
Oh,
add
no.
Honda back.
Alright,
You still gotta
I'm
prove
about
it.
to leaving.
Like, what are you talking about? Prove it, man. Like, it's already been proven. Don't you know? Aristophanes proved it like 1 billion years ago.
Yeah. How about Abbas? Abbas is in here. What's up, Abbas? Abbas, what's up? Yeah, you missed it, Arya. There was a guy that came in here from India. His name was Jason.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like for like maybe
Look,
3
I
or 4
see
days,
Luca is
3 or
pissed
4
off.
days. What?
What's happening, Luca? There's someone named, his name is Luca. He's pissed off. I think he's really mad at me because I said I said that I don't like Indian accent. I'm sorry, bro, but
Yeah,
that's
she's
the
right.
truth.
She's right. You shouldn't talk about other people's accents, bro.
Come on, bro. I'm just, I just said that because I really said the truth.
No, you didn't. That's an opinion. That's not the truth. That's your opinion. The truth
Come
is
on, bro.
objective.
No, Luca,
Nah,
that's the
nah,
truth.
nah, 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 nah,
I
nah.
need that. Just need that. Somebody had to say that. I
The truth.
really don't like their accent. I
No,
do
they could
love the people, but
listen, bro. Listen, bro. They could say the same about
Accent
you.
doesn't matter,
They
bro.
don't like. They don't like your
Accent doesn't
accent either.
matter.
How about now? What?
okay,
Your accent's kind of
respect
annoying
that.
too, to be honest.
If anybody likes weird Indian accents, you should listen to the Christmas song that I posted in the
You know,
side chat.
at the end of the day, we make money, bro. So
Yeah, they make money.
accent doesn't matter.
All right, we do have Joe that just joined us right now. Joe, are you there? We're trying to get this train back on its tracks, guys. Come on. Maybe we'll have Jedi go through the list.
I'm
If
still
you'd like.
giggling at the music that I posted in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
You should watch it. It's funny. It's really funny.
Oh, dude, I have heard that.
Yeah, I can't get it out of my head, especially in this room. Sometimes I have to leave.
Joe, are you there?
All right, bro. Anyone is here to? I want someone to sing a song. I really do love to listen to music.
No, we're not doing what you want, man. You're in our room
Come
right
on, bro.
now.
Come on, bro.
No,
Just
you do what we want. This is our room. We're running it, not you. Go to another room. Go to another room and make another room, and you do what you want in your
No,
room. This is our
have
room.
to. No, you have to go.
You
I
have
don't
to
go.
go. I'm gonna give you an option. Be quiet, or I'm gonna kick you out of here. You don't tell us how to run our room. We tell you. Got it? All right. So Joe, if you're there, welcome to the room. And we have Mohammed as well. We got Shen Bapiro. Welcome, Shen. Ozzy just joined. Welcome, Ozzy.
There's a
Weird.
question in the side chat.
Okay, so that's my friend Ozzy. I'm not sure if he can speak or not right now, but yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna get rid of that guy. See ya, man.
Bye.
Oh, he already left.
Or did you want to get rid of AB?
I think they're gone.
The guy that just left?
Was it the Aussie dude?
No.
Okay.
It was the other guy that was a loudmouth. Shen Bapiro's typing. What's up, man? You can use your voice too.
Shen Bapiro wants us to explain airplanes flying horizontally over a horizontal plane. Okay. How do airplanes work on a flat Earth? They just get up to altitude and fly horizontally, and then come back down to land again. Also, if the Earth is stationary, no need to worry about the Earth moving underneath. Good stuff. So aircraft fly over a horizontal stationary plane. It's that simple.
Look at what he posted the second time. The plane flies across a map. That's funny as hell.
If you're a child with toys and an atlas, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. Right, well, I guess as it's gone quiet, I believe you're waiting for a guest to arrive who hasn't turned up yet, but we can entertain ourselves until then. We've got a full list of people in the channel, so welcome everybody to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel on your lovely English Observer. We're here to answer any questions about the nature of our reality, especially about the Earth, and if it's a sphere or not. We say the Earth is not a sphere because we don't measure a curved surface that you should do on a sphere. We measure a horizontal one. So by measurement alone, we demonstrate that the Earth cannot be a sphere. Anyone's got any questions or comments that I'd like to make? If anybody has a belief, and a firm and strong one, that the Earth is a sphere, would like to defend that point from some kind of hill, we will oblige you, and you can make your point. We'll have a conversation. But guys, don't be shy. You can unmute yourselves, introduce yourself, say hello, tell us who you are, tell us where you're from, and bring your point forth. Welcome, everybody. I think that's as much as I can do. I can't do anymore. Hooray. Thank you for finding that button. Who was that?
Was me.
Hey, thanks, DJ. How are you, my friend? You having a good day?
Welcome, man. Awesome, bro. Yeah, I hope you're well. Everything's good here. Getting cold. We had our first snow a few nights ago. Yesterday.
Yep, same here, man. Definitely getting cold. It's dropped by about, I don't know, 5 degrees. And it wasn't that warm in the first place.
Yep.
But yeah, it's definitely dropped.
Exactly.
Snow's starting to fall in some northern parts of the country. But yeah, winter's officially arriving. People have already got the Christmas decorations up. Right. Look, I'll
Really?
let December go, but it's November still. Give it a minute or two. These people get
If
so
they don't get
excited.
arrested, maybe they'll get arrested.
Yeah, maybe.
That doesn't happen in England.
What, people getting arrested?
Yeah, they let people go. They don't arrest you.
Depends who you are.
So you guys are from UK?
I am.
Well, he is, not me.
DJ. Yeah. Alpha Veritas is
What's
of
your thought
Mexican
on the
heritage,
digital ID?
but living in the USA. And DJ's Australian, but currently lives in Poland. Like I said, I'm from the UK.
Oh, okay. So what's your thoughts on digital ID?
Oh, jeez.
I'm just asking. No beef. I'm just asking.
You
I know
police
you
or
can't.
something.
I know you can't bend. Listen, I know you can't bend your head around, but you can kiss your butt goodbye.
I heard that your government is trying hard to keep people in control.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they are going to do it with a digital ID.
Yeah.
What's that? You want to buy groceries? Not today, sir. It's mealworms for you.
Your social credit has been failed. Your social credit has been degraded because you are being so racist. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, Jedi, as soon as the social credit system comes out, he's already like 300 points in the negative.
Oh yeah.
Don't say that out loud.
They just started. How are you 300 points in the negative, bro? Like,
So I spent the last 10 years doing this.
Things are going to get spicy for the UK here soon.
oh, you too, obvious. No, you're probably more than Jedi. You'd be like 1,000 points in the red.
In future, it will be like neural chip inside your brain. It detects the racist thoughts and automatically identifies them to feds.
Yeah, but you know why you're more than Jedi? Because Jedi's going to tell it on you, and he's going to redeem some of his points so that, yeah, you get thrown to the wolves.
Jedi, he's not going to snitch on me.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's going to get his 300 points back.
On him first.
Man's got to eat, you know?
This guy is spreading fucking tragic Indian Christmas tunes on the internet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man. The accent is so funny.
Hey, you're in trouble now, man. Yeah, social credit system's not having any of that, bro. Any of it.
I don't see it sticking. I don't, honestly.
They said that about a lot of things, obvious. Come on, brother.
It's weird. You'll be surprised about the amount of countries that have already got this. Right? There's already a few. They implemented it. Where is it? Switzerland, you know, the neutral country. They've already got it there. They've been using it for years, apparently. There's some guy was Southeast Asian country. I can't remember which one it was. Do apologise, but he was talking about it being used there. Has been for years.
It was razor thin how they got over Switzerland, man. It was just like by a few votes.
Was it really?
Like it barely freaking passed, bro.
Wow, they voted for it. Who voted? What, the parliament or the people?
No, it sounded like it was the people, but
wow. Well, that's even scarier, though.
Yeah, because you could hear them even saying like it's such a great system. We wanted it. Like they leaned into it, man. They embraced it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see it sticking because the UK is going to self-implode in like 2 years anyway.
My goodness, bro.
Who gives a fuck? We've got civil war on our hands, man.
Yeah, I know
Everyone's
that.
gonna be dead.
Me and Jedi had a 2-hour episode on Funline Unfiltered about it.
I need to go and listen to
that. Keir Starmer is not your friend, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, don't take my word for it. Like,
Can't move on the internet in the UK without some kind of political smearing and attack on Keir Starmer or anybody at the moment, man. It's crazy.
bro, it's open season right now.
And yeah, it is. I've just changed the migration laws as well. I don't know, man.
I think it kind of suits you to say that you guys are royally effed.
Oh, hell yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, you know, even if we get past digital ID, we've still got like a fucking standing enemy army in our country. So
Yep. We haven't got a lot of them left, but Second World War veterans, you know, the people who survived the Second World War and fought for this country and fought for peace across Europe and so on. It was Remembrance Weekend, Remembrance Sunday. You know, where us in the UK, we wear poppies and so on to remember the fallen and the dead that, like I said, fought for our freedom. There's not a lot of them left. But in interviews, when you speak to these people, they're not happy with the way that the country's turned. Especially, like I said, they've been alive in this country for like 70, 80, 90 years, some of them, right? Yeah, I've seen a lot of changes over the last 10, 20 years, especially. It's sad to see these people who gave their lives for this country, and the country that they fought for doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, I seen that one clip of one being interviewed on probably like Good Morning or something, and he's just like, "Yeah, my sacrifice wasn't worth it at all." And the presenters were just real patronizing. They were like, "Oh, we're really sorry you feel that way." You know,
Yeah, I know the
he
one you're
was having
talking
none
about,
of it.
dude. Yeah.
But yeah, half them must feel like, let's go back to World War II. Shit was much more stable back then. These
Me and
things
Jedi
make
had a good
sense.
conversation. We had a good conversation about it, obvious, and there's a lot more that we didn't say in that back and forth between me and him. But I was
We've
going at
been
the
going on
time.
for 2 hours as it was. Couldn't go any longer.
Yeah, we capped out at 2 hours, and I was like, you know, we could probably go more, but it's best that we just cut it here.
Yeah, DM me the episode, man. I'll listen to it.
Yep.
Okay, so Mer's friend is busy apparently, so he'll get back to us later. Which is fine, fair enough. I'll blow the candles out.
I'm more sad than you, man. I really want him to have a conversation with you guys. I know once he has a conversation here, the globe is done for him forever and ever. And ever, and ever.
Well, when he's got time, mate. Door's always open.
Kind of tells you where it's going to go with a person, you know, if they can spot NASA's bullshittery in their footage and stuff, like immediately, then yeah, the globe is done for them.
I've been not probing, but like sprinkling in stuff from time to time with him since I've met him, and he truly just wants to know the truth. There is no ego there, and that's why I decided to like send him here this way. So once he comes, I think it's going to be very beneficial for him, and yeah, we'll see. I hope he just doesn't do anything that's gonna be spirally and destiny like. You know, if he does that, I'm gonna be very disappointed in him. But I don't think he will.
If he's an honest person, there's no reason it should go that way.
From my observations, I think he is.
He sounds like he'll be a good person to have a conversation with, for sure.
He's right.
So I said, I mean, if a person can see that fakery with their own eyes, you know, they've already done half the work. So, because if you could admit to yourself that such an organization, you know, with the scope that is NASA, can be straight up lying and doctoring stuff, and you know, putting out all this funny business, you know, then applying that to like the scientific organizations and all that it's not much of another step, you know. It's not a leap.
Yep, I agree with you.
This is the most ardent Globers won't even admit that maybe some of the Earth images are CGI, and won't even concede to that point. You know, if that stuff's fake, it doesn't necessarily mean the Earth's not still a globe, but they won't even give you that much, you know. Which is just pure dishonesty on their part and denial.
That is true. And again, like that's quite literally the stepping stone, right? For everything. That's like the doorway. Once you can see that, then everything else comes along a lot smoother and easier.
Yeah. I mean, every Glober pretty much reduces to just personal incredulity. That's their entire position is personal incredulity. They just can't fathom how it could possibly take place, that this could have been lied about. When you really get down to it, it's like, I can't fathom how this couldn't take fucking place, you know? Everything's set up for deceptions like this to exist. That's what I'm saying. It's harder for me to fathom it not being possible than it obviously being possible.
This is just a really, really good movie that people really, really love.
Yeah, yeah, they're just a movie studio. Production company.
With Walt Disney as their main director.
What type of things did you show him? Just show him like obviously Earth images, ISS stuff.
So I'll just name some of the things, right? Firstly, I sent him a video of a high altitude balloon, right, with no fisheye lens. I sent him a lot of those images with like the astronauts from the lunar landing, right, with monkey see, no monkey see, no monkey hear, no monkey say, and all the green screens. And then all like the rocks being basically copy pasted right within those photos. I sent him some of the flight paths from the book, the 16 flight paths or flights that prove the Earth is flat. A whole bunch of different screenshots with different size continents, and probably my favorite of all of them is Pluto the planet with Pluto the dog on it.
What did he say
Right.
to that?
Well, he was like, yeah. First, he was like, yeah, NASA's full of BS. Like, I also sent him just because we can't constantly talk, right? So I was like, here, I gotta go to sleep. Here, go watch some Dave Weiss, just so you have an introduction to it, right? To like, so you have an understanding why we think that way, right? Just as a layman's point, right? As a good intro. And he instantly watched one of his videos. He was like, "Oh wow, I did not expect this." Right. And then I also sent him some videos about what do you call it? Sunsets and parallel rays and stuff like that. And like you can see it you can hear it in his voice when he was sending me voice messages. He's like now really pondering it, right? It's getting his gears moving, but it's still like, is it really that? And from my perspective, that's the whole like, is it the truth? Because I don't want to fall for something that isn't. So I respect that. It's not just like, oh, I believe you, right? He said like, I need the calculations. I need, the mathematics behind it. He is on a side note. He does study astrology. He's an astrologer like me. So then he uses Vedic astrology like me with Lahiri calculations, which are based off of geocentrism. And I went with that, right? And that's why he's kind of like, okay, man, if it's true, like I gotta know how, right? So I was like, yeah, let's go, man. I'll get you to the right people that know the calculations, that know everything about the heliocentric model in and out. They'll have all your answers.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to astrology, if there was something to all of that, it would make much more sense if it were the case that these celestial objects are actually, very close and, actually within our system, this construct itself. I mean, astrology just makes no fucking sense in heliocentric. It doesn't jive whatsoever. I'm not sold on it, even in a flat Earth cosmology or geocentric, but it would make more sense, at least in that paradigm.
Like I told him what you just said, right, with the heliocentrism part. Like I told him, man, just think about it. There is something known as a three-body problem, where if you have two bodies of whatever size, mass, gravitational pull, and you play it right, it's gonna work like a fine-tuned clock. But as soon as you put it in a third body, the whole entire system goes into chaos mode, which means it does not ever repeat. It cannot be. There is no patterns, right? You can't make any framework from it because it's chaotic in nature. It's not predictive. and you have like billions, if not trillions, right, of different bodies and celestial objects within the heliocentric model. To top it all off, all of them are moving at different speeds, at different rates, at different ways and angles, right? Some are towards each other, some are going away from each other. So if astrology is right active and not active but accurate, right, and is based off pattern recognition of what the heavens above do, it only makes sense in a heliocentric model where everything is like a fine-tuned Swiss clock, right, where it's constantly repeating over and over again throughout the year. Every year you're always going to see the same stars in the same position on the same day, right?
Yep. Yeah, our solar system alone is supposed to have like 70 major bodies in it, you know. So not even simulate 3 functioning. Forget 70. That's why when they come in and they're like, "Oh, we use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses," it's like, how could you possibly predict it when you can't even have 3 fucking bodies in a simulation for more than 2 minutes without them just imploding?
Yep.
It's like, so even whatever model you think may be getting simulated to predict eclipses wouldn't be accurate to reality, because you'd have to ignore, you know, 95% of the other, influences to get it somewhat functional. It just makes no sense. And then, of
Exactly.
course, as you're saying, everything is most likely this well-tuned timepiece, the thing, it's all cyclical. And we, of course, refer them to the Saros cycle, which is eclipses are essentially on like it's a 17-year cycle, I think. They just repeat because everyone repeats.
I agree with you, Matt, right? I even like sent him some. I keep forgetting that YouTube channel's name for some reason. It can never stick in my head. But the dude that did a whole bunch of observations of the Nikon P900 and P1000 of different like celestial bodies, right? Let it be planets or stars in general. And then I also sent him straight afterwards a link to like the star in the jar experiment. And I told him like, this is what you actually observe when you do observations by yourself, not when you get info from NASA or from any other type of quote unquote trusted source, right? When you do your own research and observations, this is what you see. Lights that appear to be underneath water, right? Not some giant gas balls of fire and hard solid planets, quote unquote planets, right? And that also like he was like, oh wow, that's interesting, you know. So yeah, I jumped from for between a few different topics just to like because he's also into esotericism and spirituality, right? So he could have a better grasp from that facet, from the metaphysical facet, because he's more aligned to that than just the pure measurements, right? It's easier for me to go down that route with him than going down the whole observations, this and that, measurements.
Yeah, there's nothing really much we can glean from looking at the sky, It's not the way to go about it. So it'll be good that you'll come in here and we'll go over the actual empirical stuff,
Yep.
Things you can go and verify himself. Because even the claim, like, the stars that look like they're within water, it's like we wouldn't say stuff like that in here.
Of course, right? And that's why I decided to send him here.
Never back up, Sure, things can appear a lot of ways. Make your own interpretations. Just don't claim those any type of fact,
The one thing whenever I talk about any topic that is quote unquote conspiratorial, right, or well, how pseudoscience, whatever. I always go with the leading sentence. Don't believe a single word I say, right? You can listen and then do your own research and observations, measurements for whatever topic it is, and come to your own conclusions. I'm just there to tell you what can be a possibility, and I'm not here to force anything upon you. That's the last thing I want. If I was to do that, I would be no better than the individuals who are pushing the heliocentric model down everybody's throats.
Yeah, that's what we tell people. Don't just trust us. Don't just take our word for it. Go and verify it yourself. Go and actually look and measure.
But I will say that before, when I tried to go down the route that you guys go with, like pure logic and calculations and measurements, right? For them, especially like in IRL situations, so face to face with individuals, I'd often see individuals like almost like dissociating during the conversation. But when I try going down this route, I don't know, it speaks to people's souls more, and then they're more willing to look at the topic and do their own research, right? And no small part of that is because, firstly, all scriptures have very similar depictions and religions, right, of the same thing, which is the geocentric non-stationary flat Earth model. So it kind of like leads them more towards God as well, and I don't know, a more positive outlook of things, right? It's been more effective for me. That also might be just because that's the best way I can communicate, right, and articulate things to them, and it seems to resonate. So hey, I think there's a value to both.
You know, everybody's different. You know, you never know what's going to kind of latch on. Who was it? Lats. He's a regular in here. We were speaking the other day, and he was telling me what got him to pretty much, you know, go down the flat Earth rabbit hole and figure it all out was just watching. He was just watching Neil deGrasse Tyson in an interview, being unable to answer the question of what is a woman. You know, so completely unrelated to the topic, but just because he pretty much killed his credibility in faffing around on that question, caused him to then reassess things. You know, it's like, right, I need to take another look at what these type of people have been trying to tell me.
Yep.
And that's what set him on his whole journey. And he's now, you know, he's a regular here, and he knows the arguments and articulates things very well. So yeah, you never know with people what will get them to go.
And like from my understanding and perspective, I also think there's a value to both sides of the spectrum when it comes to our brains, right? I don't think you should solely focus on one side. So let it be just on the right hemisphere or just on the left hemisphere, right? You have both for a reason, right? They're both quintessential in their own unique ways, and when you put them together, I think that's when you can truly make the whole puzzle, like finish the whole puzzle, right, and have the whole picture within it. Sometimes you need it's not about belief, right? I'm the last person that's going to say belief is necessary. You can't spell that word without the word lie in it. But faith is a thing, right? That's something completely else. And sometimes you do need a little bit of faith, and that little bit of faith is going to get you to the place you need to be.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their faith in something, right? People that don't believe in God or whatever, you know, they have full faith and worship in the state and authorities and what they dictate. So it's like, I've often tried to tell people that, you know, you get people that come in here and they think this is a religious thing. And I'm like, this is not a religious thing, but at the same time, every single person is like religious. All people are religious, one way or another. It's just they have this perception in their mind that religion um, only exists when you go to a special building and you crowd around like-minded people and chant words about certain, you know what I mean? That's their perception. Like that, I don't do that, therefore I'm not religious. It's like, no, you've got hundreds of little rituals you do every day that you don't even notice, and that is what your religion is, you know. Every time you turn on the news and listen to what the talking heads are saying, that's a form of religion, you know. That's your sermon.
Yep.
And yeah, so
I'd also say, like, the main reason, from what I can see and observe, the main reason why we do have people that are atheists, right, is because of the heliocentric model, right? Without that, I don't think there would be a single individual on Earth that would be an atheist.
there'll still be a few. There's always a few. But certainly, yeah, heliocentrism's been the primary drive behind the increase in atheism. And for good reason, you know, like the power structures of the world couldn't kind of proclaim themselves to be that if they were actively fighting against, you know, the potential of a creator or the word of a creator, you know. You need to kill the old king type of thing.
Yep. And when you look at the whole entire like story of the heliocentric model and all its facets, right? Not just the numbers and the calculations, but the wording used for it. Like, why is it called heliocentric, right? It, all those things have power to it on a subconscious and even on a subconscious level where it rings true to you because there are truths within it, right? But it's obscured with all the nonsense and wickedness that has been put in it. I'm trying very hard to stay stray away from Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, no, heliocentrism is a religion. It's littered.
All right. What was so bad about Helios? How was he evil?
Oh, I'm not saying that he's evil, right? It's just that, on the contrary, right? It's just sun worship, right? And from an esoteric spiritual standpoint, Christianity, Judaism, right? Hinduism, Egyptian religion or mythology, most religions have sun worship, right? Which is the main focus.
What's evil about sun worship?
One more time?
What exactly is evil about sun worship?
Nothing is. There is nothing evil, but it's the way it's being used to like push this model of the globe to make it more of a belief. Because you've seen it when you talk to globies, right? They don't have a knowing of the model, and they can't say like, I know it's true because of this and this. They have a belief because it is a religion of sorts, quite literally. And they use facets like sun worship, right, to affirm it even more and make it more real because sun worship is a real thing, right? I'm a sun worshiper, right? Hence my sunset picture on my profile.
Okay. Like, are you kind of saying like it's almost like like a religion, a worship of deities, but like hidden, under the guise of being like intelligent information, like academia,
Firstly, yes, that's what I'm trying to say for the most part, but also in the sense of, you know how they, for example, with the flat Earth, right? They try to flip it around and change the script and make it seem to be something that it's completely not, right? And they do that with everything else. It's always a 180, right? So even if something is good, right, they'll twist it around, manipulate it into a way that is more beneficial for their quote unquote evil needs, even though that particular thing might not be in essence evil or isn't evil at all, right? But the way it's being used pushes an agenda of evil and misleading.
Yeah. I see where you're going with that. Because you got like people like Matthew Learns, right? We've pointed it out. Hey, bro, you're in a double religion, right? You got this on one side, you got your Christ and all that, and then on the other side you've got the Helios, and he's like, oh no, I don't worship the sun, right? And but he's got no problems using all those pagan deity terms to point out those celestial objects, right? Like Jupiter and Mars and all that. So he's paying lip service. I've said to him, you're paying lip service to it, really. Like, you know what I mean? It's, but he doesn't agree. Like, that they're just names which were applied to those things in homage, I guess, of the original like names that the Greeks and the Romans gave those lights in the sky, right? Even they might have thought that those things were actually gods, right? But he doesn't. He's aware that they're just bodies. Like, he thinks he's aware that they're just bodies of like gas and dust and ice and rock and blah blah blah, blah, right, spinning around in a vacuum. Yeah.
Right. You see it with a lot of things. That's just one way of explaining it, right? Why is one of the most powerful institutions, or I'm going to say even companies. Let's put it as a company or corporation. Yeah, corporations on Earth. Why do they use the word Black Rock, right? Why do you find that not just that word, but the symbology to represent that everywhere, right? Let it be in religion, let it be with Saturn and a hexahedron supposedly on the North Pole, right? Which is a cube. It's they're using all of that knowledge that, again, this is now, I'm not saying this is the truth, don't just believe me, that we used to have innately, and shifting it and bending it into something that is malicious, right? To control the masses instead of actually liberate them and make them more connected to the prime creator, God, Allah, however you want to call it, right? Consciousness, to yourself. And that's what they do. And that's why it's so hard to like bring people away from it. It's kind of like taking baby from a candy. No pun intended, right? Babies love candy. People love to believe in something. Even if they don't think or believe that they have a belief, they still do. And T-Dub, because of those reasons, right? I'm very particular and intentional with everything that I do in life, even Discord. there's a reason, a very specific reason why I'm called Mer, right? And why I have a censored in my profile. And everything else that I talk about or say or sprinkle in, I'm very intentional and deliberate because um, I'm trying my hardest to follow what, from my understanding, is the truth, right? And every once in a while, when I'm proven to be wrong or misinformed, I cherish those moments, right? I feel like a little child discovering something new. And it's like, ooh, yeah, this is awesome. Like, ooh, let me look at this now. I need to go nerd divergent on this for a couple of months to figure it out. And the more you go into all these different subjects and topics, let it be history, right? Um, geography, science, biology, astrology, right? Anything. The more you find these same patterns and terminologies sprinkled in, right? And then you're like, ah, where's Waldo? Let's connect the dots and see where this leads. For most people, it's just, oh, coincidence, or you're making something out of nothing, which, hey, everybody has the right to believe whatever they want, right? And think whatever they want. But everything is done with intent. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be in the situation that we currently are in the world.
Oh well. Videos from the PIE route. Just not.
Yes, I definitely agree.
With what? I'm sorry. I'm lost now. Why'd you say that?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely correct.
What I said about Halal Ben Shahar or something else?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just messing with you, Mer. It's just a troll session for me.
That's all right.
That's right, Murray. You can troll her back with a plate of nachos.
Nacho cheese.
Yep.
Say that again.
I said nacho cheese.
Why do I know your voice? What? Who is this?
This is Mer.
Yeah, but did you go by another name before?
Like 3 or 4 years ago, I went under the name Shreyas, right? But
No,
Iggy?
no, I don't know you.
did somebody say did you or?
Oh shit! I'm not coming through. Am I coming through?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, cool. No, aren't you Rice Ray? No.
No. I used to go under the name Shreyas, Straius, on my first
Am I
account.
tripping? Where's DJ? Am I
No,
tripping?
it's a different person. Yeah, different person.
It is. Okay, I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
You
I could have
good, bro,
sworn
you
he
good.
was Rice Ray. Sounds
Similar like conversational topics. Rice Ray's a bit more unhinged than Mo. Didn't you go by the name Piggy as well, Mo?
Yes, I did. Yep.
Yeah.
I thought you were well, at least you sound like Marthot. Marthot?
I've never gone underneath that name.
Okay, yeah, I think you sound like him. He doesn't talk much, so it's kind of hard to. But yeah, anyway, how are
It's a
you
shame he
guys?
doesn't talk more because when he does, he just crushes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Martov, yeah, good moderator.
Shout out to Marthot, wherever you are. You need to come to VC and crush some glowers. Are there any glowers right now? I have 10 minutes to talk. So come on. Glowers, glowers.
Looks like we have Miguel and Matador. Who else we got? Quiet Zane. They're your potential Glovers.
Okay.
Yeah. You have Barrow too.
All right, who wants to step up?
Aisha just joined as well.
Oh yeah, I heard she's good. She's a good debater.
Really?
Yeah. Aisha? No, she left. We scared her off. Okay.
Is that good?
Nice try.
Yeah. It's all good, quiet Zane. No worries. All right, we got Bara. I think Bara, he might be the one. Bara, you there? Or is it Bara? Ah, Bara. Hi. Can you speak or talk in VC? Bra? Bara? Bara?
Actually, it's
Bra.
para.
What is it?
Para.
Bara. Okay. Hi, how are you? Welcome.
Good, good. How about you?
Doing well. Thanks be to God. So what are your thoughts on the shape of the earth?
I don't know exactly, but I think perhaps a new shape. We don't know.
A new shape? Like what?
A shape what what can I? A new shape is a new shape.
So other than a sphere? That's interesting.
Are you saying a new shape or no shape?
No, I think it's a new shape. Agree with the variables. Variable of universe. You know that.
So you don't think it's a globe shape? Hello.
Yeah, he's
It's shy.
yeah. It seemed like there was a little bit of a lag, so I don't know if he's having issues with that, but Okay, we'll get back to Bara. You can step in anytime. Matador. What's up, buddy? Matador.
I think Matador
Oh.
said in the side chat they couldn't VC before.
Ah, okay. All right. That's cool. That's cool. Let's see. Miguel. Miguel. Miguel, you there? Okay. Let's see who else. Base R. Is that a do you guys know who that is? Or is that a newbie?
I've seen him in here a bit. He was saying some stuff in the side chat before. I don't know if he's a flat earther or not.
Okay. Oh, a resetter. Mohammed. You there? Mohammed.
We've been chatting to
Come on.
Muhammad on and off for a few weeks now. He's like taking a deep dive into it. He's still not sure, I think.
Okay, cool. That's good.
He usually
Yeah.
mics up though. Mic up,
I see him
Muhammad.
in the chat. Yes. Hi, Mohammed. Are you able to talk? Anytime. So if he's a resetter anyway, I don't want to. Yeah. What about pseudo serenity?
That's
Come
Hell's
on,
Angles.
guys. Hmm?
That's Hell's Angles. He's a F flat earther.
Oh, Hell's Ang. Oh, you know, I totally read that wrong. Okay, yes. He is what? Say that again, Mickey.
He's a flat earther.
Oh, he is a flat earther. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Darn it. Damn you all flat earthers. Become a glober so I can talk to you.
I think Quiet Zane is a guy that I don't know who he is.
He said he couldn't speak.
Dang.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
Well, shoot.
Pseudo Serenity says no. No to you're not a flat earther? Or Hell's Angles. You're not a flat earther. Huh. Okay.
Oh, he might be a level guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My bad. That's like probably really offensive to call him a flat earther, huh?
Oh, is he one of Bev's guys?
I didn't understand him to be, but if he's saying he's not a flat earther, then I assume that he's along, those lines of thinking.
Again,
Well,
another one. Those people are confused. They don't understand what flat means. Okay.
Yeah, Bev said he's a real globe knower. That's what he said he is.
What does that mean?
He's a real globe knower.
Yeah,
And
no,
then he
he's
says
a real glober.
the way he describes flat is the visual surface condition.
Hmm.
Which can mean anything. So
It's ironic a little bit with the Bev, because before turning real glober, remember that moment when he was guys who say that flat is the earth is not flat because there is top. He was saying that level is horizontal. He made many videos. He showed
Necros, you're cutting out, bud.
mic check. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, try again.
So he made many videos to show that level is horizontal. So how can you turn to a real glober when you prove that level is horizontal?
Well, it's weird because he said the Earth is not a sphere; it's a globe.
Am I missing something? What is the difference?
One's a globe and the other's a sphere. I don't know. He's in his own head about it. Nothing in this world is flat, though. I mean, you try to like this, have him describe what flat is, and then he had like some of his, his followers or whatever from his little cult. They come in here and they're trying to describe what flat is, and what was his name? The guy who used to come in here, his number one guy,
Elder Bear.
Yeah, Elder Bear. Yeah, he would be like, well, there are things that are flat, but they're not really flat. I'm like, what? Then what things are flat? Like we have the word for a reason. It's the words in the dictionary. It actually describes something. What is flat describing? And then I was like, can we have flat TVs? He's like, yeah. So the surface of the TV is flat, right? Yeah. And then I was like, what happens when you zoom into the into the TV? You're gonna find a bunch of like ridges and like little bumps and valleys.
Yeah, I
Oops.
give him the same example, but with mirror. So the mirror is flat, but when you look at it with a microscope, you see like bumps and hills and mountains. You see all kinds of topography in that surface.
Yeah. I got him with paper as well. Can paper be flat? Yeah, paper's flat. Okay, let's magnify it 100 times. And then you see all the fibers and everything.
They tried to troll me when I was in the server, and they said I asked them to give me an example of something that have a surface that is flat, and they all agreed with about a flat tire. So I told them that we call the flat tire because the surface that is touching the road, it's not curved anymore, so it's flattened out because there is no sufficient gas pressure inside the tire. So it flattened with the road. So that's why we call it flat. So it's not curved anymore. And with their example, it have to teach them what flat means. Just the opposite of curve. Flat tires not curve anymore. That part that is touching the road, it's flattened out.
Yeah, they're a strange bunch.
I guess there are those kinds of people who love that feeling that they come with something new, like new idea, new thing. So they found that there is that debate between flat earthers and globe earthers when they made their research. So they started their cult. Oh, wait, flat is not, the earth is not flat because there is topography. So the table is not too, because it's made of wood and wood have those wood fibers.
Oh, Lulu. Also, the public service announcement is that Indio is going to turn the server to discovery mode. So anybody that just types into Discord, like they're looking for flat Earth, our server's going to pop up now. And Friday should be the day where he turns that on. So just to let you know, I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, I heard about that. So okay, that makes sense because I used to try to log or like look it up on Discord and it never popped up to for me. So now it will pop up.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll be the number one on
Sweet.
that position because we have like a lot of people. So
So there's gonna be more traffic in the server.
yeah, it should increase traffic, and then we'll probably kind of wean off of these other servers that we're on. But we'll still have them,
Yeah.
but the main bulk of the people are going to be over there in the home server.
Nice. It would be nice to see the home server back up and running as it used to.
Yeah, we're gonna. Indio wants to gonna do it a little bit bigger this time. Maybe perhaps do some promotion. Get actually. Because I was telling him about we should have like an observation crew that does tests. Out there and records them and does like a little production about them, and then maybe have like a talk show or whatever. But we should do it big. All of us together.
Yeah, you mean like in the real world or
I mean, you know how people do I did a talk show for Frontline Unfiltered. But we can do one for 24/7. Just like a podcast and then
Oh, you
probably
have a
have
talk show. I didn't know that.
yeah, Frontline Unfiltered. I have it on Rumble though.
Ah, okay. Send me a link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, mhm.
I was thinking because now that we're doing that, we can do like promotions and start telling people that the server is now on discovery mode. So if they want to look for it, all they got to do is go to the discovery mode and tell their friends.
Mhm.
Hopefully we can do a little bit of marketing with it, and then cross pollinate with people like on TikTok and other platforms, so we can really start driving a lot of traffic in. Because it's like
Mhm.
now we have like a foundation now of the people that make 24/7. Like they're always devoted to like the talk, so we can
Yeah.
have like a robust community of people. So
Yeah, for sure. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, we got DJ.
yeah, I mean, and it's gonna really
I'm just
drive.
throwing it. We got all the OG flat earthers that are already known. So Jedi, you, T Dub, Cyclone, Indio, DJ, and we got many OG flat earthers.
I'm thinking we can create like a really good buzz on social media somewhere, and then there's a diverse group of us, because we're not. It's not just me. There's not just Yoder or Indio. It's everybody in here. All of you guys. You have stuck around and made the group what it is. Like you put your hard work every single day, arguing with these guys. So the fruits of that is going to be now you get to see what it's like for all of social media to be buzzing around what we're saying and engaging, and perhaps even podcast style. Like we'll do some recordings. Helio Skeptic can join us and do his recordings. There should be a lot more. I think the idea moving forward is putting ourselves out there more on social media.
The
Getting the
only
brand.
problem is
Yeah, go ahead.
it's the shadow banning and the we can try to, which is a great idea. I'm all for it, but we have to try to figure out a way to bypass like the algorithm on YouTube and so on, they're gonna not allow flat Earth. I don't think they'll allow flat Earth
Yeah.
to become big.
Well, that may be true, but there's talk shows that don't circle around flat Earth just only. So they could be the show could be
True.
like 24/7 or whatever, like talk show or what, we could name it whatever, but still have the
Mhm.
same group of people and still have the same kind of provocative discussions. So there's ways to beat the
YouTube.
algorithm so long as you don't have to like just, you know what I'm saying? Like you could
Yeah.
talk about things that are controversial, but so long as it's not just the one thing, because they could just say, well, we don't want that one thing on there, so that's your whole platform. They could just deplatform you. Like, but if you have multiple topics, it's hard for them to say that you're just speaking of that only one thing,
YouTube
Plus,
seems to be dropping the FE censorship in a huge way. Like I was
Yeah.
talking about this earlier today, and if you type in Eric DeBay now, right? As like if you typed in Eric DeBay like a year ago, it just comes up with anti-flat Earth content, debunking Eric DeBay, blah blah blah. Now it just comes up with all his videos and maybe a
Yep.
few debunking videos here and there. But another thing I noticed today is that all Eric DeBay's videos are now have ads on them, right? So he's able to have the videos
Yep.
monetized, which is freaking awesome, right? And I typed in taboo conspiracy. I tested a whole bunch, and they all show up completely differently in the algorithm. I remember seeing an article recently with from Google, Google, who owns YouTube, and they were talking about how they're going to drop the censorship on this kind of thing. Stop
Yep.
putting those silly disclaimers under the videos and not rely on third-party fact checkers and things like that.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
That would be awesome.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
That's
That's
going
actually
across.
amazing.
That's going across the board to all platforms, because what they're finding out is that they're the people that like to hear those conversations are going to other platforms and they're leaving that one. So their numbers are dipping. They notice the decrease in their numbers. So they're all about placating to the audience. Whatever the audience wants, right? So they used to think before, when the algorithm went up, so it like started shadow banning, it was about like the majority of people who were like censoring, right? The what do you call it? Um, the censoring, of all the things that are not on the status quo, that kind of stuff. It's what it used to be. Now people are looking for the like red pill kind of podcasts and all that. So people are driven away from YouTube because YouTube, it seems to be like they don't host that kind of stuff. So now YouTube's trying to be more relaxed, and that's going to give us a great, like, now's the best time to actually do what we're going to do right now. Like, really move forward. 24/7 was kind of just waiting for the moment to like see when it would be an opportune time to move forward. There's a lot of things that governments are coming out with and disclosing, like the alien conspiracy, chemtrails, all that stuff is being popularized, and now saying that, oh, by the way, remember those guys that were talking about these topics, and you used to call them tinfoil hat nutters? Well, guess what? This thing was actually real, So it's like they're starting to do that now, disclosing this information. So they're relaxing a lot, and now they're going to want to get those people who were taken off the platform back on and re-engaged back into the platform. So you know what I mean? It's just business is the way they move. It's just all about like getting the most out of like the people that are on their platforms, and they're not doing that if they're censoring people and people are leaving and going to other platforms like Rumble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if that's the case, then I'd say we should definitely move forward and spread out, spread the wings.
Yeah. And
Alpha, how many people we have in the home server?
Well, was it like
Just under 30,000.
28 or 29,000?
So if we sit there compared to the rest of the days when you switch to the home server to hold a discussion there, I think that because it is planned. So if you don't plan that and we just go to the home server and we gather there and we sit there and we start talking, how many people you think we will have in the in a channel during a whole day or 2 days?
Yeah, we do things organized. That way we can have the most foot traffic and the best interaction. So the way that it's looking right now with the platforms that we're using, like English Hub and the politics, politics and religion, like we were looking for the best way we can have foot traffic because home server didn't really have that much foot traffic. Now we know that people are seeing that we are moving like outward and they notice us, we can go back to the home server. And now that we're going to be discoverable, that's going to be even better because now we're going to be talking about like, just look us up. We're on YouTube. We're challenging people on TikTok, whatever. And, X. And we can have little podcasts. We can do fun things with it now. So we're more organized now than we were before because we know the arguments. There's a lot of bad arguments that have been done away with. So, a lot of that stuff that wasn't necessary, we can move away from. Kind of like you could hear people saying the old arguments, like how do flights work on a globe if they work this way on a flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like those arguments are not necessary. So what we're going to be looking for, I guess, in the future is making sure that people are up to speed with what we're saying in here, keeping up to date with the arguments. If you want to be on the forefront with 24/7, like moving forward, yeah, you're gonna have to like know what we're talking about and not because what we want to is curate a just a platform where people can come in and we're all basically like hanging out and not just saying like silly things, like what's beyond the ice walls or there could be like 10 domes or you know what I'm saying? Like there's none of that stuff. We're just gonna be sticking to like empirical evidence and talking to each other about the real nature of the earth.
Hey, AV, have you ever thought about having a few Globers as mods in the home server? Kind of like you're or at least Glober adjacent, like, I don't know, like your mezzes or your manufact totems, just so
Yeah.
that it would attract more Globers. You ever thought about that?
Yeah, that was talked about a long time ago, and we voted that out because of the fact that those guys like the server was all about critical thinking. Anything to deal with the globe side is not. So there is nothing like in order for like that's kind of antithetical to the purpose of like why we are even curating a platform. So the platform was meant to be for people who are critical thinkers. So if we're gonna have people that are moderators and they're not critical thinkers, they wouldn't regulate the moderation correctly. They wouldn't understand logical fallacies, so they wouldn't be able to call somebody on the other side on doing bad flat earth arguments that they wouldn't understand. You know what I mean? They'd just they're against the whole initiative. So the reason why, yeah, so we knew like from early on it was not a good thing to do that, even though it would placate to the Globers because they would be like, oh, well, we got like 5 globe mods, like that's we're fair and balanced, but that doesn't make a platform fair and balanced. As a matter of fact, it makes it the opposite, makes it unbalanced. So a fair and balanced platform is strictly critical thinking, reasoning, logic. And if we're abiding by those, then it doesn't matter what we say we are. It's abiding by the very principles of logic. So, and flat earther falls right in that category. We make sure of it.
Yeah,
So
I can
that's why
imagine
it's like
it creating chaos. Like I've seen some other channels where they have both, and it just turns into a shit show usually.
Yep. And they're not doing it for. They're not coming on there, or they wouldn't support us for the same reasons that we would support the whole channel. So they would support it based on being there so that other Globers can see that they're there, and they're not doing it for the for finding out if the truth of the matter is what we're saying it is or not. Like the goal isn't the same, is what I mean. Even though they might sound genuine, oh no, I'd moderate and like no, because it's antithetical to the mission, right? It's like if you're saying that you're going to be a Glober mod, then you don't know what critical thinking is, like because you wouldn't be a Glober. You would be like globe doesn't exist, bro. Like so it's not. Yeah, it's just not that juice ain't worth the squeeze, if I can put it in other words. So it's best just to keep it.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that, bro. Maybe there could be like a night. a night where we actually invite certain people, you know what I mean, and have sort of tap into more Globers that have, Globers who have followers or a network that are not,
Well,
ridiculous.
I don't know, DJ.
People
Go
that are
ahead. I'll
tolerable.
jump in after. I'll jump in after you.
I'm
I don't know.
I'm not
Was
more
somebody
of
gonna
a
say something?
yeah. Just
It was
I want to
Necros.
say that I'm not a mod, but I just want to give my opinion about that because I don't think it's necessary to have specific people as mods, like a Glober as mod. Like you want to have neutral bias, so Glober mod and flat earther mod. But it's not really necessary because modding and muting people will be, in those cases, just for those people who are talking over the others or trolling or speaking nonsense. So it was not fruitful discussion. You will mute them. But if it is for logical fallacies, anyone can call them. From the listeners, anyone can jump and call a logical fallacy and stop to call the logical fallacy, and you can go on if with that if you want, or dismiss it. Doesn't necessitate
Yeah, I
to be a
think
mod.
Globers would be a bad idea. Having Globers with any kind of power would be a bad idea. But I do think, like, who's the guy who does the logical fallacy counter? What's his name? He's got the YouTube channel.
Bruce McGuire, and
I'm thinking of a different one. He did a Dave's
Mind Shock. That's
Mind
him.
Shock. Guys
Yeah,
like
it
him
is Bruce.
would be
It
useful.
is Bruce McGuire. He had the old channel that was called Mind Shock, and now his new channel is called Bruce McGuire.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking like this, man. Like anybody that we invite in there, like we're looking for bigger and better. So the old tired Globers, the ones that we used to talk to, the anti-flat earthers, those are, I mean, we're not there anymore. This day and age, like where we're at today, we're not there anymore. Like, oh, why don't you debate Fight the Flat Earth? Because he eats his boogers on camera. Like, there's no way we're gonna like get just because we're trying to get some more foot traffic, like have a debate with him. Like it's nonsense, bro. We don't need that. We don't need his crowd. We don't need his people or whatever. They can stay liking him and subbing and doing whatever they want to him. We're trying to get a platform where it's respectable. People come in there, they challenge themselves, like whatever PhDs. Like we're going for the higher, the big dogs. We're done playing around with these guys on the internet. Like there needs to be like a time where we're wanting bigger and better.
Yeah,
that's the aspiration anyway. It's not say we're gonna get that, but yeah, that's the aspiration. Like we want those kind of conversations. The kind of conversations where you're listening, you're like, damn, like this is gonna be a good discussion,
The idea that I had all along this conversation, and I was asking myself how I can propose it, is to talk to Bruce McGuire and invite him, and he make live stream in his channel and our live stream in our YouTube channels, and we have a discussion, because today, it was just today, I watched one of his videos where he were researching flat Earth, and his problem is that he got all those assumptions, the dome and those kind of things. So he was researching the moon map, and he was trying to find where he can place the dome in that moon map. Will the dome be just all around that moon circle, or it will be just around the known map to us, known Gleason's map? And he was going with too many assumptions. We can invite him to have a discussion.
like I said, it's not a problem. But most of these lone wolves that are out there that made a name for themselves, like the bigger guys, whoever they are, like if we invite them, it's like we have to correct them, like the way what they're saying, and it's hard to do that when you're speaking to somebody who's made a name for themselves and they come to your platform and you're just like constantly, well, we don't think that that would be the case, or you know what I mean? Like we're going to be always trying to get them on the right path. That might be something to look forward to. I mean, if you guys want to see that, but at the same time, like I think just having a platform where people can come and like they see the cohesiveness within the group. You know, people aren't saying random things. You know, everybody's like even keel with what's being said.
The guy is completely neutral, and I think that's my personal opinion, dependent to what I saw when he's making videos, when he's analyzing some debates, and he's kneeling to the flat earth. And even if he says that he's completely neutral.
Yeah, I'm not like it's not even about him, Necros. Doesn't matter. I mean, it could be him, it could be Robot Polisher, it could be anybody else that's out there making a name for themselves, you know, inviting them to our server, and then they're like, oh, but I like talking about the ice wall, you know, or whatever. You know, I'm just using that as an example, but you know, at some point you're gonna be like, yeah, but I mean, do you want your audience to be focused on something that they can't prove for themselves? Or I mean, what is it that you're trying to get? What word are you trying to get out there? Like, is it just, you know, speculation? Or I mean, so and what we're trying to break down the way we've been told that the earth is a globe and the many ways that academia has been doing it to us. We're invested in doing that. Like I don't like those guys, whoever they are, man. Like you naming this one guy and you're talking about him, but there's many others, right? Mark Sargent, you know, you got all these other guys that are out there that made a name for themselves. So
yeah, and I propose that just to advertise our channels, because we are not selling anything. So we're just here to get those claims and see if they follow logic and if they are verifiable. So that's what we are in reality. So we just advertise ourselves with using those channels like Bruce or like you said, Robert Wallace.
I get you, man. I get you. Just like have them invite them, cross pollinate with those guys and their group, and they come over to ours, we go over to theirs, and that sort of thing. Yeah, that
one-off chats.
That's kind of like it's kind of the thing we've been talking about. But I don't know, like I mean, we don't agree with all these guys. You know, they usually wind up saying something we don't agree with, and I think that's where we have to say something about it, because you know we're not just gonna sit there and just agree wholeheartedly. Oh, let's invite Robot Polisher. He sounds like he's saying something good, and he might not be. You know, like we don't know.
But the way I see it, Alf, it's not for them to come and share their knowledge with us. This place is where the real kind of subject matter experts are. So it's more for, you know, us, or you know, the experts within our group to kind of get them on track, but also an opportunity to tap into their audience. You know what I mean? So like a one-off chat, we ask them to plug, we ask them to do a YouTube video about their, you know, visit or something, but obviously very carefully pick, you know, the logical guys, the guys who are on the same page when it comes to pursuit of truth, blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my heart, honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, it's right where Yoder's is right now. If you read what he put in the chat, I don't know. The whole debate realm, I think that's been done away with. We've proved our point. Like we have ultimately demolished the globe in like it's dust, bro. There's nothing. All we're doing these days is just like dude, honestly, I'm in here. I'm just like, dude, give me whatever you got. I'm at that point with these guys that come in here. Because there is like we're leagues above these guys already. There's like we're so far above them, man. We're
100% agree with you and Yoder, but the point is, I just put more value on those type of people more than a scientist, a known scientist, or a known engineer, because it will be just a waste. Because the YouTube channels are not very popular, our YouTube channel. So that discussion, that debate, even if it is so fruitful, and he acknowledged that it is flat earth, he understood and he can make more research, it will be just a waste. Not
No, I
many
don't think
people
so.
will see that, so
Let me
won't.
help.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with that, Necros. I think that because of the fact that people look up to people in academia. So like individuals who have made it up the ladder, worked hard to become who they are in, wherever profession that they have. And if we speak to those guys, it's not like we're um locking in with a debate with Fight the Flat Earth or McToon or whoever. We know those guys where they stand and what they're talking about. We want to talk to the people who others would appeal to. Like the normal people that are out there, they're not going to appeal to Fight the Flat Earth. They're not going to appeal to McToon. They appeal to the academic realm. So if we're talking to those guys in a way that makes sense for someone who's listening to it, that makes a difference. We're trying to move the needle. We're not trying to stay stuck and just like arguing with somebody who disagrees with us. I mean, that might have its like repercussion where somebody might turn around and say like, "Wow, that was a great debate. I'm glad the flat earthers actually handed this guy his butt." But it's not, dude. That right there, we should be weaning off of that little by little. Like we should be moving for, like now is the time for. Now I was saying this earlier. Now is the time for going out there and doing some field tests. Like all of us, like find a select group of people within our group. These guys are going to go out doing these observations. And then we have another group over here that's talking to the academics. Like we're gonna find somebody from Stanford, find somebody from Yale, somebody from Princeton. Like we're gonna be looking for these guys, right? And then having sit down with them and discussing, and then maybe some military personnel if we can. I don't even know if that's possible, but perhaps somebody might speak to us. We don't know yet. Like, but formulating something that could be like a great way for somebody to be educated on this and not just hearing some random people on the internet talk about flat earth, bro. Like it should be a more mature viewing experience and listening experience.
It's correct.
You get what
It's
I'm
correct. But it will be like little by little. Remember, for me, that was a positive point that I gave to Witsit. And he did that exact thing that I have in my mind. He went little by little. So he debated the small guys in known channels. So that's what made Witsit what he is. So
brother, we're
known.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, Necros, brother. We're far past that, bro. Like that, all that should have been like we have. Okay, let's just put it this way: we have history. In other words, if somebody wanted to know who we were, they could just look at all of Helioskeptic's recorded recordings of what we did in the past. The future right now, it's going to be us taking on the narrative, like really taking it on. Like what does that mean? What does it look like? Well, it means challenging the proponents who actually putting the information out there and having discussions with them. It's not like a knockdown slugfest. Oh, it's me against Professor Dave or whatever. Like that might have its merits, but we're not challenging the right people. You get me? That might be good for you and all the little people who are trying to like, well, I want to hear a good debate. Well, that's great. But we want to now give the people a mature way to look at this from a real perspective where they can make some sense out of it. You know where I'm going with, like.
But it wasn't just debating. He started with Professor Dave. But at the end, he was with that guy. He had a conversation with that guy who was in that video. Copernican principle, that documentary. Remember him? That geocentric guy, yeah.
Rock Sangenis. Atlanta.
But you know what, Necros, that only worked because at that time when Witsit was doing his little debates, it was still the zeitgeist was still globe versus flat Earth. I do agree; it's kind of past that now. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be the same anymore because I don't know. Now we've been through that period. Going back is just gonna, I don't know, it's gonna be even more stubborn, it's gonna be even more pathetic. Do you know what I mean? Like people are sick of that as well now. So I do think we are past that and we do need to, kind of move into just teaching now. You know what I mean?
Exactly that. And not only that, but people that are joining the group are gonna learn that it's not gonna be as easy. I mean, you really got to get with what we're saying these days, like all of us. Like what's being put out there? What's the word? It's not going to be like just copy the canned responses anymore. It's going to be articulating your points very well. Like what is being said, why is it being said? You know, there needs to be like codified ways that we understand how to say things instead of it being just like you know, well, it's the black swan or whatever. You know what I mean? It needs to be engaging for somebody to understand. Like, you know, it's hard to explain, but like, you guys know what I'm talking about? Because that other phase was a phase that we did go through for many years. Like,
Yeah, I agree. I think if anything, it'd be if you are going to do the debates, it'd be more fruitful to get these fringe guys debate other flat earthers. You know, get the other flat earthers in line. Do you know what I mean? Because all this TikTok and Twitter flat earthers, ex flat earthers, they're not really helping the cause anymore. You know what I mean? They're just causing more confusion and probably turning people off. So if you are going to debate, like focus on the guys who are new flat earthers or wrong flat earthers, let's just say, making false claims, etc.
yeah, for us, it should be like understanding what's being said and how to say it. And then like there should be some people that do the debates, but the ones who have been around long enough, they should move up to the next tier, which is talking to these guys out there in the world. You know, we got so much work to do. You know, if we're thinking about it that way, there's a lot to do for the many people that we got. So who's gonna actually volunteer for this? Because right now it's just people willing to take on the task. But eventually, what I see, okay, I mean, and don't quote me on this, but eventually there will be some people that will be getting paid for doing what they do on a higher level. So because of the fact, like I was saying earlier to India, I was like, I don't I like the fact that people are taking the time out of their own time, but at the same time, people that are putting that much energy and time to make it more professional, getting better production value whenever they're putting stuff out, like videos of like demonstrations that a group of us can actually go do, you know, money to raise for certain things that we want. Albeit it could be, I don't know, a meeting place for all 24/7 like group, you know, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is, but we'd have the funding for it from ourselves. You get what I mean? Like I get the whole thing because India was talking about it. He's like, yeah, but there's this whole thing about money when it gets involved and it turns people evil and then turns grifting and all this stuff. But there's better ways to actually address that. You know, I was talking to him about it, using like the idea of the type of cryptocurrency, which could be like a decentralized way to deal with that issue. So it doesn't have to be like you're sending payable checks to India, you know, like, and you're like, oh, I don't know, man, I'm sending my money to him, but I don't know if is it going to the right thing, you know. So uh, having something like that could be a great way to finance projects and research. And I mean, I don't know. I want to take it to the next level, but there needs to be a serious sit down with a group of us and like figure out what the plan will be moving forward. But it's going to be a mature look. It's not going to be this kind of like piddling around in these other servers. And, you know, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, obviously, it's also you guys that make the server. So it's not just me, but I'm saying moving forward, we want more and better than just like the rank and file, like McToons of the world.
Reaching out to
You broke up there, Tito.
Never mind.
I'll tell you like this, man. Like we have Professor Triangle. He's in here right now. He does a lot of tests with his vacuum that he has, and there's a lot of things that people don't know about testing things. There's great information that can be put together that people can look at, that they don't have to just guess. Well, maybe this happens, maybe this doesn't. He's always willing to test things out. Like there's that kind of level where people don't understand. We have the evidence, we have the receipts. There's things that we got to give the audience so they can look at.
I think everybody's ready for the next step, Alpha. It's well overdue, man.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've been trying to do this for a while, but it's You know, it's a hard task, but yeah, I
It
think
is.
everybody's ready.
Well, the transition should be where everybody everyone can feel it, right? We're just like, yeah, we're ready to take the next step. Or it could be like you guys would be like, as a group, I think we should stay kind of debating, these guys on the internet or whatever. But everybody,
Oh no.
at least I think from my perspective, I think that 24/7 is ready to go and take it up a notch.
About what I said earlier, it wasn't if like I'm holding back or something like that. No, I was just thinking logically, if we can make that jump, that high jump in reality. So if we can make it in reality that high, because we want to talk to real known scientists and real known engineers. So I hope we can get to invite them and they can accept our invitation, because for me we are not that known. We are not known as a community or the 24/7 flat earth. We are trying to India just started today with the it's something. So Google, at least in Google research, so some people can know us. Oh, that will be more in our favor. So it's just about that high jump. If we can make that high jump in short time, or do we really need to start little by little? So we call some people and we take some known channels in YouTube and we ask to live stream the debates in their channel. So it will be one debate, several channels in different website like Rambo, YouTube, anything. And,
Well,
and we will be known.
Yeah. Over time, Necros, I think we'll find a good way to do it. That's what I'll tell you. So you put out some good ideas. That's good. But I think there'll be, and what I'm hoping for is that we do form a committee that can vote on these things, and like eventually the public, everybody who's putting work in 24/7 can pitch in their ideas so that we can know what everybody's thinking, just like you're doing now. But ultimately moving forward, there needs to be a committee that like votes on what we need to do.
How many people here?
Got some spicy chat going on with James. James, go ahead and mic up, man.
James seems angry already.
Yeah, I see that. What'd you say to him?
He came in and asked. He said it's not worth talking to us, so he came in here to tell us that.
We'll be getting away from that pretty soon.
Isn't it the thing that you've done? Isn't it talking to us in
Yo,
the
bro.
text?
Bro. What?
I just continue.
What were you gonna say?
I'll say nothing.
Nothing but buffoonery, man. I tell you.
Somebody needs us to all talk at the same time to make them better, to get their experience here better.
So did that person just jump in? $, open your microphone and talk, because the conversation
And I
has
can
been
talk
going
to me, by the
for
way.
So the conversation was going before you jumped in. You caught the tail end of a conversation.
Yeah, I think I have my reason because I just joined.
Yeah. Well, you'll notice there's 2 YouTube bots that got links in them. You can go to those and rewind the conversation if you want to listen. Or you can tell us how you know the Earth is a ball.
Oh, what? What is the second thing?
Tell us how you know that the Earth is a ball, a globe, a sphere.
I don't think giggling is a form of evidence.
I think he just found that he doesn't know that the Earth is a ball. He just believe. So no evidence for a belief.
Just chuckles.
He's obviously giggling because he can't comprehend how anybody could possibly not know it's a ball in 2025. I mean, there's images from space and ISS live streams. How can you guys not know it's a globe? Right, yes?
Well,
something along them lines?
Well, this is 2025. We know exactly what size the Earth, globe Earth, is supposed to be. They've given us all the dimensions. They've given us all the ways to test it, verify that it is a ball. Have you done it? Have you verified the ball? Do you know the radius value of the Earth? Did my internet go bad?
No.
Okay, so we're just waiting.
James Cameron thinks refraction makes the Earth flat.
Huh.
It's crazy what they do in their head to make things work out.
So is he admitting he sees the
Fucking
Earth
look what
as
he
a
just
ball?
typed now. So apparently, in one of Jeranism's laser tests, he did measure the laser height properly. I'd like him to quantify that statement. Like, how far off was he? Did he say it was like 6 feet, but it was actually 20 feet? Like, what was the margin of error in his error? When scientists repeat the same experiment properly, they always get curvature consistent with a globe. Okay. Send us one singular laser experiment done by the globe side, please. And I know you can hear me, James, so you do that or you're going to get text muted.
I want to know the difference between a cheap laser and an expensive laser.
The price.
Yeah, you don't have to get on the mic, James. Just post one laser experiment. And yeah, you said when scientists repeat the same experiments, to also post that repeated experiment of Jeranism's laser test, apparently.
with expensive laser.
Hello.
James, you claimed that some laser test was repeated, so post when it was repeated.
Broken mic game.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Getting antsy. He didn't have it. He has to go get it. He just believes it.
Yes, his last text was, "I'll bring evidence tomorrow. I have to sleep right now."
Oof. Yeah. Stop breadcrumbing me, James.
Do you have any Globers that are not just keyboard warriors? Anyone willing to speak on the mic?
No. It's broken mic hour.
Or do we have anybody who's on the fence? Maybe just has a few questions. There's a bit of space on the floor.
Fence is
Mohammed's
destroyed
a
years
fencer.
ago. There is a bridge now. There was the fence.
Fence is made of concertina wire.
Fence is like a code word for I'm a Glober, but I don't really want to say it.
Fence is like an obstacle. If you don't have obstacle, you can see some things. Cross the fence. Where is the edge of the fence?
I like that, Sasha.
Yeah, it would be like sociologically.
Anyone who claims that he is on the fence or doesn't know, doesn't care, they just don't want you to hold them on their claims. They are Globers, typical Globers, but they just don't want to claim that because they don't have anything to defend their claim.
I have a question for flat earthers.
What's your question?
If is it the horizon place where the sky apparently meets the ground?
Yes.
If you zoom out and you go to the moon, now hypothetically, do you see that line?
I don't like hypotheticals, but are we asking in like the
If Earth
perspective
is a
of being
if
globe?
Earth is a sphere, yeah, sorry.
Are we asking from the perspective of the globe? Are we asking from the perspective of what I think? What's the context?
If Earth is a sphere and you see the horizon, then you say this is the place where sky meets the ground apparently. But now, when you zoom out, when you go distance or far away from that sphere, what is that line then?
It would still be the giant line where the outer space then meets the ground. And if I was on
Yeah,
the moon, I would actually see
how
if
that
it
line?
was outer
Sorry,
space.
how that line look like if you see from the space?
A big circle.
Why we call that horizon then?
Because that's what it is. That's how it's been defined.
Yeah, I
Well,
know that's the
theoretically,
line.
Sasha, you wouldn't have a
Yeah,
line. You would just have a vanishing point. Earth would be the vanishing point, I guess, at a certain distance.
Yeah, I know, but if you
Theoretically, of
go
course.
far away, let's say to the moon, that distance 2,000 each, let's say supposedly that distance, you will see the circle.
Right.
That circle. Where is the horizon on that circle?
You wouldn't be able to see it theoretically.
That means we cannot use horizon for the sphere.
You're good. We heard you.
Because that's edge of the sphere, not the horizon. That's what you will see if you zoom out yourself.
Roots, if you think about it deeply, he is correct at some point. Because ask yourself, on a globe, at what point the horizon won't be a horizon anymore?
Definitely speaking, it would always be the horizon. You would just have a different way of describing the noun. You would be able to use a different adjective. That's all.
But put it like
It would
this.
only be visible. It would only be recognizable by having an actual object that could go into the depth of your vision, and then you'd only be able to estimate that based on the vanishing point, right? So if you had some object that was disappearing into your vanishing point, then you could write or draw a horizontal line, but it'd be a guess, wouldn't it? Just be a guess. You wouldn't have a ground for any sky to meet, right? So you can guess based on an object that disappears into the vanishing point, but you wouldn't actually have a horizon, or
In
not one that you
reality,
could visibly see.
in reality, it is. And that was the thing that supposedly those people who went to the moon saw when they were going to the moon. It was that curvature of the earth. So it won't be a horizon. That's the curvature of the earth. Like Tactical Droid said, I can agree with him. It's like you can change the adjective from horizon the noun from horizon to curvature of the globe. But it is still the same thing. Where you see the ground meet the sky, that's the horizon. So when you are at the surface and you are rising up, getting away from the earth, still that line where you see the sky meet the ground is what it is. It didn't change at all, even
Yeah, I
if
get that.
the earth is
I get
too
that,
far.
Necros. But I thought this hypothetical example was in space, like, you know.
For us, it's hypothetical. But for the globers, it's not hypothetical. It's the truth. The glober will say that horizon is edge of the sphere. must say that. But that you cannot have horizon of the sphere, man. Horizon is horizontal line, not curved line. And when you zoom out, let's say that it's cube, then you will have horizon. With cylinder, you will have horizon, but not with a sphere.
No, you would still have the horizon because your sky would just be outer space, and it would still be the apparent conjunction of the
Yes,
Earth,
you're
which
correct,
would
but
be the
you're
sky.
correct with that. But the horizontal line will be. It's not the curved line, the horizon. It's horizontal line. That should be another name for that. Let's say curvizon. Then I will say, okay, let's call this curvizon because it's not horizon. Horizon is the horizontal line. Curvizon, it's the curved line which apparently meets the ground. I would say it like that.
This is like episode 100 of The Globe is Broken. This is why flat earthers, real flat earthers, are never going to go back to the globe. Globers don't think about anything beyond, this kind of scope and scale.
Earth is a triangle.
Triangle
sorry?
is flat too, so I guess
Earth is a what? Sorry?
He said triangle. A triangle is flat too.
Earth is a triangle. That's a bit silly, isn't it?
You can welcome him to flat at first. He's a flat earther too. He's claiming that it is a triangle. He didn't know that a triangle is flat. It's the first time he heard that.
No, he's a silly Billy. That's what he is.
I know. He's a little troll.
Assalamu alaikum. No.
Have you ever researched flat Earth properly? Have you ever really looked into it?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yes.
Well, I asked questions, but I didn't do like tests in real life. But I have asked like questions.
And what they answered, what they are saying.
What were the questions first? I want to know. What did you ask?
I was asking Master Yoder about the test he did on the flat Earth.
What?
A test that Yoda did. Okay. And what test was this?
Something with a mirror and the sun that shows that the length is more than the required like length that it should be to be like not flat, but this test shows that it is flat according to what he said. Something like this.
Right. So what's your thoughts on what he said then? Do you have any comments?
No. My comment would be that it sounds good to know those type of tests.
No matter what test you do, you're going to find that it doesn't match the reality of the Earth, doesn't match what we're being told in the model. Have you started to discover this yet? That the globe isn't in our reality?
If I have studied what? Can you repeat?
I was just going a bit general and saying, yeah, if you're impressed by that test, there's plenty of other tests that can be done, and all the data will show you we live on a flat, stationary plane with a sun that isn't 95 million miles away in a vacuum. So what I'm saying is nature doesn't match the model of the globe. Have you come to that conclusion yet, or are you beginning to realize this?
You asked me if I have come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying, have you realized that the model doesn't match reality?
Can you explain what you mean the model doesn't match reality?
Okay, so we have a globe model, right? It's a model. You following?
Yes.
Okay.
But what type
So
of
if you
model?
so it's a cosmological and geometric claim. Okay. So they claim the
Yes.
sun is 95 million miles away. They also claim the geometry of the Earth that you can do. And in fact, I would say pretty much every test that you would do would show you that you're living on a non-rotating, stationary plane, and that the objects in the sky don't match the claim. I call them objects flippantly. I mean, I hope you're following. I'm just trying to say there's lots of other tests you can do that will tell you that the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Yes, I understand.
So
you,
has Yoda encouraged you to? Sorry, whoever that was. I just last one. Has Yoda encouraged you to look into this more?
I can say he encouraged me to have more evidence of flat Earth. Yes. But I understand that your claim is that Earth is flat, but do you agree that the dome is like a circular, something like that?
Dome. Nobody's claiming a dome. The
No,
only
I
thing that we
mean the way the sky looks.
the way the sky looks is based on visual optics. So there's a limit to how far you can see. So it's what you would call non-linear. So when you look into the sky, the sky wraps around your vision, the limit of your vision. So it's an optical
Yes.
phenomenon. The sky is an optical phenomenon. So regardless of how the sky looks or appears to you, there are still claims being made by whoever is backing the model that cannot be verified, right? We can't determine the shape of the ground by looking at the sky. Do you understand?
Can you repeat?
So the way we see is non-linear, right? So in the same way that things converge, like train tracks converge into a point in the distance, yeah, well, there's the same horizontally as well. So things will converge up and down into a point. So the sky wraps around you, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, I understand.
So the sky is no way to determine the geometry of the Earth.
No, I'm not saying the geometry of the Earth. I mean separately. You understand?
Well, I don't understand why you're asking about the sky when we're talking about the claims of the geometry of the Earth.
Yes. It's a concern.
It would
So
be
it doesn't.
like me. It would be like me asking you to measure the floor, and you start measuring the ceiling, right?
Yes, I just asked. No, it's not like argument against the flat Earth. It's just a question.
No, I'm not saying it's an argument. I'm saying it's
Yes,
irrelevant.
yes, I
I'm saying
understand.
the way the sky wraps around you is a visual,
Yes,
optical effect,
yes, I understand.
right? Yeah. But what we're saying is the claims of the globe isn't about visual or optics, it's geometry. They're claiming there's curvature on the Earth. So if Earth is a ball and it's curving, then that curvature rate needs to be verifiable. Would you agree?
Can you repeat the question because I was like not focused?
If the Earth is curving, then there must be curvature. Do you agree?
Curving, you mean like? No, I don't think I agree. When you say curving, you mean like a ball? If
Yeah.
the Earth looks like a ball, it must be a ball.
Does
Is
the
this being
surface
clear?
is the surface of a ball? Is it flat or is it curving? The surface of a
Curving,
ball.
right?
Right. So
Curving,
if we
right?
lived, so if we lived on a ball, the surface would have to be curving. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So if the surface is curving, it should be verifiable. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So if it's not verifiable at any scale, then it can't be curving, can it?
Well, if evidence does not exist, doesn't mean necessarily that it is not true. But if in the fullness there is no, like, even in morality or like, I mean, in the universe evidence, that means it's not curved. You understand what I try to say? Hello?
He must have had to duck out for a second.
Hello?
Yeah, apologies, I got a phone call.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, look, forget about the universe, forget about the claim of the model. We're just talking about the geometry of the Earth. If we lived on a ball, let's say a football, regardless of scale, there'd be a curvature rate, right?
Yes.
So you've already agreed to that. So now we don't have an infinite scale. We can't just hide behind, regardless of scale. Now we know that there is an actual size of the Earth. So the claim is that the Earth is a certain size. And if it's not that size, then the whole model falls apart. You can't have a working solar system the way it does with the orbits and everything, distances, without the Earth being this certain size. So we can put the claim to the test. There's a curvature rate. The Earth is supposed to be curving at 8 inch per mole squared. So we can't hide behind the fact that Earth is too big as an argument. There will be some test or some way to measure that 8 inch per mole squared if the Earth is really a ball.
I agree.
Right. 8 inch per mole squared translates to 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. That's a lot of curve over 10 miles.
10 miles?
So if over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature if the rate of curvature is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
66 feet of drop from sea level. If you've got, you're optically looking from sea level, 66 feet from that point, decreasing in elevation over distance. 66 feet. So every observation taken that's beyond 10 miles, where you can see an object in its entirety, is proof that there is no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared.
Can you tell me what you said it's proof one more time?
So if there's a curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared, that means there's 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. So if we show you observations beyond 10 miles that debunks the 8 inch per mile squared, then that we have a
So that
problem.
means it's bigger?
It means that there is no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared. And if there's no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared, then the globe model is wrong. The globe
But,
model won't work.
But can it be like 9 inches and the mistake was of a human and still a curvature?
Well, the whole model is based on the size of the Earth. You need a radius, 3959. You need that radius, which is what was used to calculate, for example, the transit of Venus. The distance to Venus, the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon. All of the distances and the orbits are all based on the size of the Earth. So if we have an Earth that's bigger than 8 inch per mole squared, then all the math is wrong. So you have no model. You have no model. You have no way to justify the Earth is 65 million miles away. You have no way to justify any of the distances, any of the sizes of the other planets. Not only that, you don't have any proof that we actually live on a ball. You actually have proof that what we're all witnessing is a flat Earth. And that's what we're witnessing in reality. We don't have an 8 inch per mile squared curvature rate. We don't have any way to detect 66 feet of drop. We can see objects far beyond 10 miles. We can see objects. We have line of sight guns that can shoot up to 100 miles. Line of
Can I
sight.
ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that the moon is flat?
Do I believe the moon is flat? I don't try to. I'm not trying to believe anything, my friend. The moon.
No.
Better
I'm not saying
dispel
you're
the
trying
disc
to,
in
bro.
space misconception.
Yeah, go
Can
ahead,
I ask
T-Dub,
a
if you want to
question?
comment on that.
Just be aware that we just one sec. Just be aware that we don't think the Earth is a disk in space, like an object amongst other objects in outer space. That's not what we're saying.
Can I ask you now a question? But you ask us, do we see moon like do we believe that moon is flat? Is that your question? Hello?
If my question is that the moon is flat?
Okay, let's say you and me sitting outside and watching the moon. I will tell you what I see, then you will tell me what you see, okay? I see this yellow circular thing when it's full. Look like yellow, sometimes it's red, and it's circular like a disc. What do you see?
What I see when the sun hits, I see
No, the
like
moon.
a ball. What?
The moon.
The moon?
Yeah, when moon is full, what do you see?
A yellow or a gray ball? Yes.
How do you know it's
Yellow
a ball?
like yellow circle. You're saying not the ball.
You believe it's a ball because you were told it's a ball, but you have no way to verify it's a ball. You also have no way to verify that sunlight is
It's
hitting the
what I
moon.
see.
Do you
No,
see
you
the
see
ball or the
you see a
circle?
disc. You see a disc in the sky. Be honest. Without any assumptions, you see a disc in the sky.
Let
You
me
don't
go
see this
look
disc.
at the wait.
You don't see
I'm
this moon
gonna look at
rotating, do you? You just see the
Just
face of the moon.
quickly, he might be confused that we're claiming the moon is actually a disc, like a flat disc.
No, not that. You.
Yeah, but that's why if we say we see a disc in the sky, he might think that we're claiming a flat disc in the sky. Just saying.
Yeah.
We're not claiming that.
But I wanted to tell him that we see the same thing, but we are not claiming anything that it's flat. What we see with our eyes, that's it. We don't see the sphere. We see the circular yellow thing. You can call it disc, but it's not disc because you don't know. But it's yellow or red when it's full circle. And you see the same thing.
We don't make any claims to what the moon is. We don't make any claims to what the sun is. Any claims we're making is about empirical evidence you can prove on the Earth.
This is what I'll say. I'll say the moon, right? Whatever the moon is, it doesn't seem to have any resemblance to the Earth. meaning that there's no characteristics of the moon that match the Earth that we're standing on. Right? I would consider it more like you're standing on a flat floor and you're seeing a light in the sky, right? That would be a better description of what's going on. We see a light in the sky, it looks circular, we don't know exactly, we can't prove exactly what shape it is. Kind of looks like half a ball to me. Can't tell exactly what it is, right? Don't know how big it is, don't know how far away it is, don't know what medium it resides in, but it doesn't have any characteristics that the Earth has. It's completely different. It's like comparing a chicken to an apple, right? It's just something different. It's the moon and this is the Earth. And if we test the surface of the Earth, over and over again, over huge distances, and there's no curvature, it can't be a ball. It can't be circular, like the moon, like what we're seeing in the sky.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you mean.
Yeah. And you understand we're not claiming that Earth is a flat planet, right?
Yes, because the measures doesn't point to flat Earth, right? Right.
Well, we're not. You know what people do, right? Because they've been thinking their whole life that everything is in outer space, right? And the globe is in outer space, and then there's other round planets, and you're standing on a planet. And then when they hear about flat Earth, they try to insert the flat Earth into that concept of outer space. So they usually they think it's like a flat disk instead of a round planet, but that's not what flat earthers claim.
Yeah, outer space is exclusive to the ball Earth theory. If you don't have a ball Earth, none of out of space works. None of the measurements, none of the distances, none of the claims. So you got to throw it all out. No assumptions.
Why they don't agree that the Earth is flat? The government.
The
Can you
government's a
tell me?
huge. The government's a whole bunch of different people, right? They have jobs to do. They probably never even thought about that. Most of the people that work at the government probably just went to school like everyone else, and then they got a job at the government, and they believe the Earth's a globe.
No,
And
no,
they
sorry,
never
sorry.
tested it.
What?
What
NASA?
do you mean?
NASA?
What's that? NASA? Did you say NASA?
Yes.
Yeah, same thing. Most people that work at NASA probably believe the Earth is a globe. NASA's not going to space, right? People have different jobs. NASA's just a different division of the government. Okay, so people have specific jobs to do. Whatever the hell NASA does, right? They're not going to the moon, they're not going to space. So whatever the hell people do at NASA, they're just doing their job and they believe the Earth's a globe. They're not, it's not like you get a job at NASA and they're like, all right, well, the Earth's flat and we're lying to everyone. Okay, so now you're part of the deception and we're going to deceive people. No, that's not the way it works.
Works like that. You are working in front of computer, watching some data, and you believing that things what you're seeing on the computer, it's happening in reality in the space or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you could fake the moon missions and still believe the Earth's a globe at the same time.
But why they would say that one mission?
Why would they fake the moon missions?
Yes.
Oh, well, they were trying to beat Russia. Like, that's the obviously they were trying to make it seem like they're the greatest country in the world that can do what no other country can do. And they're acting like they're competing with Russia in the space race, and yeah, and then obviously they faked the moon missions because it's absolutely ridiculous if you actually have a look into it. That doesn't mean you have to believe the Earth's flat. Just, a ton of people know the moon landing was faked and still think the Earth's a globe.
Did Russia say that the Earth is flat?
No, but the head of the Russian space agency said NASA faked the moon landings.
Jesus, at this point, it's kind of irrelevant. I feel like you're skipping a step here. In order to understand the reasoning behind why they, why they believe it's a ball, I feel like that's a step away from what evidence do we have. Like, first of all, we need to decide whether we have evidence. If there is evidence of the ball, direct evidence of the ball, then flat Earth is done. Flat Earth goes away, right? But there is no evidence. So if you want to ask why they lied or why people believe in the ball, well, that's a speculative question, right? That's something that you can come to the conclusion of and start to understand. But first, you need to establish whether the Earth is a ball or not.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter if DJ says it's because of this, or if I say it's because of that, or if Sasha tells you it's because of this. It could be because of all of those reasons put together. It could be because of specifically one of those reasons. Whatever the reason, doesn't matter. Is there evidence that we live on a ball? And if you look
There is
into
good.
it, there's no evidence. Go ahead, Sasha.
There is good analogy for this. Let's say like this: we have a video that your girl is cheating on you. We have 20 videos, not one, even 1,000 videos that your girl is cheating on you. But you are asking why would she cheat on me? She is from so good family. Nobody in 100 years, there is giving all good families. She never lied. Something like that.
But
You
I don't
understand?
do it. I don't do it to complain. I just ask a question.
No, I'm saying
No.
what are you asking? You are asking why your girl is cheating on you, and we are showing you the video. Look, there is a video. She's having sex with another man, and you're seeing that, and you're seeing her, and you are saying, yeah, but why would she do that? And then you need to ask her. I think so.
I agree. That's a good analogy. It's like asking for content without context. Before you can understand the content, you need to understand the context first. And the context is the Earth is flat. The context would be, the question would be, is there any evidence that we live on a spinning ball? If the context is set that there is no evidence for that, then the content you can start to decipher and understand. But you're not going to understand the content without first understanding the context. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, you tell me to understand the context, right?
Before you ask for more content.
Yes.
Because you can misinterpret the content.
Yes.
First of all, we need to know evidence. Yeah, is there any evidence? Yeah, go ahead, Sash.
Nobody knows the answer of your question, because I would like to ask also the same question, but I know the answer. Nobody knows the answer.
Okay.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not asking people, because I know that nobody will give me the answer.
And there's lots of opinions. There's lots of content for you, but it won't make sense without the context that the Earth is measured, treated, and observed as flat. Once you understand that, then the content can be put into perspective. Then you can make your own decisions.
But
and
you can think also
lots of logical reasons for why they would do this.
Think logically. You said also, why would government? Which government was doing good for some people? And you say, okay, this government. We have historical evidence that everybody's complaining about government. I cannot hear. And now, which government is this one? Which you said NASA? NASA is American government. It's not Croatian government. It's not Peru. It's coming from where this space agency is coming from Russia and USA. It's not coming from, Azerbaijan. It's not coming from Nigeria.
But what Russia said about the Earth?
That's very interesting. They have, they're saying the same thing. I think they're teaching kids there it's a globe, but they didn't go to the moon. They never tried to go to the moon, and they had better in a time better how to say technology than Americans. But that was strange also.
Yes.
Yes. That's the what we know like a history, but who knows is that the truth?
Jesus, we've been sold a story. We've been sold a story, and this model that they've got is not proof of that story. The model that they've got is a backwards engineered piece of math that basically doesn't prove the Earth is curving or spinning. And that's the key point here. There are claims that the Earth is curving and spinning. If there's no evidence that the Earth is curving or spinning, then the model is incorrect. Otherwise, you're just believing a story, bit like a religion. And human beings, we're suckers for stories. And that's why I think this lie has caught hold so deeply, because it has a good story. It has a model. But that model doesn't reflect reality. It's just a story. You throw in a few wives' tales. You sprinkle on a little bit of math. You hijack perspective. You misinterpret what we're seeing in the sky. And now people think they live on a ball. And you're asking, why does everybody believe it? Because they believe the story. It's got a good story. We're suckers for a good story. But if you apply logic and critical thinking, story doesn't check out. Flat Earth is like a cold, hard lesson in logic and critical thinking. Something most people aren't ready for. The question is, Jesus, if you was to discover the truth, would you want to know it? Some people don't want to handle the truth. Some people don't want to hear the truth.
I want to know the truth. Yes. Hello?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. If you really want to know the truth, eventually you're going to get to the point where you're going to say, right, I want to find evidence. If I'm going to believe this ball, I want the evidence, direct empirical evidence that we're spinning, that the Earth is curving, that you can have a vacuum in the sky called outer space, that the sun is 95 million miles away. Where is the direct evidence? And if all you can come up with is pre-assumed inferences, you don't have any direct evidence. And that's where you will get to. We all went through the same journey. We all tried to prove this globe at some point. There's not one flat earther who didn't start out without saying, I need to prove this to myself. I need to know this as certainty. In some way, I need some evidence. That's how the journey begins.
Yes.
So go out, get yourself a camera, take some long distance observations. If you can afford it, get a laser. Set up some sort of test, or just do some deep research. Do we have
You
any
mean
evidence of the motion of the Earth? Do we have any evidence that the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inch per mole squared? If so,
SIP laser or what type of laser you talk about?
a laser, a strong laser. Because a laser will shoot in a horizontal line level to the source, right? So if there's any deviation from level, a very good laser pen would be one way to determine whether you're able to hit a target line of sight further than the 8 inch per mole squared rate of drop, which there should be. If you shoot a laser pen in a horizontal orientation over a lake that's longer than, I don't know, 6 to 10 miles or about that, there should be deviation from level because the Earth is curving at a rate apparently of 8 inch per mile squared. So like I said before, over 10 miles, you've got 66 feet of drop. That's a deviation from level. 66 feet of decreasing elevation over distance. Over just 10 miles. And you can verify there's no curvature that way. You can back that up with other observations. You can learn about refraction. You can look for the consequences of atmospheric conditions. And you can determine what's being claimed doesn't match reality. There's no deviation from level. And water is your key to understanding this because water doesn't curve. Water is the perfect place to take your observations and tests.
Hello guys, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the channel. We're talking about flat Earth. Have you ever looked into it?
So we have flat Earth.
Flat Earth, yeah. Have you ever heard of this
Nice.
topic before?
No.
Okay. Well, the Earth is observed, measured, and treated as a flat, stationary, topographical plane. That's how we treat the Earth.
Mm.
They
I
claim
don't
it's a
know what
ball.
you. Sorry, but I don't know what you mean. Can you use more simple words?
The Earth isn't curving. If we live on a ball, the Earth must curve. There's no curving of the Earth. There's no spinning of the Earth. People believe there is.
Oh,
People believe we live on a spinning ball, but there's no evidence for that.
okay. So
No evidence. Do you find that hard to believe?
I think so.
Right. As you should. You were taught that the Earth is a spinning ball, and that everybody knows this to be true. But if you try and find the curving, or you try and find the spinning motion on the Earth, it's impossible. There's no curving, no curvature, and there's no spinning, there's no motion to be found anywhere on the Earth. The Earth is treated as if it's flat. In every industry. Is it so hard to believe?
Isn't that funny, Roots, like that question? It really shouldn't be that hard to believe since that's exactly how we experience it. But the indoctrination makes it hard to believe. It actually only exists in the mind. So just like the last guy you were telling him, you need to go out and test this for yourself. Is the earth actually the way that you experience it, you know, horizontal and such, and not moving? It's a weird time to be alive.
Yeah. It's like people don't want the truth to get in the way of a good story, right?
Exactly.
What we're dealing with is a cult, a religion. A cult. A cult is a group that has special knowledge that can only be verified by them, and everybody else has to believe it. They would have you believe flat Earth is a cult, when in reality, flat Earth is all what you live on. It's all around you. It's reality. When in actual fact, the globe religion is a cult. It's culture. It's a story that cannot be verified by anybody apart from NASA, apparently. Apart from an authority that we have no access to. It's part of the definition of a cult. Or a religion, if you don't know what a cult is.
Laying it down, Roots. Good man.
Yes, sir. Just trying to get some engagement.
Yeah, they can take some cajoling. Their minds are so blown, they don't know what to think. It's like they get an ice bath when they come in here.
I mean, I get how stressful it is, right? I understand that, but I mean, you know, in the pursuit of truth, there should be more questions, right?
Yeah, I found that weird at first as well. Like, why isn't everyone as curious as I was? I was like, I need to know now. But loads of folk are like, nah, who cares? Why does it matter? Or just dumbstruck silence.
It's easier to be told what the answer is, right, than it is to find it for yourself. So in some ways, it's just a nice way of passing off responsibility. Oh, well, I don't want to find out for myself. I'll just let someone else tell me what my paradigm is.
Yeah, that's why when I'm just talking to them, I'll oftentimes just tell them what it is, along with asking them the questions to make them think about it. Just tell them straight up, no, this is what it is. Like, oftentimes I think if you dive straight into like a long distance observation, it just goes way over their head. They can't even contextualize it. I think sometimes you've got to deal with the disk in space question. You've got to give them something to stand on, to then think about. Because like, we rip the ball away from them and they don't know where they are now. You rip space away from them, they doubly don't know where they are. So when you then go and try and explain the world to them, they're so caught up in that floating in nothingness that they can't really take on what you're saying. So I find it's often useful just to actually describe, well, what we seem to have evidence for is a motionless topographical plane that's contained. So it's more like you're in a giant building. You almost give them some context for what they are seeing, a different context, a different way of thinking about their observations. Because oftentimes I feel like we'll dive straight into some hardcore evidence, like long distance observations, and they're just like, they can even acknowledge, yeah, there's no curve there, that's flat water, but they can't apply
Right. So
that to the overall point that we're making. They're like, yeah, it's still a globe. Like, they don't have that foundation to understand where we're even coming from.
right, because it's almost like because you said a different way to think about it. Well, it's almost like you don't have to think about it, right? Just look at it, see what do you see? See it flat. What's to think about?
Yeah. I mean, oftentimes I'll have a conversation with someone and I'll get them interested in the subject to look into it, and I've not even presented them any evidence. I've not even spoken about long distance observations or the nature of water. I've just asked them about what they think they know about the Earth, and then to consider what they actually experience. And just to propose, well, it could be like this. And they'll be like, some of them will be like, all right, okay, interesting, good points, I'll look into it. And I've not even really presented any evidence for flat Earth, which I think is quite interesting. It speaks to the way the human mind works. And it can sound a bit like, we're not trying to sell a narrative here, but in a way, we are narrative driven creatures. And it can help, actually, a lot of people understand this whole topic if we do give them some of that narrative, some of the history, an attempt at describing what this system might be, so they have a place to sit and think about it. I don't know, it's just something I've been thinking about the last little while.
I was talking to my son the other day because he was listening to me talk on here. He couldn't hear the other people, but he could hear me, and like I had to mute up because he started asking me questions. And he said, "Well, who was it? Where do we get this idea that we're on a ball from? Like, who was it? Who was it in history, right?" And I went, "Oh, well, the Greeks suggested it, but that didn't take off, right? It was like around the 16th century, right? Like, and then I'm like, hang on a second. Who is attributed with like having said it, we live on a ball, like in relatively recent times, like not thousands of years ago, but like hundreds of years ago? Who was it?"
Yeah, that's it. I mean, even just trying to untangle the history aspect of this subject could be a lifelong task. I mean, we've got a lot of untangling to do. I think that's another way I think about it when we're talking to new people. Their ideas and their thoughts, the globe model, it's a huge tangle of ideas, and you've almost got to untangle all these preconceptions and these notions before you can even start to have the conversation about where do we actually live. because you're just trained to think so illogically based on your preconceptions about what's in the sky and what the luminaries are, gravity, all this stuff. It's like cemented in the indoctrination. I mean, even the language anchors the story. So when they're talking about the atmosphere and gravity, they just inherently summon a globe. You've got to almost like untangle all that word magic. Because, you know, that's the basis of how human beings are communicating and thinking, is saying the words which are conjuring an image in the mind. And when we use the words to conjure a specific image of a globe, that really cements itself in the person's psyche.
Right. Because like at first people come in and like some people, right, they come in and they're just laughing instantly. Ha, you idiots! We have pictures from space. When we demonstrate how that's a weak argument, right? Then they start thinking and they go and then they're like, well, if they don't just spiral out then and there and leave, like they're like thinking, hang on a second. Well, okay, well, how does night and day work then, right? Then they start sort of thinking, right? Like,
yeah, that's it.
Why would they lie about pictures in space, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just one point we make, one pushback on a point like that can open up 100 questions, especially if you've never even stopped to really consider this whole topic. You're totally green in it. Yeah, I mean, you can spend hours on just one point like that. If they really want to get into it.
T-Dub, I would say it was in modern times. I would say it'd be Copernicus, right? Because didn't he
but
write?
was it? Was it?
Well, that's the mainstream narrative, right?
I don't think so. He just proposed that the Earth's
Well,
in the center.
heliocentrism.
Right. He just proposed that the ball Earth is not in the center.
So they say the first
wasn't the
globe
ball
was made in the 1400s, right?
right?
Late
So who was it?
1400s.
Is there a name attached?
Was it some Dutch or
Or did
German
it just
guy?
sort of sneak in?
But then he obviously got it from somewhere more recently than the ancient Greeks, who they generally attribute it to.
Right.
I see what
Because
you mean.
he got me questioning. He got me thinking about it. I'm like, hang on a second. Was it Copernicus? Didn't they already sort of like? Wasn't the idea that it was already wasn't it already getting thrown around? We're on a ball.
Yeah,
And Copernicus went,
the
we're on a
ball
ball.
was around.
Right. So like Copernicus was like, we're on a ball, but we're not in the center.
And it's an
Yeah.
underrated part of the subject to focus on, right? Because it's sort of like a philosophical colonialism that took place with this idea of a Renaissance and an Enlightenment, where the West developed this doctrine of a globe Earth, which is sold as a discovery and makes them scientifically more advanced or more astute than the rest of the world. Therefore, they inherit this position of superiority. And it's like, just a Western philosophy that's been used in a colonial manner. Maybe the spreading of the church philosophies from traveling Jesuit priests, trying to get into places like Japan and that. I mean, the church owned the education, essentially, for a time. So they had a big hand in it. But yeah, as it goes to singular people, it's kind of hard to pin down the exact thread.
Well, there isn't anybody. The only people before Copernicus were all in the BC era, except for probably Ptolemy, right? Ptolemy was just after the BC era. There isn't anybody you can pin down before Copernicus unless you go to the BC era.
Right, but there's images, like there's paintings of like globes before Copernicus. I'm sure there is, like from the 1400s.
Yeah, but that didn't mean that they thought people lived on top of them.
Right.
Because the world was seen as spherical, but you were inside, potentially on a flat plane, inside of that thing.
Well, look into the first globe Earth, the first globe that was made, the physical globe. They say that's like the 1490s or something like that, don't they? Or earlier? 1400
I'm
and
thinking,
something.
yeah, late 15th century. Yeah.
Yeah, but that
And
was
that
that
was
was when Copernicus lived, right? 14 to the 1500s.
Well, that's what I was
Right.
going to see. What's the exact time in comparison of that? Is that globe contemporary with Copernicus's life, or is it just before, or is it just after? Because I know they're in the same ballpark, but I don't have the
Copernicus,
exact off the top of my head.
from what I can remember, Copernicus was born right at the end of the 1400s and lived till the mid 1500s. So he lived
Right. So
like what,
then, if
60
that's the
years?
case, and it's a late 1400s globe, then that would mean they were depicting the globe when Copernicus was a child, before he'd put his calendar to the church.
Right. So it just snuck in, like.
Well, it will have been a group of what, elite intellectuals and maybe fragments of royals supporting elites and all this kind of thing that we're proposing. I mean, you read the writings of Leonardo da Vinci, and he's talking about a globe.
Right.
Right.
And
Yeah. That's what you guys are
contemporary in
talking about.
China,
Yeah.
in China, there were two competing philosophies on whether Earth was flat or a globe for a while too. This is going back like 1,000 years.
But there is a bit of a gray area, we're saying, between the ancient Greeks and what, like Renaissance Europe, like 2,000 years. Like, who was carrying the torch?
I point to one of these interesting books from the Dark Ages by Cosmas Indicopleustes, the Alexandrian bishop who used to be a trader, traveled all over the world, sailed everywhere. He wrote an encyclopedia called Christian Topography, and it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. This was written in the late 400s, and it's not like there's only one copy in existence. There are multiple copies found all over. I think it's in Greek. So, I mean, it makes a pretty strong case that it was written when they said it was written, given that. But he devoted a big part of this book when he surveyed the known extent of Christianity at the time. He devoted a big part of it to refuting what he called the globe
Oh.
Earth heresy that was creeping into modern church ideas back in the late 400s.
Yeah.
So the weird thing is, where's the evidence of that? Like, I want to find what sources he was leaning on or recalling in order to state that this globe heresy was starting to become more popularized within the church back then.
Yeah, and you've got people in the Reformation and Martin Luther and things like that making reference to at least heliocentrism, if not the globe directly, and that being a point of disagreement and conflicting with the scriptures.
Yeah, Martin Luther was a flat earther for sure. That's 1,000 years after Cosmos Indigo Bluestus. If there is 1,000 years between the two.
So it seems that there's a few individuals who made claims for it to be a sphere, but it just wasn't accepted. It was shut down. It's almost like they were trying to introduce this for a very long time, but they had to work their way into the church, right? And it wasn't until it was adopted by the church that it could actually, become a story people would accept. So I think that's why Copernicus gets the credit, because he's the one who introduced it to the church. Before that, you've got a bunch of people trying to push it, but it was just being rejected. logically inconsistent.
Yeah, and the way I remember hearing it was that Copernicus was very reluctant to come out with his calendar or the heliocentric calendar, and that the church had to convince him and help him get it published. I don't know how true that is.
Well, before Copernicus, wasn't it the people push like Ptolemy and whatnot pushing the geocentric model, and then Copernicus came along in the 1500s, didn't he? And he was the one that suggested that he said that it's spinning and all of that kind of thing.
Well, if I can point to one thing, I tried to find the origin of this too. There were 3 Babylonian astronomers. I forgot their names. You can probably use AI and get their names. But they're kind of responsible for teaching the Greeks astronomy. 2 of them were globe earthers and one of them was a flat earther. Not even joking. And this is like 800 BC.
(800 BC).
Yeah.
So that's before ancient Greece. Babylonia,
Yeah,
you said, yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, if the story's true, right? It feels to me like all of the ancient Greeks they quote, we have no evidence for, you know what I mean? Like the whole thing could just be made up. These individuals could just be made up to add credibility to the claim, right?
Perplexity AI is telling me there isn't a single universally agreed upon name that can be attributed to the moment the spherical Earth became widely accepted in the modern Western world. It's just a gradual. It's just explaining it as a gradual ideology, like that just sort of that slowly gains traction, starting with the ancient Greeks, leading up to now.
Exactly. From what I've gathered looking into it, it was like it was like conceptualized based off the way that we view the sky. Basically, it came from the as above, so below. And they envisioned the heavens as a perfect sphere, and through philosophical grounds, they figured that the Earth must also be perfect, right? And that the Earth is also a sphere. So they kind of inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere. It's not like people went out one day and did some measurements and they're like, oh shit, we've been wrong for thousands of years, guys. We've gone out and measured the water and actually it's a globe. Like, here's our results. You can go check for yourself too. This is what we did. No one ever did that. And they didn't even claim to have done that.
Yeah, no, exactly. It makes sense that there's no individual it's attributed to because it's never been a discovery, where discoveries are attributed to singular people at times. But this isn't, because it's just a philosophy. But I think even then, what I was getting at was just, if you could trace a thread from the very beginning all the way to modern day, what groups of people would it pass through and be passed on by? Like, if you had that exact view.
Yep. Well, Perplexity says, in summary, there is no one specific name to attribute the global acceptance of Earth's sphericity to. It was a process led by figures like Magellan, Elcano, and Copernicus, but not a single discoverer, like you just said. And let's put it in quotation marks, discoverer, or, in quotation marks, declarer.
Yeah. This is what
Can
I
you
have
humor
written
me?
down. It kind of, how you look at all the ancient depictions of the Earth, and it's like a flat plane inside a contained system, and the sky looks like all the stars and everything are on like a dome or a container or a celestial sphere, whatever you want to call it. All the stars are in like a dome shape in the sky. So what I have written down is that the Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. And then later on, these philosophers came along, such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, and they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, The earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
And that's where
Yeah,
the
well, that's pretty
16:1
accurate.
ratio comes in.
And just the Pythagoreans worshipping geometry and seeing the universe as being created in perfect geometry. That totally makes sense. So that's, yeah, a very plausible beginning point. But then
Can
tracing
you
it
research
on.
for me these Babylonian astronomers, if you don't mind? I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm driving. I might be lag. Sorry, Cyclone.
No, you're all right.
Nah.
No, I'm just saying this is a good endeavor. Try and trace it from point to point. I think DJ's on it in terms of the origins of it.
Yeah, I got a whole
It's a
write up on
culture
here, and
philosophy.
all the way up to today, how it kind of like warped from the ancient culture's way of looking at the sky, and then later philosophers turning that conceptual way of assuming the sky is like a perfect sphere, and then they sort of turned that into a coordinate system, and eventually inverted that onto the Earth, and then it spiraled from there. Literally after Copernicus came along.
Yeah. Well, no, this is a good thread, guys. So unless there's some new people that want to ask questions or get involved, I'd like to hear some more continuation on this. But anyway, I'm gonna have to drop off. But I'll be listening on YouTube. So good to hear you guys. Stay
Yeah, you
flat.
too, man. Good
Yeah,
to see
thank
you.
you, Cyclone. The reason why I'm pulling the Babylonian thread is because they wrote every freaking thing down. And this is a thread that I didn't pull completely, and it'd be interesting to see if we can pull it any further from here.
Hello.
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 Welcome. Do you have any questions?
Can you hear me?
What's Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello guys.
Hello. Hello
Where
again.
are you from? Where are you from?
Hello, Earth is flat.
The Earth is definitely flat.
All right, well, all in agreement on that. Great.
Yeah. I mean, we're all seeing it flat.
Right, and then we go and measure it, and it checks out. Yep.
Yes. I mean, we only believe what we can see. And we're seeing it flat.
No, because if it were a globe, then it would also look flat from your perspective. You wouldn't see a curving horizon, right?
No.
But there would be other byproducts of the curvature, right? So things in the distance would be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, like an island that's 10 miles away from you should be obstructed partially by the curvature of the Earth, depending on how high you are and how high the island is. So we
Yeah.
can, but when we go out and test for that curvature, it's not there.
So how does it work?
How does what work?
How are you, friend?
How does what work?
Work me?
Come on, guys. What's with the flakiness? Stay with us. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes.
What's your question?
Where are you from?
I'm from the UK. Why do you ask?
Okay, well then.
It's so painful, isn't it?
I'm really fascinated by this, guys. Like, if they were debating flat versus globe in ancient Greece and even earlier into Babylon, and only today do we have consumer grade technology that can prove what the Earth's topology really is.
See, what I'm finding, Amish, if you try and look this up, you'll get like circular answers from like AI or on Google, because they'll tell you that, okay, Copernicus came in and it was a turning point or whatever of heliocentrism, which was banned, right? But then at the same breath, they'll tell you, but everybody knew it was a sphere.
Well, yeah,
Right.
there's geocentric globe.
Right.
They,
but then if you try and find out, well, which nations, had accepted this, they'll say there was no nations that accepted this. There's only individual so-called scholars.
What do you want?
Salam alaikum for everyone. Am I
Christ
glitching
is
or
risen.
I saw?
So one second, just for the newcomers, right? Okay, so you're in the room called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and this is a guest channel in this English hub, and now it is here for the opportunity for you to practice your English, but by discussing whether or not you think the Earth is flat or a globe, right, or some other shape, for example. So if you're looking to learn English and then practice it, you should go to one of the other channels where you can learn your English and then come back here later once you've developed some English skills, and then you can practice talking your English.
Why is there?
But if you're a beginner, if you're a beginner with English, you need to direct yourself to one of the other channels,
Okay.
which those people will help
I
you
understood.
with your English skills.
I understood.
Okay.
I understood.
All right. Thank you.
I have a question. Why Earth is only flat? Why no different shapes? Or you have any other versions?
Flat
Пиздец.
is not a shape, my friend. So when we
No?
say the Earth is flat, we're not describing a shape.
So
We're just
that's the language
describing.
limits when you can't say that flat is a shape, because in our language you can't say that. That's strange.
No, it's a misunderstanding. Even in your own language, flat is not a shape, because if I ask you to draw me a flat, what are you going to draw?
Line.
Yeah, but that's not a shape.
Right. Flat describes a surface, which could be a shape on a shape. Right. So a shape can have a flat surface.
Flat texture, for example.
Yeah, flat is a
bumpy versus.
Yeah, flat is a property of a shape. It's not a shape.
Elon Musk is a joker, right? Scammer.
No, we're not. Look, man, we're trying to get people to realize the questions that are being asked in here is if they know that the Earth is a globe or not. And so we're asking everybody that joins, do you know if the Earth is an actual globe like they've been telling you?
How can I know that the Earth is actually flat?
No. That's not what I said. I don't. Did you hear what I said? If the
No,
Earth
I
is a
have just different
globe, not.
question.
No, I know, but did you hear what I said? Yes or no?
I can't hear you. Like, can you repeat it?
If the Earth is a globe or not. That's what we're asking people that are
A
joining
globe,
brand new.
like round, like a ball.
Yes.
I can't say that because I was not outside the Earth, so I can't say that.
So yeah, so you don't know if it's a globe, right? Is that
I
right?
don't know what is it at all because I have not been
Okay.
outside this. Like, I have not been in this place, so I can say that.
So do you know why we're saying it's flat though?
Like you are 100% sure that it's flat, right?
Yes, the known world is flat. Yeah, the known world is flat.
But why 100%? Why 100?
Well, we observe the Earth as flat, and we measure across the surface as flat. And not only that, but we navigate across as a flat and stationary Earth. So all this evidence. Go ahead.
Wave balloon is pretty globe, or how you call that? Why can't be Earth be globe?
Because it doesn't measure as a globe. They're telling us the size of the Earth as a globe. We can't test it. There's no way to test that in any way.
Yes, I agree with that. That's why I can't
Yeah.
say is it globe or not.
Well, yeah, that's our point too, right? We're saying that there's no way to test the Earth as a globe, but they're telling us that it is a globe. And not only that, but they knew for 1,000 years that it's been a globe. And nobody can prove us give us a test that we can see and demonstrate that it's a globe. So we've been asking this question for many years.
How can I get the finite?
You know what I mean? Like, we've been asking that question for many, many years.
So you're also not 100% sure that is it flat, but you feel like it's more realistic that the Earth is flat.
Our experience, like your experience and my experience, is looking across the surface of a flat Earth, which means that the horizon is a horizontal plane. Like, we don't see it like a curve, so we don't experience the Earth as a globe in any way. So if we're going to say that it's a globe in some way, and let's say that we're too small, right? We're too small. We're, on a giant ball. Well, how did they figure out that it was a ball in the first place? You get what I'm saying? Like, there have to be some way that they tested and given us the number of how big it is to know that they figured it out. You understand?
I think I should try to make a kid that can fly outside of the Earth and tell me by a secret even what kind of shape is that.
You need to understand what he said. You need to understand what he said. We know it's not a ball. We know that the continents on the Earth are sitting in a horizontal reference, not in a curved reference. So we know that between countries, between locations, we don't have curvature. All of the continents are sitting on the water, and all of the water doesn't curve.
So outside Atlantida, we could meet Michael Jackson on his own island, right?
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm just thinking, like, I just can't believe, like, if it's round or not. Like, I believe that I did not see, like, what kind of shape is that?
I know, but we're helping you understand. We're helping you
It's hard for
understand that
me.
you can ask questions now this place that you're in right now, this room, is so that you
Why?
can ask
I
questions.
have a question. Why you are 100% sure that it's flat?
Because our experience of the Earth is a horizontal plane, but we also
What kind of
test.
experience? For example, the first one.
We're making our observations across the surface that always shows that we don't live on a globe. We don't see a globe when we're looking across the surface. And you can, like, for example, right, you go to the beach, when you look at the horizon on the water, it looks flat, doesn't it?
It also measures that way.
For sure.
Okay, so your observation is the experience is it looks like a flat Earth. But if you're gonna say that it is a flat Earth, you're gonna have to test it, right?
But if you will place the camera on a
Guys?
ice cream bowl, you will see that it's also not round. It's more flat.
No, we don't need to talk about an ice cream bowl.
No, I'm just saying that if we will, for example, imagine that как его, the shape of Earth is like pole. If we, for example, take for an example the ice cream bowl, and we will place the camera as close as it's possible to the как его, touchable space of ice cream, блядь, we won't see that it's round. We will see that it's pretty как его, flat, also as C. So
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
saying Earth's
does not
too big
answer.
to detect the curvature. That's not what we're claiming, friend.
Yes, so
That's not what we're talking about.
answering my question.
Yeah, we
So
understand that perceptions could be deceiving. The problem is that we've actually measured the Earth. In fact, all major industries, people who navigate, everybody on the Earth measures the Earth and uses it as a flat plane. Not just us. You do too.
maybe I should go to beginner classes of English. That's all I need for today, I think.
Okay. Who's the girl that keeps chiming in here but doesn't say anything after she says hello? Where is she at?
I was just gonna say that, Setsu. Go ahead. You said guys, go ahead.
All of you from UK?
It doesn't matter.
No.
No, it doesn't matter. So are you gonna ask a question relevant? Are you gonna ask a question relevant to the discussion?
What it doesn't matter?
What?
This room apparently is too advanced in English for you to have a constructive conversation. You may just want to listen.
I am
Listen,
from
or
Saudi Arabia.
I'm going to redirect you to one of the beginner channels. Okay, I'll see if there's a nicely populated one for you. One moment.
I wonder if being 24/7, we're alphabetically at the top.
This interaction only furthers my point I said earlier, actually.
Which was?
So we're gonna be aiming higher. I mean, we'll let some people come into like rooms like these, but the people that are willing to have a conversation with like engineers and people in academia are the conversations people are going to want to hear from 24/7.
We need to retrain some members and train up some gold.
Well, seems like no one's really into the mood of debating flat Earth today.
It isn't a debate, sir. It's a rejection of the truth. Mostly.
Are you here to debate it?
You can debate rejecting something, and not projecting something. It's debate is a form of discussion.
Thank you for that, Mr. Semantics. Now, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Do I have the evidence that the Earth is what?
A globe, a sphere.
A sphere.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, a sphere with volume, if you want to get semantic.
So let me get this straight. You don't believe in that.
How do you reason that, sir? Please explain for the listening audience what your chain of logic was.
It's a question. It's not an affirmative statement.
Okay, so it's
Why would you ask a
non-sequitur.
question?
Is that right? Is that a non-sequitur, sir?
Guys, what are you doing?
I said,
Okay, you're going to get muted now.
I said, let me get this straight. You don't believe in that. So just like to see what I'm dealing with, you know?
You're dealing with rational empiricists. Okay, so the God question is non sequitur.
What? Who mentioned God?
Yeah, believe.
You did.
Yeah, you just did, Fran.
I never did.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, bro, put yourself on mute.
Maybe he's got Alzheimer's,
Jeez,
folks.
oh,
I mean,
man.
Someone told me that I should present an argument for the Earth being round. And I said, let me get this straight. You don't believe in that. You started invoking God for some reason.
What?
I heard you say you don't believe in God.
Okay, so then you misheard me. I said you don't believe in that, meaning the Earth
You
is
know we're
globe.
recording this, right? We're recording these interactions. You know that, right?
Okay, I don't care. Okay.
Well, we do.
And why are you
And so,
fighting?
well, hold on. If we were to play it back and we heard you actually say that, we could just straight up ban you from this channel. You want that?
Sure. You can go and do that.
Oh my god, dude.
All right, I'll go clip it.
Yeah, please. Since that and
That's
God
one.
can
Okay, the whole
sound
room
pretty
misunderstood.
similar, I can see how that can happen, but yeah.
Whatever, dude. You definitely said that.
Okay. I can't change what you heard.
Yeah, the sofa's crap is, dude, man. It's so low tier. Like,
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, wait, maybe we are all wrong because we're all native English speakers and he's not.
Well, the word God and that can sound pretty similar. So.
it's too obnoxious, dude. I can't. I'm not gonna let it slide, Yoda. I'm sorry. Maybe some other guy, not this one. If Setsu comes back with a clip, he's terminated, bro.
Sure. What
let's
would be
carry
my
on while
point
this
if you
slide
mention
continues.
God? Why would I say God and then not want to further
That's
elaborate
what
on
we
that
were
conversation?
wondering. Yeah, we were wondering why you came at us with the God question too, and you said
Yeah,
that's not
I'm wondering that too. Why would I do that? Maybe because I didn't do that to begin with.
It's very likely that you didn't. I'll grant you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, well.
But listen, we get people who do this in here all the time. I'm not even joking.
Okay.
We get people who come in and accuse us of being atheists or accuse us of being theists.
Okay, I don't have an intention to accuse anyone of anything. So, okay, now that's like
Okay.
that explains
Yeah,
your
let's
reaction.
move on.
That explains your reaction. That explains it. Anyway, I meant to ask the person who told me to bring up an argument for the globe if the person believes himself in the globe or doesn't. That's what I meant to ask. You know.
And it's all clear. That makes rational sense.
But I just want to know, did you say the word God, yes or no?
No, it was that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking that you misspoke and you need to man up to say that you misspoke. I will accept that you misspoke. But if you're saying you didn't misspeak, then we're going to have to remove you from here. I'll agree that you misspoke. You have to concede that you misspoke.
Okay, so
Why
let
don't
me
we
get
move
this straight.
on while Session
If
clips it?
I went back and listened to it. He said that, not God. It just sounded. It's our mistake. You did not say God. We apologize.
You don't
Yep,
need to
sorry.
apologize, but all right.
It's the best you're gonna get around here. I would take it.
So to AV told me that I should man up, right? That was you.
Yep.
So let me understand the logic. Can you repeat what you said, actually?
Can you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, not that. When you said that I should man up.
Yeah, if you were wrong and you didn't say what you said, then go ahead and tell people, yeah, I misspoke. So we're past
Otherwise,
that. Yeah, or else I was gonna ban you. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a highly trolled topic, so let's move on. Okay, we all got off on the wrong foot. So the question is do we believe in a globe? The answer is no. We also don't believe in a flat Earth, okay? And this is a semantic definition because we want to delineate what belief is from what knowledge is.
Okay, so what? Right. So to put it
We know the
plainly,
Earth is flat.
what do you think the Earth is then?
We know because we directly experienced the Earth as flat, that it is indeed flat. We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because Earth is flat.
Now, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
Okay.
In fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually look at the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate. 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh, really? Lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
you want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al Baruni's method. And Terrence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world, it's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, "Oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays."
Yeah, not very freaking much.
You need to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
yeah, the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I gotta say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence. Because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a flat
topology
ball.
mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
So the thing that you said nobody claimed. You didn't say nobody claims it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe
seen.
is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels
Angles,
flat.
maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean, no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough covered to curve it. So.
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just
black
really
hole?
hear that?
Yeah, where's the
Someone
black hole
spiked
now?
my coffee, dude. Who spiked my coffee?
Since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out
goodness.
to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This
Thank
guy
you.
is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around
Right,
objects
okay.
any other
All right,
than
I'll post the
black
diagram in the
holes.
side chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that what you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away, it should be a greater
Yes, that's
height.
exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally, I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isomere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them. the two longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height. That goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser according to the globe is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So
Yeah.
you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with
I
miles.
got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
That's 30 miles from where I was. Yes.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
Can you? So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is. So the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about
necessary thing to do.
120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured. Obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a freaking tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice. That's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm gonna actually post the PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were differing distances away. Right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still
Some
here?
of this, yeah,
EJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt
21
Lake
mile.
City with the, you know, the one you always
Yeah.
show. I like
Yeah,
that
man.
one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo? You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there.
I
Okay,
see
so
it.
he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't
on
care
a
what he
tripod.
said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter
Well,
anyway.
if
The
average height
horizon's
of a
over 20
person
miles away. I mean, you guys are quibbling
in-
about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height,
Yeah,
the
okay,
horizon would be
I have to
2.7 miles
recalculate that.
away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21-mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Just wait. Let me. I'm bad with imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah. So mile.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards. Seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
An average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Is. Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's
I
where
had
the
a
camera
different
is.
setup in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's 2 comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see
Okay.
any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the
Well,
rest of the water.
فين
Okay.
داخلة يمنا خرجي من هنا.
Yeah, hold on
I
a
have
second.
no idea what he's
dude.
measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So
من هنا وغادي نبان لك ديري فريندز وغادي نبان لك
Who
فين
is
داخله
this?
دخلي عندي
Why are you
صافي.
doing that?
there,
What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Lick a high, lick a hiney ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't lick any heinies. The
All right, bro,
question
look,
here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance? Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah,
No, because
the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959-mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
This is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work. Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
We did a season?
Because the sunset
No, he's
happens
asking
at
about with the
different-
double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well,
only
no,
actually
they
happens-
say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can
Well,
stand
I've
up,
tried
look
that
at the
too.
sunset, or lay down,
Yeah,
look at the
I've tried that
sunset, and
too,
stand up
and
and
that
see another
works.
one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away
don't.
do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far
No,
distance away.
I've asked you a different
Might
question.
there, so
How come
might there
without
be stuff in the way?
standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a
I love when
diagram
they
in the
do-
chat.
I like the part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right.
Well, I'm
I
glad
mean,
I
what
can
if
serve
there are
your liking.
300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
Why? What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon? Then.
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
Not really. It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon
How big are they
itself is
supposed
not.
to look, dude? Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
Half
when
a
you're
millimeter?
looking.
A half a millimeter or like
No, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter?
Listen to my question. Doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description into the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen. I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon. In the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and
what is it
typically,
then?
And typically, when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time.
So
And you know, an inferior mirage, it's like a double image.
So it's a mirage.
It's like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even The fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ships behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ships behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say
pretty
about that we
interesting.
can replicate this when we know the curve? We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat. And it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface, I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure, and what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does
What does
happen.
the railroad has to do with that? That's the perspective of how
No,
they
no,
constructed
the railroad, it's an analogy. The railroad tracks, when you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So?
There'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day. And perfect water and perfect everything. No air. Basically an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees. Right? So if I took your line of sight, right? If I drew a line from you to the water and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had a kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being
Only if you're
under it.
under the table. Okay.
No,
No.
if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get exactly
What if your
what
line
you
of
mean.
sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So?
Can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table
Yes,
itself?
the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you
Well,
went down to your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
if it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
You can see it if it's parallel?
You can, if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from your, so you got the surface of a table's flat,
Well,
right?
you don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
As where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
What
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking
your
about.
question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower. So lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at an edge on. And look,
Okay.
bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no,
at
it's
the
not
same
lower.
level.
It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it. Even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table, you wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest
be able
visual
to see
angle,
the table.
why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
So
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen,
Depends,
you can be
I guess.
above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
This is
the
this is
definition
basic
of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface.
Right.
The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but
my Lord,
physically,
dude.
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it as 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
And what is it? You said 0.
Yeah, imagine the table is
angle
at level
0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you, dude. I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle 0.
Okay, if you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
and if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna.
I wanted you to clarify what you said. Angle 0. What did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Oh, here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle
it's
0.
also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle 0 is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up So I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's
There it is.
nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you said already. Piling more garbage, group. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called look angle, grazing
You
angle,
want to listen to yourself or
angle of
me?
incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested
Repeat back
in
to me
getting
what I
it.
just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that?
you...
Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have
at
to define your
X, at
spatial
Y.
reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at. Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations. That's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same
It's not
level.
running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you
angle
don't know Pythagorean's theorem, trigonometry. You didn't pass third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle is going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see
Let's just
what my
clarify
name
something.
is?
So
Yeah, you didn't see my
friend,
name.
let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe
Let's
some life
shrink you
back into
down.
this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table. Okay, and I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points?
Doesn't matter what you see. The angle factually
Maybe if
in
the
space
table was a
doesn't
chess
change.
table. Maybe the
There's
table's
only-
too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface,
Yeah.
those are different angles, obviously.
Yeah,
Thank
those
you.
are obvious.
But
That's what we're talking about.
okay, but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we
How do
didn't
I-
make is the one
do
you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance? Right, these points that says who was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it because the angle was too small?
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
You can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No,
Yes.
it's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
Not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the
only way
angle,
you
so
can
when it comes to
measure
your eyeball,
wavelength
right,
is
it
with
gets
your eyes.
look when it comes to the eyeball. So the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, well, yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic
Just
spectrum,
because your eye
you'd be
has
able
a
to
limitation
pick
of
it up.
seeing some wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just so now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus?
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics.
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
My living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light. I need a
If
light
you can
preserver.
overflow a room of light, can you overflow that?
It's weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this
You're right.
is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because of the resolving power.
True. That is not factually true. If you can't see
It is factually true, and I just
What?
demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
way more
camera
detail
No,
than you
it's up to a
deserve.
limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling
And
us there's a spot. Hold on, you just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what
nonsense,
you mean by
dude.
seeing.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
Okay. So go get the graphic. Go get the graphic in the side chat.
Yep.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller. Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait,
Like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean
or
by
something,
seeing,
no.
seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my
Do you
angle
talk
of
to your
view to
mom
the
with that
surface,
mouth?
so if my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.00000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let
Out
me
of
show
your
you. This is,
depth, dude.
I
no,
posted something for you.
he's thinking
What's
about it
that?
orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle,
Right,
it's
but the
less
building
you will
isn't
not see.
perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh, no, building is curved, yeah.
That could
Well,
be it,
it
but I
is.
have no way of knowing.
The building
So
can't
I'm
be
assuming
perfectly
it's
straight.
perfectly straight.
Now look at this
Yeah,
graphic.
cool.
Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just
Okay.
make out squares forever and ever and ever? Do you see
For
how each
making
square
out,
that's
no.
further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right? And they get smaller and smaller, and eventually
Well,
they turn into
they
a
are not even
line.
squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From
as.
the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
Well, what do you
so
think we're talking about?
He's gonna fight this no matter what. He
You're
doesn't
talking about
realize if
me.
you draw that.
We're
if you
talking about
draw
how
that-
things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking
So
about
we're
me
talking
seeing
about
them. I can see
yeah,
them, but
seeing
from my
the way they
yeah.
look, seeing. That's the
Okay,
same thing,
I
right?
can
Seeing the way things
I
look,
can
right?
see
That's the
them.
same.
Okay, I
Right.
can see
So
them.
you would be
So
able to see squares forever.
Yeah, do you see
well,
that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
obviously they disappear. So
Right, you don't see it.
You don't see the surface.
because of the limitation of your eye, yeah.
He reminds me of a guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation. Isn't that what we said?
He's just
Thanks for
avoiding
wasting an
any-
hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretics rate. What is that? What is heretics
it
razor? I
is.
haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You
You're
said
just-
nuh-uh,
Yeah, he's
and
trying.
nuh-uh, and
I
nuh-uh,
never said
and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said
I
was
never
nuh-uh.
said that. I never said
Yeah, you
that.
did.
You asked
Yeah.
me if I see
Let's
the
switch
squares.
topics.
I
You
told
want to know
I
what
don't.
Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look. All right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. I think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
Because
this
they're
way, like,
also dumb.
so they go. It's like, hey, Indio, it's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel, like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go, and so you just go down. You're like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go
inverse
to the
Peter
flat
principle.
channel.
You fail down
Yeah,
to your level of confidence.
It's the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretics Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
Can you
I
educate
can't
me
be
on
dumber
your
than a flat
theory
earther.
any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but
Yeah,
then
I just asked,
you,
can you educate me on your theory any further?
dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. Or what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now
well,
we
at
all
least I'm
agree that
being a
India was
decent
right.
person. At
Yeah,
least I'm
you're
being a decent
struggling,
person.
dude. But like you were like someone like like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
Maybe
what's
tired.
your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting
No.
it. Look,
Was
just
it that
fact check
simple?
what we say, dude. If we're fucking full of shit,
I
look and
don't want
fact
to do
check.
that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
We listen. Our argument. What we're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to
Yeah, I
argue.
want.
The only
Okay.
argument that we would have is like, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument. Is that, hey, the earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm not
dude,
here to,
it's just
like,
a ball
change
that's
your
too
mind.
big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like,
That's
well,
funny.
that depends on how deep you want to go because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can
Yes,
go.
he told India he was wrong.
Dude, we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're
That's great.
fucking at the
That's what I'm
surface.
trying to. That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you educate
Oh
me
yeah,
on
you're
your
challenging
worldview
us.
anymore?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
Good answer.
deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now. If we're
So we can't
thinking
do
like
chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles.
Oh.
What do you want?
Yeah. Do you want to go into surveying?
can't-
Listen, we studied how
we
people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about
can't-
surveying.
Well, you got to build
we can do
triangles to
that.
do a lot of that. But you got to
Right,
build
I-
triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yes. Yeah.
You want to talk about like the cosmological claims? the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start
Oh,
easier.
don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Easier.
Earth is
The
measured
surface of
flat.
water.
There's no curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something well, it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right. Well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're
I
just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is,
Okay.
right? So
If
an
it
aircraft
was
will fly
parallel,
horizontal.
it would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
That's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
Awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in that regard,
Fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
Did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
Say
don't
it
see that it operates in the way the glob would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different...
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the planet from the sun. What?
You realize that you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
whoa, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
You can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo and see
I
the.
what? When tomorrow? Have you
Well,
been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course,
So
we
you
can't
said
show
you can
it
go to the
when
International
we're.
Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean,
no one is
forgive me,
going.
but that's a
So-
ridiculous thing to say. You can go because we can all can go. It's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate? Can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking
Can
way.
you get me?
Did
Can
he
you
really
get me
say
a
that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
You're just trolling now.
Bring it up then.
You
The
brought up the
relevance is that I
tilt
was
of the
trying to
Earth's
tell you.
axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No,
seasons
you're not going to
work
tell us your
in my-
story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it
Well,
was determined and
Flat
proven.
Earth is fantasy.
No,
Yeah,
it's a
see,
measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you
Yeah,
to red hair.
which you were shown by me,
you
you were
for.
shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
You're
that was
just in
just
fantasy land
fantasy talk.
at this point. You did the math yourself,
How I know
bro.
you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to
Why?
keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called me
have
names?
good proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have
But
the
you've
ability.
just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view. But as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
Without
how
letting
does
us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean,
So
we're an
far, you haven't been doing any
interdisciplinary
of the
panel of
listening.
experts from different academic resources and different departments. So
Great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No,
Which
what
was,
causes
if we tell
weather?
you how
What
seasons
causes
work.
weather in your head?
And you
Tell
tell
us.
me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you
Of
tell
course
us
I
what?
can reason
Because you
math.
don't even know your own bullshit. That's
That
why we're
doesn't
laughing
allow
at you.
you to
That's why
call
we're
me
making fun
stupid.
of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather's caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes
Hadley cell,
change?
differential heating,
What?
ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that
No,
create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This would
Depends
be
on
the
where you are,
measurement of
bro.
the sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking
Go
about
on.
seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? In southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
So southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or
Depends on what you.
how do you?
Okay, depends on what
Based
you
on
want to
the
use for the.
I mean, hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay,
Could
so
be.
that's the way you import it. Okay,
No, it's
got
the
it.
way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh,
in
no, I
actual
thought maybe you
dictionary.
have some other definition of it, so that's what I was
Look,
asking.
dude, we tell you what the main. We're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted.
Right, so
but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid, that would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right,
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they project it on the Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality. Apart
I'm
from the
trying to-
map, apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask. You
Maybe-
need to ask the question
maybe-
how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing
You
you're
are
gonna ask.
replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it
Right.
actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do. Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road
God
signs,
bless
miles
you.
an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
No, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, too fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map.
Yeah, it's like
All
a
of England.
2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. In the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounce? Yep. Well, okay. For the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's the globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows
He
what's in their
freaking is,
mind
dude.
before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, Wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude. Like every time.
Told ya,
probably-
Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that,
retool.
though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah,
They're
to
upgrading.
retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it, and then they'll rename it something later when they're ready. Maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh
he
says
said.
all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No,
Yeah,
not
he
like
said-
that joint. I mean, like, that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold
Well,
on,
he said
let's
they were
ask
gonna-
Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he ain't
He'd want to find out where the flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey, Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh, as far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter
Yeah, Traver,
Bitcoin or
Josh.
something. But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" How much?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's listening, man. But they always do that.
Okay, Josh, you reached the 4-0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah, he's 40 now. Hey,
Dude,
look,
I'll
you're
cash
a
you
baby boomer.
money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like, I mean,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like, all the people who know things, they're not out in public. 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR
Yeah,
people
geez,
for.
not true.
You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to, like, cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And
It's
the UN.
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I probably, actually, I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. That I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
yeah,
throw
they
out
certainly
little,
do.
They throw a little, hey, by the way, we're gonna be going over here, and just like, they try to see what you say.
Right, they're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off a need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know, because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're
Something
done
to
either
that.
way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah.
Man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, you know, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways and they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process. And they're being
They have
used.
special islands that you can go to, and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has
a
already
fact.
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a "It's Flat" number plate, license plate, bro.
Dude,
What
that's
a
awesome.
perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees. And he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now. But he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe head right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, really probably never it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit. And, this isn't anything like this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about. And then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like the freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wondered, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance? With radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
I mean, yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, I mean, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
reflection? Interfere?
Right. So yeah, right. So it's traveling
Yeah.
straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in like communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, it has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals they go over a flat Earth. But for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Tesla, yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from one like A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all diffraction.
Well, what you're going to get is
too.
the further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? That even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose unless you're using fucking solitons or something. right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I
one
don't know
trick
how
he
far the
used to
reach
do
was.
is he had a way of. We'll get it. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre 1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the
beautiful.
node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the freaking 3-wire. I guess
It
that's
came
just
with
cheaper.
demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he
Like he-
demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into,
noise.
Yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're non-linear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the non-linearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I posted
yes, he did.
Oh, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bone
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit. It was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved. Is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area. So the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is an area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice.
Yeah.
But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, like, solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So,
right,
unless it's glass or something. So
especially
I think
metal.
they might. That reminds you, maybe it was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always a problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it; it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, like, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where that's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I gotta.